Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello everybody, good morning. I am so sorry, I am not ready at all because court started early. So I just thought of coming in, doing the introduction, jumping almost straight into trial. I don't know if what they're gonna do it. I'm gonna turn on the camera in a second, but I was literally chilling and looking at my stuff, and all of a sudden, let me turn off the audio. Court comes on, and I'm like, oh my days, I need to go. But I'm semi-ready, so I definitely need a lot of coffee. You guys, I hope you are right. Let's start watching court, and we'll do little pauses here and there because I've got some stuff to tell you guys because we've got a big decision to make. But well, they're not saying anything right now anyway. Um, what I was gonna say is that like they said, right? They're on witness number 9 out of 40, and this is the defense. Anyway,
Good. Alright, I'm gonna get somebody to be with you in a second. An ambulance coming. We'll get you checked out. And I'll get a statement from you in just a second.
If the prosecutor argues it's cumulative, then they concede that it's relevant. But we don't have any other video like that. The jury has not seen anything like that.
I've seen multiple videos of him breathing heavily and pictures just like that. I mean, they spent an hour yesterday with an expert talking about how tired he was. I think it's kind of beating a dead horse.
Now, we constitutional right to present a defense. So
I'll whenever it's after the foundation has been laid, authentication has been done, I would be inclined to allow it at this point. But I'm not prepared to rule on it right now because it hasn't been authenticated and what happened. So,
but just to keep things moving as smoothly as possible when the jury's in here, to authenticate is basically for the Christopher Schurr to acknowledge that that's him.
we can do it on record when he's testifying if he decides to testify.
Sure, thank you.
All right, and is there anything else before the jurors come in?
I know, Your Honor, we're ready.
Any further people?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm not the jurors. Welcome back. And see that we made it, and you may be seated. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's what we call Christopher Schurr.
Morning. Sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand and my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Schurr, Schurr.
Let me just start out. Do you enjoy speaking in public?
Not particularly, no.
And throughout your life, is that something you don't particularly care for?
I'd say public speaking wasn't one of my strengths, no.
Now, you understand you have a right not to testify.
I do.
Why are you testifying?
I feel like it's important to get my side of the story out.
Now, we're going to go into several topics, obviously related to this case here, but just backing up a little bit in regards to your background and education. How old are you?
Currently 34,
How old were you in April of 2022?
31,
Where were you born?
Grand Rapids,
And where were you raised?
southeast side of Grand Rapids.
Do your parents reside in West Michigan here?
They do.
Are they in court here today?
Yeah.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes,
Are they also present in court?
yes,
Are you married?
yes.
How long have you been married?
10 years.
And where did you meet your wife?
High school.
So-
Buckle Center.
Have you been together since high school?
Yes,
So essentially high school sweethearts?
yes.
Now, where were you when your wife married?
We were married in Kenya.
And what brought you to Kenya?
We were there on a mission trip
I guess
a couple years.
You're getting a little bit far afield, Your Honor, in terms of who cares whether they're married.
I think it goes to some of his experiences in life, Your Honor. I think it's relevant.
I'll sustain the objection because I do believe that particular question is just going a little bit deeper than relevant.
Now, does your wife work?
Yes,
What field does she work in?
mental health.
And you yourself, did you go into public service as a police officer?
I did.
Fair to say both you and your wife went into fields to help others.
Yes,
Did you attend high school here in West Michigan?
yes,
And did you graduate high school?
I did.
After high school, what did you do?
I went to college at Siena Heights University.
Did you graduate college?
I did.
What year would that have been, approximately?
2014.
What was your major or focused area of study in college?
I majored in business with a focus in accounting and a minor in criminal justice.
Did you receive any scholarships in college?
Originally, I had an athletic scholarship and later gotten both athletic and academic scholarships.
Pretty good grades?
Yes,
What was your GPA you graduated with?
a 3.8.
Okay. Now, as far as athletics go, what sport did you participate in college?
Track and field.
And were you a short distance or a long distance?
I was a sprinter.
Okay. After college, what did you do?
After college, I got a job in the private sector as an entry-level accountant.
And at some point, did you go back to school for continued career education?
Yes,
What did you do next?
went to Lansing Community College for their police academy.
And why did you join the police academy?
I just wanted to do a job that was more fulfilling.
And what were your feelings on police work? Why police work?
It was a fulfilling job.
Schurr's testimony. I can't, well, where's the camera?
Sounded like we, yeah.
No, it was your person, Sarah Lynch.
Very sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Why did you pick police work?
It's never the same thing every day. To me, it was more fulfilling than working in an office and got to help people.
Now, what year approximately was that you attended the police academy?
2015.
And you mentioned LCC, Lansing Community College.
Yes.
Is that academy what's called an MCOLS accredited academy?
It is.
MCOLS, Michigan Commission of Law Enforcement Standards, is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I'm sure we could spend hours talking about the MCOLS Academy and the different topics, but just in general, what did your MCOLS Academy prepare you for?
I would say it gives you a foundation to continue training as a police officer.
And is your understanding that the basic standards trained at LCC is consistent with all other MCOLS accredited academies across the state?
That's my understanding.
How long was the academy at LCC?
Approximately 4 months.
Full time?
Yes.
And what's full time?
It's 40 plus hours a week.
Are there a variety of topics covered?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
And there's probably over 100 different topics.
And you give just a sampling of some of the basic topics covered at the LCC Academy.
I'd say the main ones are criminal law, investigations, use of force, first aid.
Now, use of force, that's a topic that's discussed going all the way back to your initial MCOLS Academy.
Correct.
And does MCOLS train you that you need to use force at times upon subjects?
Yes.
And do they give you instructions on how and perhaps when to use certain levels of command or force?
Yes.
At MCOLS, do they discuss some of the realities that police may encounter out in the field?
Yes.
Is that always predictable?
No.
Can you explain?
I'd say most of what we do out in the field is not predictable. It's a dynamic environment, and we train in a controlled setting.
Now, at the MCOLS Academy, is there always a perfect way or a perfect, a best way to handle every situation or scenario?
I'd say we strive for perfection. Probably another sheet.
Does MCOLS, going all the way back, do they talk about certain circumstances that may be beyond an officer's control that might affect their performance in real life encounters?
Yes.
They talk about factors, and I'm sure there's a plethora of them, but reaction times, is that something that's discussed all the way back at MCOLS?
Yes.
What do they teach you about reaction times?
Essentially, action beats reaction.
And how do they, what's some examples of how they teach that?
One of the main ways is a 7-yard or a 21-foot rule, essentially, that someone could cover that distance and harm you before you could react.
And do they go through drills and videos and things like that as well to demonstrate this?
Yes.
So even back to MCOLS Academy, are you shown that there can be factors that put a police officer at a disadvantage?
Yes.
But even with knowledge of potential limitations, do you still need to respond to calls?
Yes.
You still need to enforce laws?
Yes.
Are the situations that police encounter, is it always safe?
Typically not.
But are you still required to march into a lot of volatile situations?
Yes.
What if you don't perform your essential functions, even going all the way back to the MCOLS Academy? What are you told if you don't perform your essential functions? What can be some of the consequences of that?
Either I or others could be injured, if not other consequences
Such
at your
as-
department, such as cowardice.
Okay. Now, going back to the MCOLS Academy, do they use scenarios and simulations?
Yes.
Is this meant, what is your understanding of why they do these scenarios and simulations?
It's just to get us used to problem solving and learning whatever they're trying to teach us at the time.
Are these run out in the real life field, or are they in a rather controlled setting?
Controlled setting.
Now, at the conclusion of the MCOLES Academy, are you given a rather lengthy and thorough examination to ascertain your knowledge on these topics?
Yes.
And are you ultimately given an examination?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Are you ultimately required to attain a certain score?
Yes,
And did you pass the MCOLES Academy?
I did.
Now, after the LCC Academy, are you a fully licensed police officer?
You are not. You need to complete training at a department.
While you were in LCC, did you start to apply for jobs?
I did.
And was one of those departments GRPD?
Yes.
And was that a rather sought after job back then?
I'd say so.
Why
Yes.
is that?
The opportunities, the different departments, if you will, that you can get into.
Now, were you ultimately hired?
Yes.
What happens after you're hired into GRPD?
You go into an 8-week in-house training where you do more scenarios.
Okay. I know throughout the course of the trial, we've seen the video montage.
Yes.
What year was that video montage from?
2015.
And is that you at the 8-week GRPD Academy?
It is.
And is that full time?
Yes.
What's full time for that academy?
I'd say that was just 40 hours a week.
Okay. Now, are the topics covered at GRPD, are those identical to MCOLES, or how do you compare?
I would say they're more specific to Grand Rapids. Essentially, they're putting us in different scenarios and having to solve problems the way Grand Rapids wants us to solve them.
Okay. Cover some of the same topics as far as traffic stops, first aid. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
Now, do you cover firearms training?
Yes.
Are a lot of the concepts in firearms training similar from GRPD to MCOLES as far as the basic concepts?
The basics, yes. I think Grand Rapids is probably more advanced than what the academy was.
What level of force is firearm deployment upon a human?
Deadly force.
And in GRPD, do they take you through scenarios and situations that police might encounter as is exhibited on the video there?
They do.
The same scenarios as LCC, or do they go through quite a few more?
Definitely a lot more. At LCC, you're more or less laying the groundwork and probably more book work and not as many scenarios. I felt as though Grand Rapids, we did more scenarios.
How many, roughly?
Probably thousands.
We saw just a sampling on the video of some of those scenarios.
Yes.
Now, as you're instructed on those scenarios, are you trained that there's only one way to effectively perform a task?
No.
What are they showing you there?
Essentially, there's a parameter, if you will, to handle it. There's definitely preferred ways, but there's definitely no person is the same. So the way I handle something is going to be different than what someone else handles something.
Now, does the GRPD Academy, similar to MCOLES, do they try to expose you to some of the limitations that an officer may expose out in real life?
Yes.
Do they discuss topics like human reaction time?
Yes.
Now, does GRPD, do they train you on weapons, other weapons as well?
Yes.
What weapons were you trained on with GRPD?
The taser.
Any others?
Their issued firearm and pepper spray, baton.
Okay. Now, going to the taser. You need a drink of water?
Okay.
All right. Who instructs the taser training?
Master taser instructor.
And we've sat through several experts on tasers, okay? So I'm not going to ask you about all of the workings of the taser. But your taser training, does that go all the way back to the 8-week that they start to train you?
Yes.
Is it lectures, hands-on? How do they instruct you?
Combination. There's definitely a classroom element scenarios, and they do a voluntary exposure.
And we'll get to that in a moment here. But if used properly by a trained person, what is the main goal of using the taser on a subject?
To achieve neuromuscular incapacitation.
And can the taser be effective at causing
Yes.
incapacitation? Do you know that firsthand?
Yes.
Now, your voluntary tasing, was that back at your 8-week then?
Yes.
Mr. McFarland, could you just pull up? I believe it's Defense Exhibit J. So voluntary tasing. Does that appear to be your voluntary tasing session?
Yes.
We've had this explained, but is it a rather controlled setting?
Yes.
Does safety seem to be paramount?
Yes.
The faces are blurred off, but what is everybody wearing on their eyes?
Everyone's wearing safety glasses.
Now, what is your understanding of why the voluntary tasing might be beneficial to recruits?
Just to know the effects of it, to know what you would potentially be doing to someone else as well.
But even though controlled, do you still have to sign a waiver?
Yes.
And essentially, what does the waiver tell?
Essentially, that waiver, my understanding was relieving the city of any potential liability from injury or death that the device may cause.
Now, who's deploying the taser on you there?
It's a master taser instructor.
Could you please play the video? How'd that feel?
Terrible.
What did it feel like?
Just essentially your muscles contract involuntary to their max capacity, and it's extremely excruciating pain.
Now, can you compare it to anything else that you'd ever experienced?
No.
Have you ever felt like anything like that before in your life?
No.
Now, after having felt the effects of the taser, would you volunteer to do it again?
No.
But prior to being tased there, did the master taser instructor give you some instructions on what was going to happen?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
They did a couple different deployments and varying spread, and he let me know how he was going to deploy it on me.
Okay.
And where.
Sorry, where?
Yeah.
And does that help at all with any angst that you may have?
Probably alleviated some.
Now, when you were tased there, did you feel like you had much control over your body?
No.
We've heard this term, I think, sometimes, taking the ride. Is that what they refer to it as, is when you're under the effects of the taser?
Yes.
How long does that ride last?
5 seconds.
Do you feel during that 5 seconds that you had the ability to defend yourself?
No.
What are you trained that can mean for a police officer in the field if someone fights them for their taser and uses it on them?
They would get access to our firearm.
Now, in police training, do you discuss topics like that? Officers getting disarmed of their weapons?
Yes.
Generally, what are you trained to presume if a subject forcefully disarms an officer of their weapon?
They would use it on us.
The ride is 5 seconds?
It is.
How long do you think it would take for someone to get your firearm off your body and use it on you?
Second.
Mr. McFarland, could you please play that again? the user continued to hold it or continued to press the button?
Well, so it's designed to be charged for 5 seconds, but you can hold the trigger down or keep pressing the trigger to keep doing additional 5-second cycles.
In your training, are you warned not to continually hold it or have repeated trigger pulls on
Yes.
a subject? What were you warned was the risk of prolonged or continuous holds or deployments?
Can cause cardiac arrest.
And is cardiac arrest mentioned in the Axon materials that they go through with you?
Yes.
What can be the result of cardiac arrest?
Death.
Would you expect an untrained person to know that a continued or repeated ride could cause cardiac arrest?
No.
Now, how far was the master taser instructor from you approximately when it was deployed?
Probably 2 feet.
Would that have, particularly with that older model, would that have been optimal probe spread?
No.
Can you just stand up a second?
Yeah.
Where did the probes hit on you?
They hit my, I guess, right leg, just the back side of it, and they were probably only that far apart.
So that's fairly close. Is that fair
I
to
would say
say?
it's really close.
But watching that video, was it only your leg that felt the effects of that?
No, I would say it was my entire lower body, but my arms it's more or less an involuntary response, so I didn't feel like I had control of my arms.
Do you feel like the taser did its job and was able to incapacitate you?
Yes.
Now, just going back to this topic of a closer deployment like that, after your voluntary tasing, did the GRPD, we've heard there was updates in models.
Yes.
Do you recall what model that old one was?
I don't recall the names. I know at the time of the incident that we're here for, I had the Taser 7.
Okay. And was there a new feature on the Taser 7 for close quarter situations compared to the older model there?
Yes.
And we've heard, was there a new cartridge?
Yes. I obviously don't know the exact degrees. Essentially, there is a cartridge designed with a wider angle, if you will, to achieve a greater, we'll call it NMI, at close range.
So if in this video you would have had the newer Taser 7 model and it was deployed at that same distance, what may have been the effect on you there?
I would assume a greater effect as probes get further apart.
Now, besides the cartridges, were you trained that the Taser has the ability to drive stun?
Yes.
And how do you activate the drive stun?
Anytime the device is activated, essentially the drive stun is activated. The drive stun's the technique.
The attorneys keep mixing it up.
It's essentially the end of the device gets activated along with the probes and wires.
And then are you taught that you can drive that activation and stun the individual?
Correct.
So it's the action is drive stunning.
Or you would get a greater NMI by doing that.
And I'd like to go into that here because under what circumstances did GRPD train you to use the drive stun?
Every time we would use the drive stun, it would be to achieve NMI.
So was that the only time you were ever practicing the drive stun on individuals?
Correct.
So to a GRPD officer, you're only using the drive stun in association with NMI?
Correct.
Mr. McFarland, could you please go to this defense exhibit J? And this is the 8-week demonstration on the dummy. Just to confirm, is this you in the video here that we'll see in a moment?
Yeah.
And was this back in the 8-week academy?
Yes.
Could you please play that Chris, how far from, that's a dummy, correct? It's not a live person?
Yeah.
How far were you from the dummy when you deployed the probes?
Foot.
And what did you do after you deployed the probes?
I moved the device to what would be the dummy's calf.
Were you trained that that's an acceptable distance to deploy the taser?
Yes.
You've heard throughout this trial some question of you should not deploy the taser at a closer range under some different standards. This is how you were trained, that you could use the taser in that close of quarters?
Correct.
Could you just play it again, please? I'd just like you to focus on holstering here, please. Able to see yourself getting the taser out of the holster.
Yeah.
And we've heard the jury's heard some testimony on this already, but does it take some action to get the device out of the taser?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, get the device out of the holster.
So this device, I would say, and holster combination was significantly easier than what I was equipped with on the day of the incident. This one was a little more loose fit, so it was easier to actually, a snap, which is kind of hard to undo at times, and then a hood that holds the device in. So this was a little bit looser fit, so it was a little more functional, if you will.
And when the Taser 7 came out, are you provided with new training materials on that?
Yes.
And was that a topic that was discussed in some of those materials as far as that it has a different type of holster?
Yes.
Now, let's just say on this video, what if only one probe connected or made contact even with the dummy there? What would the drive stun do there? What could the drive stun do to help cause NMI?
It would, I guess, as they would say, complete the circuit to create it's always a third point of contact, but you get that another point of contact to create the NMI.
Okay. Now, prior to April 4 of 2022, did you have occasion to actually use your taser on subjects out in the field?
I did.
How many times?
Just once.
And where on the body did you deploy the taser on that prior occasion?
Subject's back.
And was it a struggle with the individual, or?
Yes.
And how far away were you from the individual when you deployed?
Foot and a half.
And what did you do after that?
I believe I had to move the device to another area on the subject to achieve NMI.
And what did this assist you in the situation?
Yes.
What were you able to do from that point?
I was able to take the person into custody.
Now, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, okay? But in that prior use out in the field, going to April 4 and the incident that we're here on, the proximity of you and that individual in the prior case, was that a very similar proximity as you were to Mr. Lyoya when you went to initially draw your taser?
Yes.
On that prior taser occasion, are you required to notify your department if you use force?
Yeah, any use of force, we have to notify the department.
And was anything found inappropriate about the way you used your taser on that occasion?
No.
What did the department actually do in response to your use of taser on that occasion?
I'm gonna have to object again to another taser opinion on what the department did or anything is purely irrelevant.
I think it's important to go to what his training was and what his department did as far as in response. They didn't.
Also a different incident.
Yeah, to solidify his training and their practices and his experiences.
So I'll sustain that objection because I don't believe that particular question was a when calling for a relevant response to the case.
What's ingrained in your head from that prior experience as far as the distance that you were from Mr. Lyoya and whether that might be appropriate?
That it was appropriate.
Now, during TASER training, are recruits and officers, when they're updates, provided with lectures and materials from Axon?
I'm sorry, can you say
Are
that?
you provided or gone through with materials from Axon, the manufacturer?
Yes.
And what are you warned about the TASER?
That it can cause serious bodily injury or death.
Now, are you trained on preferred target areas of the body to use the TASER?
Yes.
And how do they show you this in general? Do you recall anything in particular? I think it's in
It's
some
just,
of that.
yeah, it's just a body and it shows caution areas.
And are you trained on areas to avoid them?
Yes.
And we've heard this area, sensitive areas. Is that something that's discussed?
Yes.
What areas on the body are you trained to avoid using the TASER upon?
Essentially the head, neck, genital region,
And
and chest.
are you taught to avoid either shooting probes or using drive stun on those areas?
Yes.
What are you trained can be the risk of TASER use on the eyes?
Blindness.
Now, are you also advised that TASER use on some of these sensitive areas can just overall cause serious injury or death?
Yes.
So that's you, the officer, that's what you're being instructed directly from the manufacturer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, going back to the 8-week here, after the 8-week, what are your duties?
I'm assigned to a field training officer. Essentially, we go into a FTO program that's 4 months long. You're given different training officers to grade your performance on a daily basis.
And I'm sorry, you said that's how long?
4 months.
4 months with an FTO.
Correct.
Is that what they're referred to?
Yes.
And along the way, they're evaluating and critiquing you. Is that right?
That's right.
And over time, do they start to give you more responsibilities?
Yes.
Do you deem the FTO, are they essentially an extension of the training unit?
They are.
Would an FTO generally be well-versed in the rules, policies, and the practices of the department?
Should be, yes.
At some point, were you an FTO down the road?
Yes.
For how long approximately?
I think 3 or 4 years.
So did you essentially train other officers in the Grand Rapids Police Department
Yes.
on practices, policies, and procedures? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now going to April of 2022, how long would you have been an officer with GRPD in April 2022?
Almost 7 years.
In April 2022, were you overall physically fit?
Yes.
Were you a little ways from your college athletic days, or did you maintain that for?
I think it'd be fair to say I didn't have the amount of time to dedicate to exercise like I did in my college days.
But in April 2022, what did you do to maintain fitness, just generically?
I exercise 5 or 6 days a week, whether it's cardio or weightlifting.
Okay. Anything marathons, Ironman, anything like that?
No.
How about MMA or competitive wrestling? Anything along those lines?
No.
Why did you stay physically fit?
I just think it's important. We are required to back up our partners and assist people on calls. And unfortunately, part of our job is sometimes we have to go hands-on with people.
Okay. During the 6 years of service up until April 2022, do you have ongoing trainings?
Yes.
Can you just give us a little synopsis, or how often?
I'd say we have regular trainings. It started to become more regular with smaller blocks at that time. So we might have been doing training maybe a couple times a month on different topics.
Are there policy updates over the course of that time?
Yes.
And are you required to stay up to date on policy changes?
Yes.
Is that something you took seriously?
Yes.
Now, as a road patrol officer in GRPD in April of 2022, were there certain crimes that were more prevalent or perhaps more of concern for you out on the road in that time?
Yes.
What were they?
I would say in the city at that time, we had to worry about gun violence, drugs, and stolen cars.
Now we're going to April 4 of 2022, all right?
Yep.
What shift were you working that day?
First shift.
What time does your first shift run?
Mine ran from 5:30 in the morning to 5:30 at night.
So you've got 12 hours that you're essentially out on the road.
Correct.
How many days a week generally were you working 12-hour shifts?
It kind of varies. I mean, some weeks. So one week it's Monday, Tuesday, and you have Wednesday, Thursday off, and you work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The next week you work Wednesday, Thursday, and that's it. So
it's all over the place.
It's all over the place.
Okay.
And then overtime in between.
All right. Now, for a 5:30 a.m. shift, what time would you have woken up on April 4 of 2022?
Between 4 and 4:30.
Any normal routine in the morning for you?
Just shower, shave.
Okay. What time do you normally arrive to GRPD?
Sometime around 5.
What was your normal routine when you arrive down at the station?
Just get into uniform and then go to the room that we had line up at and go over wanted subjects, and we also had a sheet for stolen cars.
Now, what time would you actually, for a 5:30 shift, what time would you actually get out on the road?
Oh, probably closer to 6.
And it's been 3 years, okay? So I'm not asking you to remember every bit of your morning there, but do you remember in general what you had done during your shift prior to this episode here that morning?
I believe I responded to just a basic alarm at some point. And I know one of the issues I had in my service area was speeding complaints in a school zone in the area of 36 in Kalamazoo. I went down there and realized that it was spring break. It was pretty slow, so there wasn't many cars to stop in that area at that time.
Okay.
I know I reviewed policy here and there, and eventually ended up in the area of Kalamazoo and Fuller.
What were the weather conditions that morning?
Cold, wet, rainy, like a rain-snow mix.
Overall, was it a busy morning out around the roads, or was it slow? Or
I recall it being pretty slow.
now you mentioned Kalamazoo. You eventually found yourself over in the area of Kalamazoo Avenue and Fuller Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And is that on the southeast side of Grand Rapids?
It is.
Are you familiar with that area?
Very familiar.
Why is that?
I was assigned that area night shift for 6 years.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you observe the Nissan Altima in that area?
I did.
And can you just explain to us here as far as when you first observed that?
I was traveling south in Kalamazoo, approaching the area of Dickinson and Norville. I noticed the vehicle was traveling slowly, and as I had gotten fairly close to it, made an abrupt right-hand turn onto, I believe, Orville. At that point, I was able to run the license plate, and I continued southbound Kalamazoo.
Now, what does it mean to run a license plate?
Essentially, we have a computer right next to us, and we're able to enter the license plate information into, giving us access to Lean, law enforcement information network, and Secretary of State information.
And running license plates, is that a common practice for you out on patrol every day?
It is.
How often would you say you run license plates?
Depending on the day, how busy I am, I could run up to 30 license plates a day.
Okay. When you ran the license plate, were you behind the vehicle then?
I was.
Were you ever able to even see the occupants inside of the vehicle?
No.
So the vehicle, Mr. McFarland, could you please pull up the map? Chris, can I just approach you here?
Yes.
Or can I approach the witness? I just want to get a laser pointer.
You want to try that?
So what direction were both?
Identify the exhibit, please. It says Q at the corner, is it exhibit Q?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is defendant's proposed exhibit Q.
Okay, Q was already admitted.
That's stipulated, okay.
Okay, so this is exhibit Q.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So Chris, just to help us understand this a little bit, what direction were you driving and whereabouts were you when you first observed the Ultima?
In this area, and I believe it was right around here, Kalamazoo, Norville, when I'd gotten fairly close to it.
Just to confirm that north is going up and south is going downwards here on this map.
Correct.
So if I have it right, you were traveling south and the Ultima was traveling south in front of you.
Correct.
The Ultima turned where?
I believe it was Orville.
All right.
So they made a right-hand turn to head west on Orville.
And as it's turning, you type in the plate, and where do you continue while you're typing in the plate?
I continued south on Kalamazoo.
And just tell me, as far as running a plate, what's the norm with this system?
You'll type it in into a little box, and you usually experience some type of delay. So depending on the Wi-Fi connection at the time.
At some point, do you get a response from that?
I did.
The search. And what does that indicate to you?
I had gotten a response indicating that the license plate that I had ran didn't match the vehicle that I had just seen, essentially.
Now, a plate that does not match a vehicle, is that a law violation?
It is.
Is it a legal justification to stop a vehicle?
It is.
So what did you do next?
Well, I had gotten the response prior to reaching Griggs. When I saw that I had gotten a response indicating an improper plate, I turned right onto Griggs and driven up to Newark, where I saw the Nissan traveling south on Newark, about mid-block or so.
What did you do next?
I went north on Newark in an attempt to just get eyes on the vehicle, verify it's the vehicle I saw, and also verify that I had the license plate information correct.
Is that something that you like to do in that situation?
Yeah, especially when it's super easy to fat finger a letter and potentially get an improper response on my own.
Okay. So now if I have it right, you're traveling north on Newark and the vehicle is traveling south towards you?
Correct.
And what happens next?
I turn right behind the vehicle as I'm passing it to check the license plate and to verify it entered it correctly, and I pull into a drive somewhere around here in an attempt to get behind this car so I can stop it.
And as you turned there, were you able to get a look at the license plate?
I was.
And what did that indicate?
That I'd ran the license plate correctly.
Now, throughout this trial, we've been watching videos, dash cam and body cam videos. When you turn into the driveway there to turn around, Is this the moment that the cameras activate? You're going to correct me there.
Yeah.
And we've had people explain the
camera. Yeah, essentially we're on a 30. That's where we see the camera start on all the videos that we've seen, just because of the 30-second delay. Yes.
Okay. And if we heard it right from, I believe, the Axon expert as well as Detective or Captain Cyber talked about, a lot of times the camera is always running generally. Is that right?
Correct.
But there's certain triggers that start the recording mechanism.
Starts the recording mechanism, and when that starts, it brings in the 30 seconds prior to that activation point.
So you had some type of trigger later on, and then it jumped back and started recording you to the point that you were turning around there.
Correct.
And does it activate your dash cam and your body cam?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do next after you turned around?
Well, I wanted to initiate a traffic stop on the vehicle. So as I turned around, the vehicle turns right onto Griggs from Newark. And that's essentially, and then we see me starting to head this direction as well. And as I'm making this turn, the Nissan is making another right-hand turn onto Nelson.
Where did the Nissan start out up on Orville?
Somewhere in this area.
And it turned off Kalamazoo where?
Well, it turned off Kalamazoo in this area onto Orville, I believe. And that's where I lost sight of it and continued south after running the license plate.
Okay. So at this point, the Altima turned on to Orville, traveling down Newark, took a right on Griggs, is that right?
Yes.
And then took a right on Nelson?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So essentially, the vehicle was somewhat starting to drive in a circle?
Yes.
Right? Anything about when you turn around on a vehicle immediately after passing it, start turning around and then it starts driving, making a couple of right turns, anything about that is noticeable to police?
Just seems evasive. A lot of times people will change their direction just based on the sight of our fully marked cruisers.
So what did you do next year, Chris?
Well, I had gotten on the radio and notified dispatch that I was making a traffic stop.
Why were you making a traffic stop?
Why? Because the license plate didn't match the vehicle.
And that's a lawful justification to stop a vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I think we've seen it on video, but you get on the radio and call out a traffic stop.
Yes.
What's the normal routine or expectation or common practice when a GRPD officer calls out a traffic stop? Just calling it out.
Essentially, I'm calling out the traffic stop to let my teammates know that I'm where I'm at and to head my direction.
Okay.
So that the expectation is someone should be heading that direction.
Or did you request anyone to head
I
in that
didn't actually say those words, but just calling out the traffic stop itself, that it provides that expectation.
Is that the normal routine that other cars may come over and, I'm not sure the terminology, but rolled past or something along those lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what happens after you call out the traffic stop?
I started calling it out, and then I activated my overhead lights, which is when the cameras actually activate, and that's where we hear the sound. And then I proceed to finish calling out the traffic stop as I'm coming to a stop. At that point, the driver of the vehicle is exiting as I'm finishing my transmission.
Okay. Is the driver getting out of the vehicle when you're pulling them over, is that normal?
It's definitely, it happens quite a bit. It's just wouldn't say it's the norm, I guess, but it does. Sometimes we do have people exit and start arguing and that type of thing.
What does that do for the police officer compared to a normal traffic stop?
It definitely raises their stress level.
Now, what are you trained to do in that situation when the driver gets out of the vehicle?
Just take control of the situation, usually just by giving authoritative, concise commands.
Now, what is the importance of trying to take command in a situation like that?
Just to keep myself and others safe.
Are there unknowns when you pull a vehicle over in a traffic stop?
Yes.
Now, when you tell the driver to get back in the car, does he follow your directions?
No.
And you talk about this take command. How are you trained to take command as far as just your voice and the directions?
It's just an authoritative voice with just simple commands of what you want someone to do.
And is right in your policies, is that what you're trained to do as far as authoritative, concise commands?
Correct.
Because on a normal traffic stop, driver not getting out of the vehicle, what's your normal approach on a traffic stop?
Just walk up and say, hey, I'm Officer Schurr with Grand Rapids Police Department. I stopped you for whatever the reason may be. And at that point, I'll request their driver's license, proof of insurance, registration.
Because in this non-take command, usually you have a much different tone. Is that right on a traffic stop?
Significantly different.
But here you're trained, you need to talk authoritatively and concisely. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, in this take command situation, does that do anything to your stress level as the officer?
Yeah, it definitely raises my stress.
Why?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Now, at this point, do you know who the driver is?
No.
Do you have any idea why he's getting out of the car?
I don't.
Now you gave how many commands approximately did you give the driver to get back in the vehicle?
4 or 5.
Did he follow any of those?
No.
Now, failure to follow police officers' commands, can that in and of itself be a law violation?
Yes.
And could you technically have the authority just to place the individual under arrest right there?
Yes.
And did you do that?
No.
Why?
I just wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. So what did you do next as you're commanding the driver to get back in the vehicle?
I approached him and kind of had some back and forth in regards to, I believe he questioned me on the reason for why I stopped him, what the issue was. I had to repeat to him why I stopped him. At some point, he said something that I didn't quite understand, between just not understanding him and obviously he hadn't listened to any of my commands. I asked him if he spoke English.
And what was his response?
He quickly responded, yes.
Is it important that you understand each other?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that?
Yes.
So what did you do next?
I asked him for a driver's license.
Is that normal in a traffic stop to ask for a driver's license?
It is.
Are drivers required to have a valid driver's license on them?
They are.
And if a driver does not have a valid driver's license, is that a basis to place them under arrest?
Yes.
So you asked the driver for their driver's license, and what was his response?
He patted one of his pockets, I believe, initially when I asked for it, and then wanted to say that he said it was in the car, and I told him to get it.
Okay. Now, what did you do during this? What did you do at this point?
Well, I told him to get the license,
Mhm.
at which point he asked the front seat passenger for the license, and I just kind of take a step back and observe that the front seat passenger appears as though he opens the glove box and shuts it without providing any type of license to the driver.
Based on your 7 years of police experience, what are you sensing at this point?
At that point, I'm sensing he doesn't have a license.
Okay. So what happens next?
The driver shuts the door and begins to walk away from me.
And when can a driver just walk away from a police officer in this situation?
No.
Based on your experience and the circumstances that had transpired thus far, what are you feeling at this point?
Well, your stress level definitely goes up. You're going to end up going hands-on with the person. So it's a pretty stressful situation. It starts to raise your heart rate a little bit, if you will.
So what do you do next?
I grab onto him, tell him to put his hands on his head.
Why?
I just wanted to place him under arrest.
Okay. Had he committed violations that were arrestable offenses?
Yes.
What happens when you place hands on him?
He spins towards me and shoves me away.
Now, in your experience, when you go to place individuals under arrest, do they always want to be arrested?
I would say typically people don't want to be arrested.
But is one of your essential job functions, going all the way back to the MCOLES Academy, that you may need to effectuate arrest by using some level of force?
Yes.
Is that what you were attempting to do here?
Yes.
I believe you mentioned that the driver pushed you. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there anything else during this initial skirmish that you took as any types of aggression?
His fists were clenched.
And what does that mean if someone's fists are balled up to you?
Could lead to a physical assault on me.
So at this point, did this turn into somewhat of a tussle already initially?
It did, yes.
Under Michigan law, is it a violation, a felony violation to assault and resist a police officer?
It is.
So now what happens?
He proceeds to run away from me.
Does he get very far from you?
No, not really.
So what do you initially do?
Initially, I got on the radio just to let dispatch know that I had someone running to elicit emergency response.
What does emergency response mean?
Essentially, people will start driving with lights and sirens activated and exceeding the speed limit, in hopes to get people there quickly.
In your, maybe it was 5 years or so working in that area, when you send out a message for an emergency response, what is your normal expectation of having other officers show up on scene?
Well, I think one of the big things is that area is pretty well confined, and it's not like we're working in the city, so we have officers in a small area, if you will. Typically, when you say that over the air, you can hear the sirens just saying something like that on the radio, and I don't recall hearing them at that time. But also, I mean, cars typically get there within a minute or two.
Okay. Now, was the driver, as he started trotting away, was he moving very fast?
No.
On April 4, were you in overall good physical condition?
Yes.
And going back all the way to the MCOLES Academy, are you trained that you may need to get into foot chases?
Yes.
And are you trained that you need to often run into very volatile and unknown situations?
Yes.
Based on your experience working in the service area of Grand Rapids, why do individuals often run from police?
My experience has been that when people run, it's typically for some type of felony offense associated with what they're doing.
So does any foot chase then, is there always some type of risk or perhaps danger to an officer in a foot chase?
Yes.
Is there a policy advising officers that they cannot foot chase?
No.
And in fact, had you and fellow officers on your team been in other foot chases in the past?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
With other teammates and that kind of thing, I've probably been involved in 100 or so, I would say.
So is it a normal expectation to pursue on foot when you're working with GRPD?
Yes.
How many solo foot chases do you think you were in?
Probably 30 or 40.
And is that a topic that the department had recognized you for in the past, as far as?
Objection. This is like the second time they've tried to introduce stuff that's already been excluded by the court.
Your Honor?
Because you have already had that discussion.
Can I just build a record briefly, Your Honor? The prosecution's experts.
Oh, the prosecution did not like that. Oh yeah, he is just like just chirping us like, I don't like this. I think so far he's doing a pretty good job. I'm not gonna lie. He's remaining calm, stating the facts, exactly what we saw on the body camera. Is not going like giving too much information. Do not even start on the judge. Sorry here, but I think so far, yeah, I think he's doing really well. Pickles, by the way, just before we carry on, I'm so glad to see you, my friend. So glad to see you back, and I hope you can carry on improving. But he's like just stating, oh, someone is laughing in the gallery. Oh, and this in the front as well. Yeah. So wow, this is a packed courtroom. They're happy. Why they're laughing? And why is everyone laughing? On them. So I think he's holding his own. This cameraman needs to be fired, man. He was doing such such a good job. So he's stating the facts. He's not giving too much information. He's not going into unnecessary details that are not there and they have not been shown. It's not relevant. I think he's just talking exactly what happened, and that is how we can probably determine in terms for his innocence. What? Who? Lori Vallo, where? Huh? We love you too, Maria. We love you, every single one of you. Every single one of you. It's great and a part of this community, and I appreciate you so much. But talking about Lori Vallo, that girl hasn't stopped. She's running the camera. No, not Lori Vallo running the camera. No, she needs to go back to her camera. Yes, we missed you too. Oh, they're back.
Chris, had you gotten in similar foot chases to the foot chase here in the past?
Yes.
And did your department ever punish you for that?
No.
In those foot chases, do you draw up a detailed police report?
Yes.
Do you have a body cam?
Yes.
Where do those detailed police reports explain what you did? Where do those go?
To the police department.
And then where?
Kent County Prosecutor's Office.
Was there ever any concern in the past with your similar foot chases in the past?
No.
Your efforts in other foot chases, did you catch people that were wanted on other criminal matters?
Yes.
Were you successful in getting a lot of unlawful contraband off the streets?
Yes.
During your tenure at GRPD, had there been episodes where subjects flee from police and then unlawfully enter the property of others?
Yes.
This area here, is that a rather densely populated area?
Yes.
And are there a lot of families living in those neighborhoods?
Yes.
Now, going back to the pursuit here, where did the driver initially start trotting towards?
Towards my patrol vehicle.
Can you mention what do you initially do when he starts to run?
I got on the radio.
So what do you do next?
I continued to chase him, and he turned in between his car and mine, and I waited till we got to a grassy area to initiate a tackle.
As you started to pursue him, were you confident in your abilities to catch up to him?
Yes.
Was he that far ahead of you?
No.
And he had just assaulted you, is that right?
Yes.
After you tackle him, what was your intention?
My intention is just to arrest him.
In that situation there that we see, did you want the driver to get up off the ground?
No, it's definitely advantageous for us to arrest somebody on the ground at that point with just their stomach on the ground.
Were you giving any verbal commands to the driver?
Yes.
What were you saying, if you recall?
And I know I told him stop resisting, get his hands behind his back.
Did he comply with any of the commands?
No.
As the driver's on the ground, what is he doing?
His muscles are tense. I'm trying to grab his arms. I'm not able to get control of them.
Were you able to keep the driver on the ground during this initial skirmish?
No.
Was he able to get up off the ground then?
He was.
How many times?
Well, he gets up off the ground a few times during the entire incident.
Now, are you trained on, and I think we've already talked about this with the training unit, but are you trained on some different maneuvers to try and apprehend a suspect in a situation like that, to try to apprehend them and get them in cuffs?
Yes.
Did you try some of those?
Yeah, I tried to initiate, well, I did knee strikes on the driver.
What is the main goal of the knee strike?
Essentially, I was using my right knee to strike, I believe, his right thigh against what's known as the common peroneal, which is just a nerve. And essentially it does provide some pain to them, but it is more or less a distraction, an attempt to gain control of them.
Were you trying to injure him?
No.
Is that a maneuver that tends to cause injury?
No.
Were you mad or upset at this driver?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to arrest him.
Were the knee strikes effective?
No.
Now, in your training, how are you trained to approach the initial encounter like this, as far as how much energy or how hard you're supposed to go at the initial outset?
Well, you definitely want to go pretty much as hard as you can and attempt to gain control as quick as you can.
And do they train you as far as whether you should try to give as many knee strikes as possible right off the bat?
I would say within reason. Whatever is reasonable at the time, and attempt to gain control. I wouldn't say just keep going and giving them knee strikes like a bunch, but it needs to be proportional.
All right, I understand. Mr. McFarland, could you please go to the body camera video? I believe that's the people's exhibit. People's exhibit 2.
It is 3.
Sorry, exhibit 3. And Mr. McFarland, could you go to 1 minute and 45 seconds? And I'm going to ask you if you could please play that to 2 minutes and 38. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Could you please dim the lights?
Who no, stop, put your hands down. Stop. 1950, stop running. Stop. Okay. Stop! Stop! Get your hands behind your back, okay? Hands behind your back, okay? Put your hands on your back. 1950, something to work hard. Okay.
Start me more cars. What does that mean?
I want an emergency response. I know I already asked for one, but my intent at that point is to let people know that I'm really struggling right now. And if you weren't driving fast, you better be driving a heck of a lot faster now.
Because from the moment where you first put your hand on him at approximately 1:45 until start me more cars, are we getting close to about a minute or so there?
Yes.
45 to 38? Which direction was the driver running towards?
In northeasterly direction.
And was he on the sidewalk or did he run over onto the grass in a different direction?
He ran over on the grass.
Is it, based on your experience, is it normal that individuals start to run in towards houses?
Typically, people start to run onto others' property. That is kind of, typically people don't just run down the sidewalk. It does happen, but I think people know that it's harder for us to chase them when they're jumping over fences and that type of thing.
Okay. One of your roles to protect all of these neighborhoods?
Yes.
Now, at this point, can you start to hear anything as you watch that as far as your breathing goes?
Yeah, I'm definitely pretty exhausted at this point.
We're about a minute in. What were you wearing? We've heard some testimony about this, but what were you wearing that morning equipment-wise?
Just standard equipment. I had bulletproof vest with a plate, gun belt that had my firearm, taser, baton, flashlight, radio, pepper spray, 2 sets of handcuffs.
Approximately how much weight does that add up to, if you know?
20 or 25 pounds.
The knee strikes, do those, we watched it some in the training montage as well, as far as you practicing those knee strikes, do those take energy to use a knee strike?
They do, yes.
And the driver, I know he's saying, okay, but is there anything about his body actions that's different?
Nothing about his body actions are suggesting that he's trying to comply.
What's he doing?
He's continuing to resist me.
Okay. Now, up to this point, actually just backing up, we can't see it as well in that video, but you had testified that the driver had been able to get up off the ground at least maybe 2-3 times during this initial struggle.
Well, I was saying just an entire incident,
Okay.
2-3 times, but yeah, I tackle him and he's able to get up again pretty quick.
And were you putting your weight on top of him as he got up?
Yes.
During this situation in these training materials, does it indicate that you should stay engaged with the individual?
Yes.
Perhaps move on to some other training to try to apprehend the individual?
Yes.
Because at this point, had you attempted several verbal commands?
Yes.
And did he comply with any of them?
No.
And had you now used several different lower levels of physical force upon the driver?
Yes.
And did those appear to have any effect on him?
No.
At this point, do you know who the driver was?
No.
Do you know why he's fighting so hard to avoid arrest?
I don't.
Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, I'm wondering why he's fighting so hard. Yes.
Because what's your normal experience having a struggle like this, where you chase and tackle and deliver some strikes?
My experience with foot pursuits has been typically people run, and if you start to catch up to them, sometimes they might just give up, or you tackle them, then give up. Sometimes, yeah, you do have to do a couple knee strikes, and then they give up, but not this kind of drawn out altercation, if you will.
So what are you thinking at this point?
I really don't know what I feel like there's something more going on. That's what I'm thinking.
Now, at this point, are you getting any type of response from other officers as far as sirens?
No.
Are other individuals around you now at this point?
Yes.
Do you know any of those people?
I do not.
I believe we've seen it already, and we'll watch it again in a moment here, but I just want to ask you first, at some point, do you and the driver move across the lawn?
We do.
What direction do you move towards?
I guess we head back south.
And was that your choice to move south?
No.
What did you attempt to do?
Well, I mean, ideally it would have been, I would get his hands behind the back of us on the ground, but he's able to get up. I'm just holding onto his arms as he's walking us across the yard, if you will.
Did you try any additional maneuvers as you get across the yard?
As we go across the yard, I tried to do another knee strike, but I felt like I couldn't even hardly pick up my legs.
Why is that?
I'm just exhausted.
Mr. McFarland, could you please play from 238 to 303 on People's Exhibit 3?
Stop! Okay. Come against it!
Chris, were you able to hear your breathing there towards the end?
Yeah.
And what do you hear?
It just sounds like I'm wheezing.
Okay. And what's a wheeze?
I would say constricted exhale, if you will.
Was it cold outside that morning?
It was.
And do you recall what you were feeling physically at this point?
I'm completely exhausted at this point.
Had your attempts thus far had any effect on the driver?
No.
And under policies in this situation, would you be justified to move up to some other level of force based on the driver's resistance and aggression that he's presented thus far?
Yes.
At this point, what do you train would be the next appropriate level of force to move up to?
Well, in my mind, I've tried knee strikes and they were completely ineffective. I didn't feel as though they were, having any type of effect, or even it didn't seem as though he was acknowledging the fact that I was striking him. So to me, what made the most sense with my level of exhaustion and just the lack of effect with those strikes, I felt as though I needed to move to a taser just to actually interrupt the muscle function.
And were you in proximity to the driver when you initially went to draw your, where were you in proximity to the driver when you initially went to draw your taser?
I believe I'm going for my taser right now, so I'm just right behind him.
And can you see anything blue? Where is your taser located on your body?
It would be on my support side, which is my left hip. So I'd have to reach across and grab for it.
Okay. And then you talked about the holster mechanism.
Correct.
To get the taser out of the holster. This proximity to the driver there, is that similar to the prior occasion where you used your taser on the job, as far as the proximity?
Yes.
And in that situation, was the individual also struggling?
Yes.
Now, what were your intentions at this point as far as where to deploy the taser?
My intention is to deploy it on the subject's back, just because it's more of a stress-free deployment for us in the sense that I don't have to worry about injuring him.
What happens next?
It takes me a little bit to get the taser out of the holster, and with me only having one hand on him, it affords him the opportunity to turn towards me.
Okay. And what happens as the driver turns towards you? If you can explain.
Well, when he turns towards me, I am actually able to finally get the taser out of the holster. And I recognize that he's facing me and I need to adjust or pay more attention to where the probes are actually going to be deployed.
This situation where the driver turns towards you, how much time does it take for this to quickly evolve?
Split second.
And I'm sorry, I may have missed this, but as the driver turned towards you, was there a taser attempt? Was there a deployment attempt there?
Once I realized that the top probe was going to be below his diaphragm, I deployed the taser. Yes.
And what happened as you deployed the taser?
When I deploy it, the driver grabs on to the taser itself.
Now, after the driver grabs your taser, did he ever let it go?
No.
Did you tell him to let it go?
Yes.
Had anyone ever tried to take a weapon from you before on the job?
No.
And going back to your academy, to your training, is disarming a police officer, would that be a pretty serious scenario?
Yes.
And what had you been trained to presume if a subject fought for a weapon from you?
That they would use it on us.
So how are you feeling about this situation now?
Extremely stressed.
And had you ever had that feeling before on the job?
No, at this point, I'm afraid that he's going to get the taser from me and use it on me.
Now, this wheezing, the struggling for air that we heard, that was prior to the taser even coming out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had you ever been in a physical combat situation this long on the job?
No.
Throughout the course of everything up thus far, did the driver ever really stop resisting or fighting over the course of the whole struggle?
No.
Had you ever had a situation where you had to fight for a live weapon from someone?
No.
Mr. McFarland, could you just please play Exhibit 3 to the end? Lights, please.
How did you do it? Let go of the table. Let go of the table.
Please turn the light back on. Does it sound pretty chaotic right there?
Yeah.
And can you hear your breathing?
Yes.
Has it improved at all?
No.
And we've heard this talk in this time frame about a second cartridge. At some point in the struggle, did you ever notice that the taser deployed a second time?
No.
Does it sound like you're panting for air in that moment?
Yes.
And as you watch the videos now, or the cell cam video now, are there other things going around you as well that you don't remember?
Yes.
And do you remember what people were saying around you at this moment?
No.
But after the fact now, you've seen this video many times, correct?
That's correct.
And have you heard this assertion that the taser was deployed a second time?
Yes.
But Chris, as you watch this video, okay, the cell cam video of the passenger, from the moment that we can now see the taser was deployed, do you fight after that? Do you fight any less effort into trying to get the taser back after that?
No.
Why is that?
I'm afraid he's going to use it on me.
What was your focus at this point?
I just want to get the taser from him.
So what do you remember? Your body camera's off now. We
Yeah.
heard the explanation from the expert as far as the presses that were going on.
Yeah.
Is that fairly common in physical struggles?
Yeah, it happens.
Now, what do you remember happening next?
Somehow I ended up behind the driver. I don't know how I ended up behind him. I saw that he had full control of the taser, meaning that he was holding it like a firearm with his thumb in a position that was blocking the safety switch, the on-off switch. And I was reaching over top of him in an attempt to shut it off in hopes that he wouldn't be able to use it on me.
Okay. And what happens next during this effort?
At some point, I start to feel him turning towards me, and I feared that he was going to use it on me.
Now, based on your training and experience, was the driver close enough to deploy probes on you?
Yes.
Was he close enough to press a drive stun on you?
Yes.
Were you basically within arm's length of each other?
Yes.
And had you experienced that taser capabilities?
Yes.
What were you thinking he was going to do with it?
I believed he was going to use it on me.
And you have firsthand knowledge of the incapacitation?
Yes.
How long does the ride last?
5 seconds in an ideal environment.
How long does it take for someone to get your pistol off and use it on you?
Second.
Did you, throughout your training, throughout your career, were you trained that the taser can cause death or serious injury?
Yes.
In several different ways.
Yes.
And was the driver in proximity to do that as he's turning towards you?
Yes.
During the course of this struggle, had the driver been able to get up on prior occasions in the past successfully?
Yes.
And what was your abilities at this point as far as breathing? Was it getting any better?
No, one of the main reasons why I brought the taser into it is because I had no energy left to begin with. And we then get into a struggle over it for I don't know how long. And I'm running on fumes.
What have you been trained going all the way back to the MCOLES Academy as far as action versus reaction? What have you been trained?
That action beats reaction.
And what does that mean here in that scenario for you?
If I had waited for him to point it at me, it would have been too late.
And what were you fearful of?
That he was going to use it on me and I was going to die.
Now, and you were in a proximity to each other that he could do that to you?
Yes.
With how you've been trained about that device?
Yes.
Under your training, Chris, are you required to wait to be seriously injured or killed before you can resort to deadly force?
No.
So what did you do next?
I shot him.
Why?
I believe that if I hadn't done it at that time, I wasn't going to go home.
And Chris, we've been watching this video, analyzing this video and screenshots throughout this week. But in reality, is it fair the way that we're watching this in screenshots throughout this past week?
I'd argue it's not. No.
Because in reality, how much time did you have to make these decisions?
Split seconds.
After the shot, what was your energy level?
I really don't know how to describe my energy level. My energy was depleted that when I got the taser out initially. I don't know how I made it through that struggle.
The video speaks for itself, but could you even really stand up after you fired the shot?
No.
Could you breathe very well?
No.
Mr. McFarland, could you please just play the dispatch, just one short segment of the dispatch?
So exhibit number or letter H. Thank you.
Just the portion. One portion.
It is.
1915 August, involved a shooting. Melody Grant.
Roger.
Chris, was that your first call out after this shot?
Yeah.
How many breaths did it take to even get out less than 10 words?
I don't know.
Does that pretty much sum up your condition at this time?
Yeah.
How do you sound?
I've never been that exhausted.
Chris, were you out? Did you want to shoot Patrick Lyoya?
No.
When you took on this traffic stop?
No.
Did you have any prior bad blood with Patrick Lyoya?
No.
Were you mad at Patrick Lyoya?
No.
Did you plead with Mr. Lyoya to drop your weapon?
I did.
To the best of your abilities, did you fight to attempt to get your weapon back after he disarmed you of it?
I did.
And Chris, just as far as police work goes, okay, your career, did you enjoy police work?
I enjoyed it, yeah.
And why?
We were afforded a unique opportunity to help people in a unique way that most people are not able to.
Did you take on this job way back in 2015? Did you take on this job to help people or hurt people?
I guess I'm going to have to object. We've gone over this, I think, with relevance.
I think that was really asked and answered as well. I'll sustain that objection.
As a police officer, were you trained that you have the right to go home at the end of your shift?
Yes.
And are you trained that you need to be seriously injured or killed before you can use deadly force?
No.
Chris, as far as gun draws, okay? On prior occasions, did you have to pull out your pistol while on the job as a police officer?
Yeah.
Roughly how many times had you drawn your gun, not at the range, but just out in the field?
A few hundred times.
And was it drawn within training and departmental policies on those prior occasions?
Yeah.
On some of those prior occasions, did you have some type of fear or some type of potential threat around you?
Yes.
But on those hundreds of other occasions, did you ever fire your weapon once?
No.
And what was different here, Chris?
I believe if I didn't do what I did when I did it, I wouldn't be here today.
Now, backup ultimately arrived, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you even recall how long it took, or would you just be going off the videos?
Just be going off video.
And do you ultimately leave the scene?
I do.
Your Honor, I would move to play defendant's proposed exhibit that we discussed. I would move for admission. I believe the court's already had the opportunity to look at that. So it would be defense proposed exhibit GG.
No objection, Your Honor.
and Chuchi is admitted in Virginia plan.
You alright? Don't say anything, just checking on you, alright? You good? Alright, I'm gonna get somebody to be with you in a second. I got an ambulance coming, we'll get you checked out. And I'll get a statement from you in just a second.
Is that you in that video, Chris?
It is.
Yeah. Just approximate, but would that be maybe 4 or 5 minutes after the shooting?
I believe so.
Just play it again, please.
You alright? Don't say anything, just checking on you, alright? You good? Alright, I'm gonna get somebody to be with you in a second. I got an ambulance coming, we'll get you checked out. And I'll get a statement from you in just a second.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So Mr. Becker, I'm gonna allow you to cross-examine, but because of the time, what we'll do first is take a break. Before you do that, for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 10:35. So me and Laura, we're going to leave your notes upside down in your chairs and not discuss the case with anyone else. And remember the restrictions against watching any or accessing any news reports in the media or on social media. And we'll be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. You may be seated. And we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear
Hello?
me? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but I was muted.
Oh no, I am
That was
never muted. I'm like,
no,
I'm not gonna push any buttons, and I'm just gonna wait to see how this hashes out.
yes, do not push any buttons. Definitely, I
Never.
am gonna try not to push any buttons either.
Okay.
But just before you say, like, Maria, you are more than welcome to express your opinion. I know it is hard to blame someone at some point. Everyone in that played a part in this has a blame. He has a blame as well. We're not saying that Christopher is a fully innocent part. He did unalive someone, but it's just that if he was a probable cause or not to do so, because like you said many times, and we've said this many times, is if he didn't do it, Patrick probably wouldn't have done it, and we would be here for Patrick's trial and not Christopher. It's
No, but
just
I
like
agree
it.
with Maria. I agree with Maria
Mm,
because there are very strong opinions in this one, and obviously that whole
oh
town
yeah,
has been shaken. But what bothers me is what Zio said about, not what Zio said, but the fact that these activists are paid by big political organizations. These
oh yes,
activists, they make millions of dollars beating the drum of of inequality on both sides, guys, on both sides. I'm not one way or another. I don't want you to think I'm this way or that way, but I understand where Maria's at. It just gets
oh
so fatiguing to
Oh
to
yeah,
just even leave an
I agree.
opinion anymore. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I agree with you. But like here, it's a safe place. If you feel like you want to, you can
sure,
talk. You know.
absolutely.
But I completely understand. It's just sadly a too regular of a case or of a situation, and yeah, I completely agree. I mean, not saying anything, but in Tennessee there's yet another trial going on for almost exactly the same thing, so it's just
Oh,
yeah,
oh, that one. Holy cow. That one.
yeah,
Those guys
that
need to
one
be
is a
strung up from the rafters. Those guys, the chief of
yeah,
police for Memphis, and I lived in Memphis for 20 years, but it's the chief of police in Memphis was fired. She
yeah,
was let go.
that
This whole
that
thing, that's
yeah,
terrible.
that case is absolutely horrible and gut
Oh,
wrenching. And I hope those guys, I'm sorry, I never say this, but I hope someone deals with them in prison. That's all I'm gonna say, because they were absolutely, uh, yeah. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. It's different situations. Is completely, this case from the other case is completely different. You can't just judge the book by its cover. And not to get political or anything, but I agree with what Zizi says. Sometimes those organizations get a lot political, and for one, everyone pays. But never mind. Um, what
so I
is the
have
news?
Sarah Boone news,
Yes,
right?
that
So
was I
we
gonna say
remember
what
Sarah
Looney
Boone.
Booney has been doing.
Right. She was the one that was pro se and fired eight um
Attorneys.
attorneys.
Uh
She
huh.
fired eight of her defense attorneys, and finally she was going to just go pro se, and then and she put out this want ad for this, for please help me, and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. And so she found some guy in the panhandle of Florida that was going to do it, and by all accounts this guy is very well respected, and they really thought she had the best chance with this guy, so it worked out, right? So
And she
so
got the
she
best chance with this
she
guy.
he I think he did a great job. I mean, what are you gonna
Right.
do?
Yeah.
But so anyway, she was sentenced to life in prison without parole for putting her poor boyfriend, tricking
I
him
know.
like the what is it, the road runner and the coyote. She tricked him, put him
Yeah.
in the suitcase, and he died in there because she went to bed. Anyway, she this whole time that her husband has had full custody, her
Yeah.
husband's name is Brian. The son's name is Owen. This whole time, Brian has been paying her alimony and what's the other one? What's the
Um,
one you call for child support? Alimony and child support. Alimony. So he is paying her a sum of money, and she doesn't work, right? She keeps getting drunk on the job and getting fired, and but
well,
he
she's in prison right now, so
right, right,
she
right,
can't.
right. But before that, right? So even now, she has been in prison since that day in July. Like, was it 2 or 3
Yeah.
years ago, right? He is still paying child support and alimony.
For what? She doesn't even
Right?
have the
Isn't
kid.
that that's why I'm like, oh, this is whack. This is entirely no,
That's batshit
no.
crazy. I'm sorry,
That
but
is
what?
That's just an example of the family court system gone off the rails, to use your term.
So I'm sorry. So you have the mother of the kid that is in prison for the rest of her life. She can't get out for no reason apart from being no longer here in this mortal coil, like Kathy would say. Um,
Yes.
and this guy is still paying her child support and alimony that she
Yes.
can't even have the kid with her,
Yes.
and she what? That
And
doesn't
not
even
only
make any
that,
sense.
right. But not only that, he had full custody even when she was out of prison, even when she was out of jail. Before this whole thing, he was paying her to supplement her lifestyle, court ordered, and child support when he worked and got the insurance. He
What?
paid for all the clothes. You saw the money they had. She spent it on wine and crayons.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
So
what
he
is
now is
absolute?
filing motions to this poor guy. So she was sentenced in October, right? October she
Yeah.
was sentenced. He's still paying monthly. And so he's filed a motion in family court, a petition to, get this knocked off, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, and this is what I learned, right? Because all of these filings and petitions and all these communications are public record. And
Yeah.
she keeps mentioning, I may be late for my next hearing, and they're done over Zoom because I think she's in North Dakota now or something. She was transferred out of Florida, but
Oh,
she
what? She's
keeps,
in North Dakota. Wow.
yeah, she keeps referring to cancer because I have cancer, because I have cancer.
Oh my,
Now,
not that again, because she tried that. She already
well,
tried.
yeah, they think because HIPAA laws, they don't put,
Yeah,
her whatever,
yeah.
but they think she had a sunspot removed, and she's calling it a near-death experience. She wanted the prison system to fly her son in for that day to be a support system for her, and she still is. The husband, ex-husband, sorry, Brian, is court mandated to um, to have him, Owen, who doesn't want to talk to her, does not want to Zoom with her, they have to sit in front of Zoom for like 7 minutes a week.
Oh, that is absolutely
It
horrendous.
blew me away when I read this.
So you're being forced, right, of talking to your mom that he can make a decision. This kid can make a decision for himself because now he's what, 16?
Yes.
He can make a decision. So he's forced to look at his unaliving mother, talking to her for
Yes.
7 minutes every week, and when she's still trying to use him
Right.
for
She uses
emotional
him in every petition, because her all these motions by her are, now they're written on a computer, but they used to be handwritten.
Yes, yeah.
So
Well, I know she has a very. The one good thing about Sarah Byrne is she has a very good penmanship,
well,
or
she's got
whatever
all the
you
time in
say.
the world to practice.
Well, true.
So,
That is
but
true. Very, yeah.
but even during the trial and all the crap leading up to it, she would say, I am excellent at everything I do. I am excellent. I overachieve in everything I do, especially being a mother. And I can't wait for that kid to write a book.
I can't wait for in 2 years, or probably less than 2 years, because that kid probably 17 this year. I don't know when he was born, but I know that for sure that when that kid turns 18, they are gonna freaking celebrate it. Because
Oh,
I think it's
well,
from 18, he doesn't need to pay any more child support or alimony, because now gonna wait on the court system to be quicker than the birthday.
well, so all of that is really zinger, right? But here is the worst part. In 2022, Brian lost his job and he is still unemployed.
Oh wow.
So I don't know how, first of all, I don't know how, I don't know their finances or any of that, but how is he paying her?
Yeah.
And he's raising this son and he's unemployed. I don't understand that. Now he was working remotely. He's
Yeah.
a computer guy and he was working remotely. And it just, all of this is just so crazy. So he keeps filing for, to quit paying her because she's in prison. She's never
I'm
been.
sorry, that should be an automatic thing. Your
I
mother
don't understand it.
goes to prison. She doesn't have any more rights for the kid. What she's gonna do from prison? How can she raise a kid from prison?
But here's the thing with me too is, in every time she got into a fight with Juan, what was his name? Torres, Mr. Torres. I'm going to call him Senor Torres.
George. Yeah.
Every time she got into a fight with him, she'd call Brian, and Brian would come over and bring her to his. This woman is that man is either a saint or out of his mind.
Oh, he was in the strengths of Sarah Byrne, because Sarah would cry wolf, and because he was scared, because sometimes I'm not saying all police officers and everything. They are saying that, oh, my husband hit him. Will arrest the guy straight away with no proofs, no nothing, but not the other way around. With clearly Sarah was the aggressor and not George O'Brien. You know what I mean?
Right, right. I mean, it's got,
So
anyway, I think the whole thing is a
mm,
mess. And I just thought, oh, this would be interesting
because
to say.
because if you remember during the trial, she tried to pass the victim card of domestic violence card and the
Right.
CAS card
Oh, she
and
was so
the
afraid. Remember, she was so afraid
yeah.
of him.
She was
She had to
terrified.
outweigh him. I mean, that man was so
She would.
thin.
She would.
I-
She would blow, and George, I'm sorry, would fly away. I'm sorry, but
And every video you saw, she was terrorizing him, whether it
Mhm.
was physical or, just verbally. She would, oh man, it just bothered me. There was just no way to like her by the end of that.
Oh no,
It's,
it's that was the circus, and I mean, I think a lot of people were really hoping that she would represent herself to be like a Lori Vallow situation, but she would have been a way worse than Lori Vallow. But yeah,
No, I think it worked out great for her. It worked out way better than she deserves. And she's
oh yeah,
still writing that judge and telling him
oh,
that she
I
forgives him, that he committed egregious errors in the justice, and she didn't get a fair trial, and
I
and
feel
she
bad for
didn't.
that judge. I'm not gonna
Oh
lie, he's gonna be
man,
forever until he retires. He's gonna get letters from her, and I think even after retires, she will find his address and send him letters.
and that was a good looking guy.
It was not
Yeah,
too bad, but to
I
be
thought
fair,
it
I
was
think
good.
I prefer Laurie Fallow's judge. But
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Well, I don't know where court's at. I don't want to keep you if you have to go.
no, it's still not back, so I'm still monitoring that it's there,
Okay.
but no, it's
Well, I
still not
have
back.
Stephen Stearns news too. Do
Ooh,
you know Stephen Stearns does not shower in prison?
ew, oh,
Yes. He has showered once
mm,
whole time. This whole time since February last year, he has showered once, and it was right before his hearing, his 3 hour
oh,
hearing on TV.
I can't. Oh,
So they keep offering him change of clothes because, um, the word is he's just rank. He is absolutely rank.
of
But
course he were. He's
also
been there. Oh,
remember in the phone call that, how he was so proud to share his conversations with the poor girl, baby. Madeline. He
yeah.
shared his conversations, and Maddie called him smelly. So he's a
Well,
lazy.
oh,
He's so
that makes me
stinky.
sick.
Oh,
Well,
not only that, now he's getting
have a
packages.
great day, Maria.
Oh,
Sorry, Court is
yes,
back as
Maria,
well.
have a great day. We'll miss you. He's been getting packages from we better go. Okay, bye.
Yeah, Court is back. I'll see you soon.
Okay, bye.
Have your rise for the jury.
Welcome back. You may be seated. You may proceed with the cross-examination.
Exhibit Q, the math, or you want to start with that? That's Q. That's there, it should be queued up. Their exhibit. Wrong computer.
There you go.
Okay, I kind of want to start out where this incident started. Your testimony was that you were traveling down, I believe this is Kalamazoo Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you saw Patrick's vehicle traveling too slowly.
It was traveling slowly. I
It was
wouldn't
traveling
say-
slowly.
Yep.
Nothing crazy about that, just traveling slower. What's the posted speed limit here?
It's only 25.
So it's traveling slower than 25.
Yeah, I believe so.
So then it turned on Orville,
I believe
correct?
so.
And it wasn't concerning enough that you continued to follow it.
No.
Okay. But you were close enough. How close were you to the vehicle, Patrick's vehicle? Carly?
Probably.
I mean, you had to see it. I mean, it's.
Yeah. It was hard to see. So
you
I was pretty close in order to read the license plate.
Okay. So it turns right in Orville, and you continue on down Kalamazoo.
Correct.
And that's when you figure out it's a bad plate.
Correct.
So by the time you get all the way down here, do your own right turn and come back up, he's still up in this area. He wasn't even all the way down, right?
Correct.
So it's not like he accelerated, not like he was trying to take off from you. He was still driving pretty darn slow because that's a farther distance to travel, right?
Correct.
And you travel, turn, and come back up, and he still was kind of poking along.
Correct.
So it wasn't like he was evading you at that point in time.
I don't think so.
I mean, you've had cars, you've been doing this long enough, people turn and then they try and take off, right?
Yes.
So he does a number 2 right turns after that. So you're saying 2 right turns are suspicious?
I would say in that manner, we're not sure where he is going at that time. Yeah, it does seem suspicious.
That's suspicious, just 2 right turns. Not speeding.
Not necessarily. I mean, that's taken out of context, but
Contact.
2 right turns in and of itself. I mean, we're traveling south, then we're heading back north again upon seeing the side of my cruiser. And yeah,
Now, I think you can switch back over to mine, please. Now, I want to get into this. I want to make sure I'm using the same thing. You did a statement to Michigan State Police after this occurred, didn't you?
I did.
I want to make sure I'm referring to this. I'm going to show you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
You recognize that as your statement?
Yes.
And this is a type statement?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you sign that? This is your signature on it.
For, I think.
I had the same problem.
Yeah.
Your handwriting is as bad as mine.
Yeah.
So for what? For, I said 15?
That would be my guess.
So this is
22.
22? Okay,
Yes.
so this happened on April 4th.
Yep.
Did you type this statement?
Yes.
Okay, you typed it. And then you signed it on the day you got finished typing with it?
No.
When did you sign it then?
I don't recall the date of it being typed and it being signed and sent. I don't remember.
At least a few weeks after this happened.
Yes.
So you had time to think about what happened.
Yes.
You had time to go over what happened.
Yes.
Did you go over the videos, any of the videos before you wrote this statement?
I did. Yes.
So you reviewed the videos.
Yes.
So you present this, and you're going to be truthful, right? You want to be truthful because you're providing the Detective Tubergen and the Michigan State Police about your version of what happened, right?
Yes.
All right. So in that version, you said Patrick came out with a bladed stance.
Yeah.
Okay, a bladed stance we heard yesterday. It's like that's protecting a gun, protecting something like that. And that's what
it could. Yeah, it could mean that. Yes.
Or maybe trying to fight, right?
Yeah.
This is Exhibit 3, Your Honor. Where's the bladed stance?
When initially he opens the door, that's how I perceive that.
All right, and go back. Can you dim the lights, please? So at that point in time, that's a bladed stance, so you think he's going to fight or may have a gun?
I'm not saying that. It's just the way he was standing.
So right there, you think that's bladed, like he's maybe going to do something?
It's definitely a different perception than the perception I had.
That's a different perception than the perception you had?
Yeah, because it's a different angle.
This is Exhibit 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 2, I did switch off. Thank you. So there's a different angle, so now you're saying you perceive it as this bladed stance, like he may fight or have a gun.
He just took a bladed stance, and it looks significantly different when you're in my position to the left of that.
So that would be more your body cam.
Yeah.
Now we're on Exhibit 3.
Back in Exhibit 3, yeah. So you're saying there's two different views here.
To me, they appear different, yes.
Can you turn the lights again, please? So taking this bladed stance, you've heard about his door, that raises the level of suspicion, right?
It's something to be aware of, yes.
Because this in itself, I mean, how many traffic stops have you done for improper plates?
I'm not sure.
Hundreds.
Yeah, probably.
Tons of them. I mean, this is a common stop. So this is a common stop. And this is improper plate. So somebody getting out, and by your version saying bladed stance, you're anticipating something bad then.
Him getting out of the car, I'm anticipating some kind of level of resistance, whether it's just verbal or him actually taking off running.
So then when he gets out of the car, you approach him. We're not going to go through everything there. But at some point in time, you say he doesn't speak English. You can tell he doesn't speak English.
I didn't say.
Excuse me, you thought he may not, because there's maybe a communication gap?
I was worried in the sense that there may be a communication gap because he hadn't responded to my commands yet at that time. And my perception to what was said, I didn't quite understand what he said. So I wanted to clarify and make sure he spoke English.
Do you speak English? Is that something that helps people that don't speak English understand English?
I think so, yeah.
This does?
I think it's a way.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but for the record, the prosecutor is using a hand gesture, opening and closing his right hand. I just wanted to do that because you were like this, so I just want to make it clear for the record. Go ahead.
So then he answers he does speak English.
Yes.
Now, we want to go back, it's continuing on. Obviously, he doesn't have a driver's license, so having a driver's license, that's something that happens hundreds of times, correct?
Yes.
He doesn't have his driver's license, and then he shuts the door and begins to walk away from you. That's what you wrote here. He walks away from you.
Yes.
Now, in your testimony, you said that's when you went hands on, and you said he had both fists.
Yeah, he walked away, and when I went to put hands on, you can see that his fists.
You didn't put that in your written statement, though.
You're correct. Yeah, I don't think it's in there. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple weeks. You forgot about it then, but now you remember it now that he had both fists?
It seems as though when I see this video quite a few times, yeah, there's things that I notice more.
So things that you notice or that you perceive from the video that you now can add in terms of what happened.
Yeah.
Well, your statement at the time is once again, so he walks away from you, you grab Patrick's right shoulder, which you proceeded to turn away from me and resist my attempts to place him into custody. Okay? That was your version. So he walks away from me, he turns away from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you wrote.
If that's, yeah.
Would you like it if you want to take a look at it?
Yeah.
And then he ran away from you, right?
He did. Yep.
He continued to run north of the city from the traffic stop, so he ran away from you.
Well, yeah, he's running
Yeah.
away from
Understand?
me.
That's
Yeah.
what you wrote.
Yeah.
So then you had to tackle him. I want to continue on, kind of moving ahead. After you tackled him, you wrote.
Are we reading statements?
Yeah, I am. This is his statement. It's a prior consistent statement. I have to confront him with it.
It's not inconsistent with his testimony.
I get into it.
I didn't hear it, so I'll reserve the rule of the objection.
Okay. You wrote, after you tackled him, he did not comply with your commands as he was continuing to move his arms and legs in an attempt to get away from me.
Objection? I don't think this is the proper way if he's trying to impeach here. As far as he asked the witness if this refreshed his recollection.
I don't think he's trying to refresh his recollection.
No.
He's trying to impeach him with a prior inconsistent statement.
I don't think it's inconsistent, but
He never testified that Patrick was trying to get away from him. Correct?
I'm sorry, what
He
was
never
it?
testified that Patrick was trying to get away from him. Never said he was moving his arms and legs trying to get away.
Turned and ran away from him?
I don't think that, well, I'll overrule the objection because this is cross-examination. He's reading what he previously stated, and to the extent that the jurors find that it's not consistent, I mean, it appears that it is a bit consistent because he didn't say what that statement says, so.
You did not testify he was trying to get away from you. You testified you struggled, but in your statement, you recognize that he was after you tackled him, he was continuing to move his arms and legs in an attempt to get away.
So, what is the question exactly?
That's what he was doing. He was trying to get away, wasn't he?
I would say that he was moving his arms in a manner that struck me in attempt to get away. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's.
Yeah, but you didn't testify to that, but that's what you wrote back in April, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Further along after that, you attempted to.
Are we just gonna read the whole statement? I guess it just doesn't seem like.
Right, they are on a sidebar, and this is already grinding my gears. Right, he is telling the truth. The guy on the stand, the defendant in this case, and the prosecutor is trying to impeach him with some material about his testimony that is picking at so much that he can't even make sense of what he's picking at, because there is nothing to pick at. It's just because.
So in your whole testimony, you never testified and tried to get away from you, right?
I think saying that he ran from me would be him trying.
That's one.
Yeah.
But in your struggles with him, we're talking about now you're struggling with him. After you tackle him, on two separate occasions in your written statement, you recognize he was trying to get away from you.
When I tackle him?
After you tackle him.
Well, I think that, I mean, that's the goal of the suspect or the driver in this situation I mean, typically when we go to arrest people, especially people that are fleeing on foot, yeah, I guess their goal is to get away from us. That's
sure. Okay, their goal is to get away from you, but you even recognize that back at the time. In two separate occasions, you said he's moving his arms and legs to try and get away from you.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't assault
I
you.
don't think well, he did.
Well,
I don't think I'm saying anything different then.
Well, that's your interpretation.
Yeah.
But back there, you never said he assaulted you, never said he punched you, never said he kicked you. Every time, 4 different occasions now in your written statement, he's trying to get away from you. He's moving his arms and legs, trying to get away from you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he punched me.
Yeah.
I'm not now, is what.
And you're not saying he kicked you.
No,
right?
correct.
You're not saying he threw an elbow.
Correct.
Not saying he bit you.
Correct.
Not saying he headbutted you.
Correct.
Not saying he did anything else but try and get away.
I wouldn't use that blanket statement.
Now, in your testimony, we're going to move ahead to the time where you said he grabbed your taser. You testified to the jury, he grabbed your taser.
Yes.
He grabbed your taser and moved it away from him because he didn't like it tased, right?
I don't know what his intention was.
Well, you want to go back to your written statement back in April? Let's
Sure.
take a look at that. What did you write then?
Yeah, moved it away from him.
Oh, we'll continue on.
He grabbed the body of the taser and moved it away from him.
So he would not be struck with either of the probes. That's what you wrote. You wrote that back. You just, you didn't even read it when I showed it to you. Why are you leaving that out?
I was reading the beginning. I thought that's what you.
So even then, it wasn't he was grabbing the taser to take it away from you. He was trying not to get tased.
I don't think you would want to. No.
Well, nobody wants to. I'm not even,
Right. Yeah.
Tasing's not pleasant.
Correct.
Tasing's not fun.
No.
And I think you said, even in your thing, tasing felt terrible.
Yeah.
Okay? So nobody's going to want to feel that. But something feeling terrible doesn't mean you can kill them, right?
No.
Because you would agree with that, because that's not part of Grandma's policy.
Correct. Just that statement.
You go a little bit further. Still on your body cam, exhibit 3. We'll play it for just a little bit. I think I have sound. You've heard it enough, so that's fine.
It was exhibit 3 again.
It is. I have a 3 on mine. It says up there. I'm gonna stop right here, because now, once again, you tackled him, he's gotten up, and he's walking away from you, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to walk away from you.
I'm holding on to him. He's pulling us across the yard.
So as he's walking away from you, you're about a minute, I got a minute and 4 seconds or so into this?
Into the altercation.
Into the incident, correct. After you start running.
Okay.
Now, at this point in time, where you say you're exhausted.
Yeah, I really don't know how to describe it. Yeah.
I just want exhausted, by my definition, means it completely or almost completely deleted. No resources, no energy. You're exhausted already.
Yeah.
Just after 1 minute, and you said, we had heard in your opening statement that we heard you were an All-American cross-country runner, but now you're an All-American sprinter?
I wasn't All-American cross-country, no. I was just All-American track.
That's why, because, well, the opening statement was All-American cross-country.
Yeah,
That's why I clarified.
I think she misspoke and said.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We all do it.
Yeah.
So, but you're an All-American track, but it was only sprints.
In sprinting events, correct.
What was your longest sprinting event?
Well, would you like me to go through what I did?
The longest one
that I would participate in?
Yeah.
Well, the longest event that I'd participate in would be the 1500.
Okay.
But I wasn't, which is 1500 meters.
Sure. But going more recently, in 2022, were you trying out for the SRT, or were you in the SRT in 2022?
I believe I was.
You took a fitness test, didn't you?
Fitness test, yeah.
You ran 1.5 miles.
Yep.
And you're like 11 minutes or something, a little over 11 minutes, I remember.
I don't recall.
But you're in the top 70% of Grand Rapids Police in fitness level for that run, weren't you?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
You did like 65 push-ups and 55 sit-ups in the allotted time, which puts you in the top 90%. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
So you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Even though we all get older, but you're in pretty good shape.
Yes.
So at that point in time, what you had done is you tackled them, right?
Yes.
Did you do a forearm strike?
I don't believe so.
Well, I'm gonna go, check the right one. Now you did a kind of a follow-up statement, correct?
Yes.
This was, it looks like May 13th. There were some additional questions from the troopers, so they had to fill out additional forms, right?
Yeah.
Answer those questions.
Oh, all of them? You want me to go through all
No,
of them?
but this is your statement from the May. You
Yeah,
recognize that.
yeah, I do. Yeah, I guess I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps refresh your recollection?
It does, yeah.
So in the recollection, you said that the modes of force used was a forearm strike, just one.
Yeah.
Right? Knee strikes, plural, and a tackle.
Yes.
Those are the three uses of force you use before going to the taser.
Correct.
Now, in terms of this time, one of the justifications it says, you said you're exhausted. You said you're outnumbered, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You were outnumbered when you started this, right?
I was, yes.
You knew you were outnumbered when the moment it started.
Yes.
Okay. You knew there's another person in that car.
Yes.
You had no idea what was in that car.
Correct.
Other than that person.
Correct.
We've heard your training is unknown traffic stops, right?
Yes.
Unknown traffic stops, that there could be guns in the car.
Yes.
There could be guns on the person.
There could.
Okay. And you're treating anybody that could be in an unknown traffic stop, they may have a weapon.
They may have one.
And you should treat them as such, right?
I wouldn't say you should treat them as such, because that's a little different than they may have one.
Okay.
Treating someone as though they have a firearm, you should be aware of that possibility.
Should be aware of that possibility. It's something that worries you, because you said guns was one of the big things right there, being in the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what we're investigating.
And this is something, even going back to your days of training, Exhibit 37. This was some of the.
Your Honor, could I please see that?
Sorry, admitted.
I don't know where it is.
Take it. You guys haven't shown us the document. You guys haven't shown us the document the whole time, so. You've had a copy of this. This is going back to Exhibit 37, going back to recruit school.
Okay.
There's 4 scenarios on there, right?
Yes.
All 4 scenarios involve somebody with a gun, or something with a gun related to a vehicle stop, right?
Yes.
So you're aware of that sort of training when you undertook this chase, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now, show opposing counsel what has already been admitted as Exhibit 36. We got a copy of your training records. This is 1902, second training in 2019. Do you recall having this training regarding a Seattle PD officer-involved shooting after a foot chase?
I don't recall it. Off the top, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm sure it's been a long time.
Sure. So it was a long time, 2020. So would you have forgotten that, where it says to allow a safe distance and have a plan while chasing an armed or potentially armed suspect?
No, I just don't recall the training. Like, I just don't.
Would you recall that?
Oh, yes.
That's one of the things you would have known when you started chasing back in April of 2022, right?
Yes.
Going hands-on or tackling someone who is known to be armed is bad tactics, right?
Yes.
Mr. Dodge asked you questions about is disengaging. You said in the policies a lot, you're not supposed to disengage. Is that
Our main goal is to effect an arrest.
the main goal? But you're not prevented from disengaging if it's tactically advantaged, right?
There could be times to disengage, correct?
So that's why I want to make sure there's no policy that says you have to remain engaged and do whatever and keep fighting. You can disengage if it would make sense and tactically remove yourself to get a better advantage, right?
Correct. I'm not, want to be clear in the sense, we're trained to stay engaged, but yes, there may be, depending on the circumstances, yeah, you may need to disengage.
And that's the thing, depending on that's what we heard all over the place, depending on the facts and circumstances.
Correct.
All the facts are taken, everything into account at the time.
Correct.
Exhibit 32 up on the screen. Next we go to 911. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear because you said something, well, there's certain things that you know, policies depend or depends on the circumstance. You have no doubt that you're under 911, paragraph 3, use of deadly force only to defend against themselves, another officer, or another person, right?
Correct.
When a reasonable threat of death or serious bodily injury, that's the only time you can use deadly force.
Correct.
And you're fully aware of that at the time back in April.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Totality of the circumstances. This was the policy in effect. You're fully aware of this totality.
Yes.
Now we heard one of the factors is exhaustion of the officer, injury to or exhaustion of the officer, right?
Correct.
We heard over and over you were exhausted,
Yes.
but you weren't injured.
No.
We had pictures. You had a little scrape on your arm.
Correct, but not like
Didn't go to the hospital. Didn't go to the med center.
correct.
So you were tired on one, but not injured on the other.
Correct.
When you look at all the other circumstances in terms of the relative size and stature, Patrick was bigger than you, right?
Yes.
There's multiple people when you started this incident, right?
Yes.
He was stronger than you because we saw in the video that he kind of picked you up when he pushed you.
Yeah.
You didn't know he had access to weapons. There's a car there. You didn't know any weapons. He could have access to weapons, right?
He could have.
You don't know.
I don't know.
But still, with all those things, you made the decision to chase him around the car.
I did. Yes.
Now, one of the things he said, they kept on saying, well, resisting arrest is a felony violation, right?
I believe they talked about that.
Yeah, there's your cross.
Yeah.
But simply committing a felony isn't enough to use deadly force, right?
Correct. No.
Ignoring your commands is not a reason to use deadly force.
No.
The only reason you can use deadly force is when you believe you're going to be killed or seriously injured, right?
Correct.
Now, in terms of that, you said when it comes down to the time you fired the shot, you can't even say that Patrick pointed the taser at you, can you?
No, he didn't get.
He never pointed the taser at you.
No, he didn't.
You
get
thought he might.
Correct. He was. I felt as though he was turning towards me with it, but he didn't actually.
Didn't actually do it.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm going to use the taser exhibit 23.
Yep.
When you say, you said in your statement too, you said he was blocking the safety switch, right?
Yeah.
So red is when it's armed, and then that's when it's unarmed.
Correct.
So when he's down on the ground, his thumb was blocking it?
No, here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
So he was holding that more so like this.
Like that.
And I could see the red.
You could see the red.
Yeah.
You're in this life or death struggle, and you could see the red?
I could.
You perceive that?
Yeah, I remember when I was fighting over it, I remember seeing essentially this formation where I could see the red and the switch, and that's basically all I could see at that time.
But then his hands like this.
Yeah.
His hands like this underneath him? It wasn't like this?
It may have been in the video, but there's time where this is the way I saw it.
Okay, so you agree that in the video, it looks like his hands on there like this, but you're saying it's like this.
Correct.
That's how you perceive it.
Well, yeah, there's parts where you can't see it.
But you're not arguing that Patrick knew how to operate a taser, are you?
I would say it'd be pretty simple to figure out.
So you think he was actually trying to hold that open?
To hold
the taser, to make it, keep it locked?
I think it's just a normal position to have your hand on it.
Okay.
I'm not saying that, yeah.
All right. So I want to go back to that. So now you say you saw the red, so you knew that it was still active.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that. So during this incident, you actually heard Wayne Butler, the resident, come out.
I remember him coming out, yeah.
Well, you wrote, you heard the resident exit the house and tell Patrick to comply with commands. That's what your statement, right?
Yeah.
So you heard that. You noticed a passenger exiting the vehicle.
Correct.
You didn't hear any sirens indicating more units around the way. You didn't hear anything. I think you testified to that, right?
Yeah.
You were aware of the first deployment of the taser because did you hear it and then you kind of saw it?
I did it.
You did it?
Yeah.
So you know it's deployed?
Yeah.
Guys, he just gonna talk through.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what he said.
Okay, so if you can approach,
Wow, this judge, he needs to get control of our prosecutor, because that is not on. Zio, you also need to listen, or after the cross you come back, or you stay, I mean, because this is gonna call again and she's gonna tell us about Steven Stearns or Smelly Stearns. He is testifying, he's not asking questions. So it's just really, really annoying me, right? And this judge needs to put the reins in and actually force him, because it's absolutely the defense ideal jurors are likely a man who is a pew pew owner and possesses a strong sense of duty, someone who can relate to a police officer. I think the person that has the relationship with the police officer is going to be the one that is going to be yeah.
Okay, I think we left off. You're aware of the first taser deployment.
Yes.
Now you say you're aware he was holding his thumb. You saw the red. You were able to see the red on the taser when he was holding it underneath him.
Yes.
You, even at that later stage, you're aware the passenger was outside the car yelling at him.
From the video.
From the video?
Correct. At that point in time, I was just focused on.
Okay, gonna go back to your written statement.
Yeah.
This is, well, you said
No.
video.
I did. Yes. If I can explain.
So
I used the video to write the statement. Is what I'm saying.
So then, what you wrote isn't exactly accurate. So you're basing some of the stuff you wrote on after watching the video, and you didn't really remember that. Is what you're saying now?
I would say I was more focused on.
Because you're clearly right. You heard the passenger in your statement, but now you're saying
Yeah. No. I know you came out earlier. I think what you're discussing is later.
But then you're aware you couldn't hear the sirens coming to help you in that stage.
No.
You're aware of that for sure.
I couldn't hear silence.
And even at the time when you took time to fire that fatal shot, you were aware of the background. I took a look to make sure the background was clear.
I mean, I wrote it like a police report. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you wrote like a police report, but
Yeah. I mean, going in that direction. Yeah. To imply that. Yeah.
so one of the things you can't train, you're not supposed to shoot if there's people around. You may hit somebody else. So
Correct. Yep.
Before you had time, you were focused. You knew that you could fire that shot because there's nobody there because you're basically looking at the ground, right?
It was going to be in a safe direction. Yeah.
At no point in time was Patrick ever on top of you.
No.
At no point in time, once again, he never said he was going to kill you, right?
No.
Never said he was going to hit you.
No.
Never said he was going to kick your butt or do anything bad to you.
Not that I recall. No.
This entire incident, he was trying to get away from you.
Up until the end.
Up until, when you were on top of him, right?
I was on top of him,
Okay.
yeah.
And he was trying to push himself up,
Yes,
and you thought he was going to turn the taser on.
that's what I believed,
That's
yes.
what you believe.
Yes.
But even the taser's not going to kill you, right?
My impression is that it can cause death or serious bodily injury.
Okay. It's going to cause death. You were tased, right?
Yes,
You're still here talking to us.
yes.
You watch people in the recruit class get tased. They all survived.
They do.
In fact, there's, nobody even got hurt, right? You didn't get hurt.
I didn't.
They didn't get hurt.
No.
So it's one of those things, it's always possible, but in your experience, you've never known anybody to be killed by a taser.
I don't have personal experience with someone getting killed by a taser.
Do you have any personal experience? You've been working for Grand Rapids Police for 7 years.
Mhm.
Any time where a police officer was injured, seriously injured by a taser?
Not that I'm aware
No police officers in Grand Rapids Police were killed by a taser.
of. Not that I'm aware of.
Once again, though, in your written statement, you didn't say you were afraid of getting shot by the taser. Didn't you tell in your written statement that you were afraid you were going to get tased and then he was going to go after your gun?
I would say I don't remember what it's in the written statement, but.
You can take a look
Yeah.
at it.
So, what is your question
The
exactly?
question is that your feeling, when you wrote this, you didn't say you thought the taser was going to kill you, you thought you were going to be incapacitated and then he was going to grab your gun, right?
I think in the written statement, I think I said that it can cause serious bodily injury or death, just the taser, the use of it by itself, but the other part of it is, yeah, it would gain him access to my firearm.
That was your main concern. He was going to access your firearm, right?
I would say both are my concern. I don't know, in that situation, I don't know where it's going to get deployed. If it's deployed in a sensitive area. Yeah,
At
it
no
could
point in
cause,
time did he ever go for your gun, did he?
no,
He never put his hand on your gun.
not that I recall.
Never touched your gun.
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. It seems like you would. You watched the video.
Yeah.
You did a written statement.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying.
That never happened. So the only reason he did it is because he grabbed your taser.
No,
He had
because
control of your taser.
I shot him because I believed he was going to use it on me.
Because he had your taser.
Because I
That's
was
the only thing
afraid that he was going to use it on
But
me.
that's the only thing he did was he had possession of it. He never pointed at you?
He started to turn up towards me, and I felt if I didn't respond at that time, I wouldn't be here.
Sure. He's not here, is he?
No, he's not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, do you need direct?
Please. I think the question was asked.
That Mr. Lyoya never said he was going to hurt you with the all throughout, correct?
I believe that was a question.
Yes, and did he ever say he was going to hurt you?
I don't recall really in the struggle. I don't recall anything he said. I know he said things, but I don't remember what was said exactly.
But did he fight with you for almost 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Is that abnormal in your experience in police work?
Yes.
What is that often indicative of?
Typically, that person's trying to escape from some greater crime. That's my impression.
And Mr. Lyoya fought with you for 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes. And did he fight for possession of your taser?
Yes.
Is that, I think the prosecutor asked about something that was mentioned in your statement about, you wrote in your statement, Mr. Lyoya put his hand on the taser and pushed it away so the probes wouldn't hit him or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Was that your reference very early on in the struggle?
Yeah.
But at some point, it went from pushing to pulling, correct?
Correct.
To the point that exclusive control by Mr. Lyoya of the taser, correct?
Correct.
This mention of a statement. Chris, is it fair to say after this episode, and even over a few years, this has been a pretty traumatic experience?
Yes.
And with no disrespect to the Lyoya family either, because obviously it's difficult for them too, but for you as well.
Yes.
And have you needed a considerable amount of assistance with your trauma?
I guess I'm going to have to object. What's the relevance?
I'm asking him as far as what his memory is now that he's being confronted with 3 years later.
I'll overrule it for now.
Has this been difficult?
Yes.
Has your memory been, has it been difficult as far as putting it out of your head, having it back in your head, having this video thrown into the equation?
I would say so, yeah.
But back at the time of this statement, there was a lot going on prior to that statement. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
And did you want to be cooperative with the state police?
I did.
And you're a police officer. You used to writing a police report, correct?
Correct.
And based on everything going on, was it important to take a look at your video to try to make as thorough of an explanation as you could of what had taken place?
Yes.
So you did view the video just like the rest of the public viewed the video, correct?
Yes.
And you put together and tried to explain things as best as you can. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
So when you're confronted with, well, you said you used a forearm, but you never said, now you don't remember using a forearm. Do you remember every detail of what happened or what might be on that video?
I don't. No.
Is that how your mind's working on this?
Yeah.
We talked about sprints and workouts. Is a physical fight different than sprints or going to the gym or even college athletics 12 years earlier, 10 years earlier?
Yeah, they're significantly different.
And really, people don't know that until they've been in that type of physical combat situation.
Correct.
And did it feel different on this occasion now that you're fighting over a live weapon?
I'd say so.
As far as disengaging, generally your training, I believe it's laid out in several of the materials, are you trained to go all out to try to apprehend persons?
Yes.
And if you're not able, to move it up to some other level of force if it's reasonable. Is that right?
That's correct.
And here, did you move up to a taser when nothing else is working?
Yes.
And you had done that in the past, correct?
Correct.
And it was effective?
Correct.
this topic of, were you afraid he was gonna tase you and get at your duty belt and kill you, or direct the probes or drive stun in a location? Were you trained in either manner? Were you warned in either manner to be fearful of something like that?
Yes,
And is that coming right from the manufacturer?
I believe so.
And is that coming right from general training to police officers on the realities of what can happen if somebody gets your taser and uses it on you?
Yes.
So in your mind, you're just going off of what you're trained.
Jack, he's leading. He's been leading the whole time. I'm trying to get his leeway.
I can rephrase. In your mind, are you going off of what you've been trained on the device and what may happen if somebody takes the device from you?
Yes.
Had Mr. Lyoya been able to get up on several prior occasions already, and had on occasions, had he been turning towards you?
Yes.
And at the final moment here, what was different? What did he have that was now different?
He had a dangerous weapon.
I could just have one moment here. One more question.
So follow up with that. He turned towards you on at least 2 occasions, right? At the door, the initial stop, right? You went to put his hands on you. You put his hands on him, right?
I did.
Okay, he put his hands on you, and he spun and turned, right?
Correct.
He was facing you.
Yep.
Didn't throw a punch?
Yeah, I just slapped my hand off.
Slap your hand.
Yeah.
Get away.
Yep.
That's what he did. Slap your hand, get away.
Correct.
So the other time, so then he fell down. Not fell down, you tackled him down.
Yes.
Picked him up, or he got up and walking with you on his back away.
Well, he was able to get up after I tackled him. There was some up down there, but eventually we get to that
So
point. We get to that point you're discussing.
Sure.
Yes.
But that was the only time he got up in this incident, really, right? After being knocked out.
What I just described.
Yeah.
The couple. Yep.
The one time he got up. That was the one time he got up.
No, he got up once, and then he got up again, and that's where we're up to what you're talking about. Unless you're just calling the one time before.
The tackle.
Then he got up.
He pushed himself up.
Yep.
So you're walking away. You're holding on to him.
No.
Oh, that's okay.
I tackled him. He got up.
We'll go to the video, so we're all on the same page.
Yep.
It's going to be exhibit 3, Your Honor. Can we get it right closer to 216 there? Turn this
No. Stop.
So it's a number 1. That's what we're talking about. Turned away. Spun around, turned away.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm there.
Didn't punch you, didn't kick you, didn't do anything. Just spun,
Correct.
gave you a little shove.
Correct. Yep.
1950. Got one on it.
You know, speed it ahead a little bit.
So
Stop! You can't walk behind your back! Walk behind your back! Turn me up behind your back! 1950, try to work hard!
Okay, so now we stood up now, right?
yes.
He stood up, you're on his back.
Yes, I think what you're asking me was what I was trying to, I guess, maybe I didn't understand the
That's
question.
fine.
But he had gotten up before that, is what I'm saying.
He didn't get all the way up. He started to push his way up, right? When did he? Let's go to
You might need a different camera
Yep.
angle because sometimes when you're at different angles, it.
You're chasing him here. This is now exhibit 2. Tackle. So that's what you're talking about. He gets up there.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm
he
saying.
gets up there.
Yeah, that's
All right, fair enough.
Yep.
But once again, he gets up there. He didn't swing it. He didn't kick you.
correct.
Doing there.
Yes.
I'm going to go catch it here. So let's move back. So now here you're standing up. And this is the other time he turns towards you, right?
Yeah.
So he
Yes.
turns towards you then. Once again, he doesn't hit you.
Correct. No.
Doesn't kick you.
No.
Doesn't throw an elbow at you.
No.
Doesn't try and headbutt you.
No.
He spins around and nothing happened. He doesn't get beat. He's not aggressive at all.
I wouldn't say it's still aggressive manner. His fists are clenched. It would be perceived as we're trained as active aggression. That's
It's active aggression. At this point.
yeah. Which but he didn't throw what I would constitute as and what you're saying as a punch or a strike or something of that
And
nature.
at this point in time, he grabs the taser and moves it away by your own statement. He moves away so he doesn't get tased.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
But he may have actually been able to get up at least a few times. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
Going to the moment where you ultimately use deadly force here. This individual had fought with you, and follow up to this, for approximately, did he fight with you for almost 3 minutes?
I don't remember. Yeah, somewhere around that time frame.
And I believe you've discussed already, why do individuals normally fight police to avoid capture this long?
My perception is there's got to be something pretty significant they don't want to be arrested for.
Did you know what that was at that time?
No.
Now, he got up on the other occasions and did not appear to at least strike you, is that right?
Yeah, not correct.
But on this final moment where he's getting up,
Yeah.
is that different? Is this time different?
Yeah, in my mind, it's an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. At that point, I'm not afforded the opportunity to wait and see what he does with it, to see what happens to me. I'm not given that opportunity.
Because do you know what his intentions are at that time?
I don't.
Do you know why he's fought that hard with you to avoid arrest?
I don't.
Do you know why he would fight that hard to take full control of a dangerous weapon?
I don't.
And as he's turning towards you, would you be expected to wait and see? I'm going to wait and see what he does with it.
I wasn't trained to do that.
No further questions.
No, you are.
All right, just waiting on jury questions now. And I think after this is going to go for lunch and shopping trip. I am assuming that as well because normally they put the defendant after everything is presented. So I am thinking that is the last witness for defense as well. But did this change your opinion? Did this move you from not guilty to guilty, from guilty to not guilty? Let me know what you guys thinking. The poll is still up. If you've already voted, awesome. But we are on 7 votes, 100% not guilty so far. But hey, please feel free to yeah. Oh, Hannah, just make us jealous. Garden Bot got curry from Costco. Obviously, you went to Costco because my sister-in-law needed some powdered milk for baby niece, and oh, I need to share the new pictures that I took today from the baby because I went to see and have some baby cuddles this morning. She's so gorgeous. She's growing up, guys. She needs to grow up, stop growing up. I know it's only been 2 weeks, but she's gorgeous. But yeah, so I'm just waiting for Garden Bot to come home so we can kind of somehow have dinner together, even though I'm still going to be on my desk and he's going to be here at this desk, but it's still having dinner together. It's our version, all right? It's our version. But yeah, so I saw baby girl today. She's gorgeous. She's cute as a button, as everything. I love her so much. Even though, right, there was some let's call festivities on me today. So she decided to release water all over me. So I had to come home, have a quick shower, and change, and obviously then being on stream. But yeah, so that was good. But to be fair, I don't mind that. Anything that she does for me, it's a celebration, and she's very cute at doing it. And she's starting to be more alert and more awake now, which is absolutely amazing. I absolutely love it when she's more alert and everything. So, yeah, and I'll post some pictures in a second on Discord and on Facebook um of her that she's so cute and started growing clothes out, which is not good. But anyway, talking about this trial, stop talking about babies. um so I think the prosecution got absolutely nowhere. He was trying, he tried and he tried and he tried so hard to catch him on an impeachment or on a lie or a misstatement or something, and I don't think that he was able to. He was rude, sassy, nasty, all the bad names that I can't say on stream, but he was so like the way that he's like, right? He was holding the paper. This is the paper. He was like, give me that. Just so rude, guy. No, you can't do that. And it's just like, and literally, it's just like, no, can I have this? No, was just like grabbing it and taking it away. Like, sir, no, we don't do that here. But I think Christopher did a very good job of holding his own, but it doesn't stop being a very sad situation and a very situation that no one wants to be here, you know. Oh yeah, there was no need, absolutely. Judge a little bit biased, and I don't think she's not going to allow any of the questions of the jury coming in, but taking the time that she's taking in terms of just going through them, or there might be a lot of questions. Awesome. Those like oh my god, questions.
First, is the safety on the taser an on-off switch, or does it need to be held in the on position?
Good question. It's called a safety switch. It's an on-off. It's like a light switch. So it was on. I switched it on. It actually is some tension. I don't know the amount of weight to turn it on or off, but once it's on, it's on. It takes actual decent amount of physical pressure to shut it off.
And then next, does writing a statement or a police report require you to write in the moment of the incident or for accuracy of what happened?
I think I get what.
Is right in the moment.
Yeah, I would. All right, if I answer that, I think I know what they're if I understand the question correctly, I feel like there's a, I guess what I've been trained to do, there's kind of a difference in some part of it you're using the video, and then parts they have you just kind of go more or less off your memory for different various portions.
And the next question, in the beginning of the video, when the subject assaulted you prior to running away, at that time, is it okay within GRPD policy to use the taser prior to the tackle or in place of the tackle?
So that's kind of a loaded, to answer that. The strike could potentially justify under GRPD policy the use of the taser. However, using it on a subject that's running away, causing them to lock up and fall, especially around concrete vehicles, they hit their head, they could die using it or applying it in that manner, if that answers that question. So typically we're not trained to use it on someone who's running.
Well, the question asked about prior to running away, so is
Oh, prior, well,
on concrete, so.
Well, I think he starts to run at that point. So
Well,
I think
prior, in the beginning, when the subject assaulted you prior to running away, at that time, is it okay?
Oh, prior to running, actually physically running. I would say yes, but the amount of time it takes me to get my radio out, he's already running at that point. So then we're in that same situation that I was discussing, if that makes sense. The actual, I think it would be petty to deploy a taser for what he did. That, for me, that's my opinion based on just that information.
Okay, next, did you feel at any time prior to you presenting and deploying your taser that the subject was trying to grab or obtain the taser or any other weapons on your belt?
Was the question prior to?
Did you feel at any time prior to you presenting and deploying your taser, the subject was trying to grab or obtain the taser or any other weapons on your belt?
Prior to deploying the taser, I didn't feel as though he was trying to grab any weapons.
Next, do you recall being able to smell alcohol on Mr. Lyoya during your first interactions?
No.
Next, when you say you saw the taser being held as a handgun by Lyoya, did you prioritize attempting to press on the safety or to turn the safety off or to remove the taser?
The entire goal was to get the taser back. I couldn't get it back. The only thing I could potentially get my fingertips on was the safety at that point.
I know I asked about alcohol during your first interaction, but at any point did you notice he was under the influence?
I didn't smell it or notice it in those moments. Based on his actions, I would believe it, but I wouldn't just say because of him not responding to some of the tactics automatically means that he was under the influence. So I guess the answer is no.
Next, when you write a statement or police report, what is the process?
Depends on the report. If it's a more involved report, we'll review video as much as we can and then type it, and it might go back and forth.
Do you require running through new scenarios each time a new model taser is introduced?
You definitely do different you do scenarios when you get a new taser for sure. However, when it might be the same scenario, when we switched to the new model, the bigger thing was the effectiveness at close range because of the design of the cartridges itself. So, and we didn't have to worry, the way the cartridges were designed were better for close. We didn't have to, I don't want to get into the actual design because I can't remember the original taser. I hardly remember the one that I used in this, but the big thing was it was more effective at close range and to train to use it in that manner.
Next is, why do you shoot Mr. Lyoya in the head?
I wouldn't say that I was necessarily aiming per se. I only had essentially a viewpoint of his upper back and head area. I deployed my handgun and fired it in that direction. It ended up hitting and striking his head.
Would you have any follow-up questions from any of those?
I do not, Your Honor.
Mr. Jackson, how about you?
I'm done, yeah.
I don't see any other hands. Oh, there's one hand raised on the jury.
I'm gonna tell you, y'all. I am very, very well impressed with these questions that this jury is asking. Very good questions that these two brainiacs of attorneys that have the most crazy, expensive, probably experts, right? I've not thought of asking. I mean, absolutely love it about the position of the safety thing of the taser, about why we did where you did. I mean, I think every single question that this jury is asked is very good. Well, yeah, they probably avoided, but still, I want to talk about it. They ask very good questions, in my opinion, that the attorneys missed. In my opinion, they missed. But yeah, anyway, no matter what they did, I think they are leaning not guilty. I think they're still gonna discuss, and it's gonna be a while, but I don't know. I don't want to put my eggs in one basket. I obviously, we all know, we've always been here for Nicole Rice case and for the Colin Griffith case, that we were 100% sure that the jury was going to find them, and the question that they asked, they were going to go that direction, but no, they end up going the different way. So you never know with the jury. Yes, there's the unpredictability of it, but I don't know. I mean, this is, I think, the only case that I started not guilty, carried on not guilty, and will literally uh, g- go not guilty. Wow. Zio, Hio, go to the sorry, just very quick, go to the last repost post from Seeking Justice. Also check that Discord server. Very, very smart group, definitely. I think we might have to have a look if I can play that video, that call on the stream or something, because I need that. I need to find it. But you guys are gonna laugh. well, if you actually say you can could be the clickbait, but I really want to follow because it's yeah. But yeah, I agree with you, Hannah, that it's a very, very smart jury. They asked a lot of questions and they had a lot of it. Apparently, now they had more questions coming from the answers that he already did. So, and that is going to be very, very good to listen. I think after this, yes, the defense might rest. Yes, it's going to be lunch break. And then in the afternoon, we might have the we might have
The next question is, when is running a license plate allowed? Is driving too slow reason enough?
To my knowledge, we can just drive around and run license plates whenever we want. And to answer just driving too slow, I guess potentially driving too slow depending on the speed limit you're in. And I guess if you are exceedingly below the speed limit, yes, that is a traffic violation. That wasn't necessarily what I was stopping him for that day.
No, Your Honor, thank you. No, Your Honor.
Any other questions from the jury? Doesn't look like it. So, may Mr. Schurr step down?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may step down.
I don't know why the sound was cut off, but yeah. Oh yeah, I think he did very well.
The next witness isn't going to take 5 minutes, like I hoped, so we're going to break for lunch now. And I'm going to ask everyone, as usual, to leave your notes upside down in your chairs and to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else, and still continue to avoid any news reports in the media and on social media. And what we'll do is we'll resume testimony at 1 o'clock. So that's what we'll do. All right, thank you. I see. Okay, anything we need to address before we break for lunch? Before the case, I'll ask the fence first.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any further people?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll see you after lunch.
All right, please.
Used to the drill.
This point, thank you, may be seated if you'd like.
All right, so that's them going for lunch for the next hour. I don't know who the witness is. I don't know who could possibly um possibly be. No, sadly they didn't. I have another witness. It's either the witness was going to be ready in 5 minutes or the witness will only be 5 minutes, but the judge wanted to go for lunch first. This judge is very thing with her lunch apparently. So hang on, let me see what she says, because see if I can see what she says. Hang on. Let me see if I can just myself listen to what she says, and then hang on, let me just go fast. Yeah, I think she said that. So it is noon there, so but yeah. Yeah, she did say that. Let's go with that. So, yeah. So I definitely do not think that this changed my opinion, and I think the census is normal on there. So, thank you very much, Hale. So, this, if you want to come up again and just tell us, carry on telling us about Mr. Smelly Cat. Um, uh, Nightbot, shush. Like, I'm gonna remove you. So, ooh, awesome. Can't wait to hear it. I really like the first version, Paula. So, now we have to wait 1 hour. But hey, we're gonna shop. But first, Zio is gonna come up, and Zizi is gonna come up too. Ooh, Zizi is already here. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I want to, want to. Yep, I can hear you.
Very good. I will make it quick so you and Zio can do the
Sure.
other phone call you were talking about.
Oh, the phone call. I want to play that phone call, but first of all, I still don't know if I can use it myself, but definitely we're going to do it. But we are going to grocery shopping. We're going to spend some more money.
I knew there was something. Yes. Okay. So I was listening to Grizzly. You know Grizzly, her name is
Yes.
He reminds me of you so much. She's got an accent very similar to yours. I'm not sure where she's from, but she is just on it about the Stearns case, and she got a bunch of FOIA reports back, and and the prisoner guards, or just guards, they make a log of their interactions every day with every prisoner.
Yeah.
So this guy is kept alone, right? He's all by himself. He is complaining to whoever, the prisoner advocate or whatever, I don't know what it's called, that he feels unsafe there. So he needs 4 guards when he goes to the commissary, when he goes, when he moves about, or I guess he's taken 1 shower. He turns down rec time. He gets an hour of rec time like every other day or something, and he turns it down all the time. And the reason we know this is the guard's logs. He has not showered but 1 time since February.
Ew. Oh, not again. Oh, that is
The
absolutely disgusting.
guards are remarking in his log that he smells, that he is rank. And so the nurse is offering, just saying, offer him more often to change his uniform, the clothes that they're issued.
I can't even think about
Pardon?
how the smell is. Then.
And that's what Gisela just kept saying was, can you imagine that cell? And he's walking around, but the thing, so that's bad enough, right? But he's allowed to get parcels, and there is a company that provides a website in conjunction with the prison of approved items that you can purchase, I'm sure at quite the markup, for prisoners. So, these packages can come to the prisoner from whomever is willing to buy them anything. I don't know why anybody would buy him anything, but he gets a lot of stuff from his parents. Because again, that's all logged. It's all, packaged from blah, blah, blah. He has a tablet, and he's allowed so many minutes per, and back before the phone calls from his parents became public and everybody was listening to it, they were calling him a lot, right? They wanted to know what happened. initially believed that their son was just a lazy kind of guy that liked to collect action figures and, talk about little kid stuff. And I think they're coming to the realization that, because remember now, he has 60 counts of whatever that's called, CSAM or CASM and whatever. I don't want to say the words. And each count, he has 60 counts. Each count represents 80 images.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what he's being charged with. However, there's also uncharged a USB full of 35,000 graphic images of children, not charged yet, that they found in his parents' storage container that the feds did. So, we got this guy, right? This guy, and now he doesn't shower, but he gets the packages from his parents and their spicy refried beans, spicy Cheetos. Like this guy is eating, gassy ramen, spicy ramen. Like everything is spicy. They don't, when they searched his cell, they search it periodically for contraband.
Yeah.
There's no toothbrush.
Oh.
It's just awful.
I don't even think of like the attorney when he was just in the hearing next to him.
Well, he showered the day before and got a haircut because his hair was sticking to him, I'm sure.
Yeah, but still, that smell takes more than one prison shower.
So he's also had he's been in front of the correction department for breaking a rule. And what he did was he shared his phone PIN, which is a 4-digit code that the prisoner himself picks to be able to call out. He shared it with another prisoner.
Dum.
So he got in trouble for that. And he came before the people and he said, I was unaware that you weren't allowed to share it. Just the whole proceeding of this behavioral incident, you could tell, even though he's being housed by himself, his next door neighbor who's in trouble he did a bad thing with a weapon, but the guy didn't expire, but he did a bad thing with a weapon. And so he is next door to Stearns, and people are saying he is his biatch. Even though they're by himself, because why else would Stearns turn over his PIN? All of the sudden now just let me tell you what the truth is without influencing it. Let me tell you. So these packages that you get are logged. Everything is logged. He is now remember what his girlfriend's name is. He's getting packages from someone named Genesis, Malika or something like that, a Hispanic last name. And it's the same last name as the guy that had his 4-digit PIN.
Oh, wow.
Right? So the last package he got was from this Genesis. It's Malika or Malitika or something like that. But the person left their middle name on it. So it's Genesis Soto.
Jennifer Soto, the mom.
So how would you abbreviate Genesis?
Jen? No?
Yeah. I mean, enough said, right? Do you think she's sending packages?
Of course she is.
Oh.
I think she is. Why she's involved in this, in my opinion. I think from what I know, because I don't know a lot. From what I know, she's involved in this, but she's getting out in scotch free. That's just my part. But I don't know. Who else could it be?
Remember now, when she's being questioned, she knows her daughter's dead. She knows he was. I wonder what kind of things will get in trouble. I'm so sorry. I don't do it on purpose. But she knows he is in jail for doing it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
she says to the investigator, does he need an attorney? Should I get him an attorney?
Yeah, so she knows. How can she not know? How
Right.
can she
She
not be
knows.
told?
She is uncharged. She's
Yeah, I know she is uncharged, but hopefully after his trial, she will become charged. I know it's horrible. It's you know, yeah.
So everything we know awful about this guy,
Mm.
now we know he is unclean. He's stinky. He's dirty. The guards don't want to touch him. The guards like beseech him to
Don't
do
blame
some
them.
hygiene today,
If
and he
he's like
won't
that,
go.
if he's like that, I would not even touch her with the 7 foot pole.
And now we know, or I mean, I think she is sending him packages. And see, everything has to be registered on that website that you purchase
Yeah.
those items, right? So I'll bet you the reason he let the neighbor use his 4-digit PIN is to be able to use the neighbor's girlfriend's identity. You know, so Jen is using the neighbor's girlfriend identity, but slipped her last name into the middle. And she's sending him spicy beans and, you know, things like that. She's, you know.
Yeah, but as like they try to do it away, and I think I don't agree with Kara. I think that she is gonna be a Donna Ellison situation, that she's gonna get charged after he's convicted, and I've been saying that for ages. So yeah.
So you know what I think? So what I think is, you know, the defense filed these motions that the phone was an illegal search.
Yeah.
So, you know, that being the case, they've still got this USB sitting there. So, okay, it would be, you know, more cut and dry if the judge rules, no, you know, it's reasonable search for probable cause. So if the judge rules, right, we're not using the phone or anything on it, then I think they go to Jen and offer her a plea. We're either going to charge you as an accessory to this because you had to know, or you're going to tell us what you really know.
I don't think they need to make a plea in this case. I think they have plenty enough to charge him without a plea.
No, they're not going to plead him, her. They're going to offer her a bargain. You either tell us what you know, because there is no way.
It's like,
I mean, go ahead.
Okay, see you very soon, Carol. We're gonna be doing some shopping soon.
Bye, Kara.
But can you hear me better now, Paula? Hopefully. So I was a little bit further away from the microphone, but they don't need I don't need Jan. I don't think the state needs Jen Soto to convict.
Okay, but you think she will be charged, but after he does?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Donna Adelson situation, like Kara said, because they have more than information, more than enough to convict Stearns just with one witness. They don't even need to. But okay, sorry. Can you hear me now better? So I can pump like for once. You guys telling me.
Honest to God, I'm holding my phone like so far away. I am always loud and clear. Loud, an emphasis on loud. So I'm so sorry, and sometimes I'm too. I just feel like I just run over you and I don't let you speak, and I can't read the chat because it doesn't come up really fast enough. But I just was so excited to tell you all this stuff because.
Oh no, appreciate it. Do you know what? There's another creator called Allegedly Speculating. You should check her out because that's where Kara and Hannah come from as well. She also covers a lot of the Madeline Soto, Stephen Stearns case and everything. She has a lot of good information and she goes through a lot as well. I'll send you the link.
Gisela files for a FOIA every week.
Oh
So
yeah,
she
she does
knows.
too. I asked this too as well. She has phone
Oh
calls. She
gosh,
has oh
these
yeah.
guys are just so
They
on
are
it.
oh yeah, they are on the ball. She's absolutely amazing. So yeah, definitely check her out as well because definitely she's very very good. Um then she covers Madeline Soap's case very often. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So Donna also had as speaking of the Adelsons, Donna had a hearing the other day.
Yeah, we
And
covered that one yesterday.
oh,
Yeah.
we did. Okay. Okay. So sorry. Okay. Well, I will let you go and let Zio go shopping with you because basically that's all I know, and I have to take a shower. After
Yeah.
talking about Stearns, I just am feeling kind of.
Yeah,
Let's
I think everyone is a
everybody
little bit
shower.
uneasy.
Okay. Okay. I'll
I'm
be in
gonna
chat.
spend some money. All right, see you soon. But no, it's like that case. It's absolutely crazy that that case of the Stephen Stern. It's absolutely insane. That dude needs to go away forever and never come back. Absolutely. Thank you very much for that information. Appreciate it, Zizi. And again, a great piece of information. But yeah, definitely check it out. Allegedly speculating, and because she's awesome. But now I'm just waiting, definitely on our friend Heo to come on, and she's gonna help me choose and have self control on buying things, and she's gonna be like handling chat and everything while I'm looking at things on the screen, even though I've already like been taking a pic. But it's yeah, so I first of all, I think the first thing I need to do is sign up for an account. I could have done that earlier, but apparently I didn't do it because I was too slow. But in terms of the Stephen Stern's case, the smelly dude, we are probably not going to cover the CSAM case. Um, oh, sorry, I did see that comment on Discord, but I haven't had time to answer. Sorry, my lovely. But yes, you should name him. What? I don't know. Let me think. Squirrel. I like the name Squirrel. Um, I don't know what to name it. I'm not good at naming things or people or, you know, squirrels, animals, because I was very basic on naming my own kid. I called him a shorter version of my second name. Um, so I'm not very original in names. So hey, Zio, um, sorry, this website is making me want to do math, so I'm just like no, I don't want to save it. I don't like to save my information. So ooh. Okay, so three cats: Ty, Toby, and Simba. Okay, I thought you were gonna go for a T. Yeah, so a T thing, a T theme. Let me think. Yes, I do. I did say hey, oh, that allegedly covers that, and I did to promote. I need to send the link, or if you can post the link on chat for people to check it out. Absolutely. Yeah, like Zio, Heo, and allegedly, yes, they both covered that case extensively. They do an amazing job. Something that I would never probably do or be able to do it as much as they do. But yeah, shopping while you're hungry, that is not a good combination. But come on up, I need your help because um yeah, exactly. That's where we found Hannah, and then she followed us. No, I'm joking. It's great. I'm grateful that you followed us, Hannah. Just joking, girl. But yes, so name. Um Hi, Toby and Simba. Can it be Nala? I really love the name Nala, from The Lion King. That name, it is one of my favorite names. So, hello.
Hello.
Hello. What do you think Nala as for the squirrel name of Hannah?
Nala? I like that
Nala,
name.
like
That's
from
beautiful.
the Lion King.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
Yay! This girl is an ally. Yay! Look at that. I named something that is a good name.
So I'm not sure what the heck is going on in Texas, but today we are I also am having a severe electric storm in the background. So if I just disappear into the
No,
abyss, that is
no, you.
why.
Oh my days! You need to be safe, girl.
Yeah,
Oh,
oh well, hopefully it won't come to the headphones. I'll
oh.
be safe on the
Do
interim.
not even say that. That scares the
It's
Jesus
a
anime, man.
what do you call it? Final Destination movies there?
Yeah, I think we do. I have heard about it. Please, can we not like have that on stream, please?
So I
Please,
want to
please.
caution. I just want to caution because I love the idea of covering all the cases and stuff. I just want to caution whenever we sit and talk about a case that we make sure that we don't accidentally put misinformation out that might affect the way that the I'm safe. I'm safe. That might affect the way that people see us. So just make sure. I just want to caution everybody,
Yeah.
including subs in the chat, because a lot of times it happens, just to make sure that information that we put out is vetted and
Oh yeah, not saying
you know.
that anyone had, but
No.
just yeah.
That's just that's me as a it's me as a walking disclaimer. You know that I do that on all of our videos. I always
Oh yeah.
say we're covered under fair use and that everything that we say is our opinion, not necessarily even the subs in the chat and that kind of
Oh
stuff.
yeah, absolutely agree. Right, are you ready for some shopping? My objective, right? My budget is $100, right? Let's try
Right.
not
So
to get.
I get some stuff. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I also need like a variety, like yeah. But the prices, my days, they were shocking. So
Where are
yeah,
you shopping at?
this is the website I found because it's a website that I found that is in
Ooh.
London, and it basically says it's an American food store. So I don't know. I think it's good. It
Sounds
looks
fun.
yeah, it looks pretty legit. So hey, the there's nothing wrong can go with us. And now, yeah. So right, shall we start by department or by I don't know. Where do you want to tackle?
Well, are you actually making food or are you just making snacks?
How would like breakfast stuff, snack stuffs, candy? Obviously, um, yeah.
I
So, oh,
appreciate that, Hannah.
I know. Say, I'm the same thing. Everyone says something about weather in America. I get like, whoa, what's going
Whoa,
on?
I hit
Oh,
us.
where did you go? Where did we went?
Look at that. I hit us way behind that. Look,
Yes,
look
Anna.
how
Yes.
little we are.
I delete them. Oh, look at
You're so
me.
cute.
Yeah, leave it like that. Yes, Hannah. Always, if you want to hop on, absolutely, you are more than welcome. Just let us
Okay,
know.
so
We'll share the link again.
the first meal of the day is obviously breakfast, so we should start there.
Okay, let's go. Let's start breakfast. Right.
Unless you're like me and when you get up, it's just midnight for me.
Well, yeah, probably. But right, American breakfast. Do we start with Pop Tarts then? Hey, apparently that's American breakfast. So
For some, I cook, so I don't know. Oh, look, there's that cream of wheat. It's almost like that malto meal.
where? Oh, cream of wheat. Okay, but
It's,
that's the top sellers, right? Okay. Oh, that's the grits you guys were talking about.
that's different than malto meal.
Oh,
Cream of wheat and malto meal. Cream of wheat, malto meal,
do you know how
and
to
the
speak?
grits are different.
So let's go into the cereals then. Oh no, I've already clicked on Fruity Pebbles, but I did not mean. Let's go grab one cereal, one pack of cereal. Right now, that's gonna be, um. So Lucky
So
Charms, I have
grits
it.
are grits
Hmm.
are made of like it's stone ground corn usually, like
Hmm.
white hominy or corn, like ground, like almost like polenta, but polenta is like flint corn, but it's like a firmer
Oh
texture.
yeah. Probably. I love polenta. Don't get me wrong, but I want
You
to
might
try
like
some.
grits. Grits with some butter in the morning is absolutely delicious, in my opinion. Yeah,
Hmm.
chocolate cream of wheat. I used to like chocolate when I was little.
Oh,
Lee
dislike
says
cream of
no
wheat.
to instant grits.
He says no to instant grits. Oh no, let's not upset Lee. Ooh, Apple Jacks, they look nice. I don't know. Cheerios, I have Cheerios here, so there's no point of getting Cheerios. Okay. Ooh, Cookie Crisp, we have Cookie Crisp.
Cookie Crisp.
Cookie Crisp. Lots of butter. You don't eat breakfast. Well, yeah, because when you wake up, Hannah, it's already in the afternoon. So, to be fair, but I sorry, I'm being mean. Uh, Frosted Flakes, we have Cocoa Pebbles.
Cocoa Pebbles. That is so expensive.
I know. It's freaking
Like,
expensive. Like
oh
10
my
days.
days.
Oh my days. That's why I'm saying is like it's gonna be easy to get to 100 on this because
Easy peasy.
is gonna be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I don't know, so many choices. What do I choose? Um, we can see you. Here, can you see Paula?
I can see her in chat.
Yeah.
I can see you, love.
I
can see you,
yay! That's a good thing they did not last long, Kara. Oh, they have a twist. Captain Crunch.
I
Ooh,
there's I know that I saw this when I came back in, Paula, to answer your question. I personally do not pay for Suno, but there is another creator on here that always gives songs to another creator, and they do pay for Suno. I personally do not.
So, oh no,
Why is
was Kara
Nightbot
tiny?
deleting you?
Oh, because she put a Captain Crunch in capitals. Dang Nightbot.
You know what, Nightbot? I'll
That dude
get
needs
with you later, and we'll just turn that part of it off.
of the
You don't have to
Nightbot.
get rid
Yes.
of him.
Yeah, we need to get rid of Nightbot, guys. We are gonna eliminate Nightbot. Oh, I don't know. What do you think? Captain Crunch normal or Captain Crunch Paris? Because Fruit Loops, we have it in the UK, so I'm not gonna get Fruit Loops because or cinnamon.
To me, cereal name brand cereal doesn't impress me. I don't eat much cereal, so you have to do that all on your own.
No, I don't want to make the
I
decision.
also don't eat name brand oatmeal. I do not eat Quaker oatmeal.
Oh,
Lucky Charms. Hannah says definitely Lucky Charms.
Lucky Charms, we
Or
have
berries.
it there.
Definitely berries. Well, if you have Lucky Charms, don't order them.
I'm gonna go for the Captain Crunch for the normal. Oh, Garden Bot got home. Hey.
Sub
Right.
GB. Big old
Very,
GB. GB
Right.
in the house.
Let's get a Pop Tart. We have strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate. So yes, so we got Captain Crunch. Oh, hang on. I need to get the feed up for the trial. Otherwise, we're just gonna be here talking about food for the rest of the day. Hang on, bear with me a moment. Zio, entertain everybody.
I'm yawning.
You're yawning already. Wow,
That was terrible.
It's very terrible. Right. Okay, I've got the feed up, and I can take this out, and put it here, and keep an eye on the feed.
I've never
I
had
can
peanut butter Captain Crunch or
Ooh.
Captain Crunch with berries. Oh, Crunch berries. Oh yeah, Crunch berries. Those are way better than regular Captain Crunch.
Oh man. Oh, cookie dough. Pop Tarts cookie dough. Where are the cookie dough? Chocolate chip, raspberry, hot fudge, pretzels, and frosted strawberry, confetti, chocolate chip. They don't have cookie dough, Kara. Yeah, we do get Pop Tarts here, but not this flavors. We only, at least where I shop, Hannah, we only have strawberry chocolate and the plain vanilla one. So, oh, I passed it? Where? Where did I pass it? Frosted strawberry, frosted cinnamon toasted, chocolate chip. Oh, chocolate chip cookie dough. Duh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gara, for keeping me right. So, why do I want to keep a quick view? I don't want to keep a quick view. I want to add to the basket. Oh, they don't tell me that it's out of stock. Are you kidding me? Huh? Why can I not? What? What's going on? Am I being stupid?
No, I was, I highlighted a message for garden pot.
We are trying home and snacks.
Garden pot, blink twice if you need help. He's drowning in the.
His wife is gonna make him rolling. Oh, my car from my friend has Girl Scout cookies. I am so envy. Oh my, I can't add it. Why? Oh, it's yeah. If I would read, because it says notify when it's available. I've stupid Pop Tarts. Right? Apparently, we cannot get Pop Tarts, guys, because all of them apparently are out of stock. Look at that. Ugh, my days. Right. Let's go. We have got cereal bars. That's fine. Hey, let's go to the candy, guys. Right. Where do I start? American candy. We start there. Are you kidding me? Use the navigation to find where. I want the candy. Give me the candy. Right. Let's get American sweets. What's that? Oh, Twizzlers. Oh my days, that is so expensive. Ooh. Why? I'm gonna go broke.
Oh, is there a tariff right now?
Oh, the tariff. I know. I think I'm gonna have to get Pop Tarts from work. Right now. Why is it so expensive? Why? I don't want to swear on stream. If you can find Reese's, take 5 candy bars. Get them. Sour Patch Kids and Nerds are good, but we have them in UK. So I'm trying to get something that we don't have, so I can try them. You know what I mean?
So what? So we've put a tariff on U.S. goods exported to Europe, but you guys have imposed tariffs on certain things coming out
From
of.
yeah.
But I can't figure out which ones they are. I haven't really looked. I'm not sure. But it's retaliatory tariffs, and that's
Oh yeah,
okay.
exactly. It is.
I
100
mean,
grand. We
steel, aluminum, and agricultural products.
Oh, William, that is very sweet, but we still need sweets. Um, you are very sweet, William, but we definitely still. I don't know. Oh, chocolate Reese's Pieces. I know we have Reese's Pieces in here. Why is the candy letting me down right now? It's literally really letting me down. I can't believe it. Oh, what's this? Big ready. What's that? Hello? Is anyone out there?
Big ringing.
Hey, Ken, we are shopping. I'm hungry and I want some American stuff, so I'm shopping. What's Big Red? Oh, is that gum?
Chewing gum.
Yeah, it's not even available. Do they have things here if there's not available, man? You know what? I'm gonna splurge and I'm gonna get the Twizzlers because I miss Twizzlers. I know I like it, but we don't sell it in the UK, so it's gonna go to the basket. My basket is so very. Hey, hi, Gan. If you want that diabetes in a jar, get marshmallow fluff. Put that on a peanut butter sandwich with bananas. Ooh, I do want diabetes in a jar. That sounds nice. I've always wanted that. Sounds very interesting. Uh, cookies. Really? I had to move the dresser. Sorry, 1 second. I had to move the dresser. Sorry. Right. Goldfish. Going on a basket. I don't even need success in there. Goldfish. Can you guys see that I'm addicted to goldfish? Goldfish. I have a goldfish problem. Oh, hang on. Is that crisps or
It's mixed. It's like a mix of a bunch of different stuff. There's pretzels, there's Chex Mix,
Oh,
there's different there's different stuff like dried bread, almost like croutons, but flat bread.
ooh, bagel crisps. I need to see what is that. Definitely flavor, but yeah, I'm trying all the goldfishes. We have. Ooh, someone is important. I've had this once, so I've had the rainbow goldfish. Ooh, you're going into my basket. Oreos. See, this is where all the money is going, guys. It's the snacks and the cookies. Oh, they are in the. Ooh, okay.
There's
Might have to try.
noise in the courtroom. Just make sure you're watching. They're moving the camera around.
Oh.
Yep, judges on the judge's back.
Which feed? It's early. Where are you?
I sent you the message. Yeah, they're back.
In which feed? We are on half an hour delay.
Well, not in this channel.
Oh, that channel is breaking rules. Oh, Up North Life? What's that? Up North Life.
A biomedical scientist is expected to speak. Biomedical scientist? I thought we already heard from him.
I know, I think so. Hang on, I'm trying to find this channel. Oh, found it. Uh-oh, I think someone is gonna be in trouble, but alright.
You?
No, this channel this should be on an half an hour delay.
Well, you heard it first here on TCA
Exactly.
8.
Wow, that's crazy. Where's Hannah? Oh, no, I want to say hi to Hannah. Okay, we're going to be a little bit late for court, but I want to say hi to Hannah. And Zio, stay here. I need your emotional support. Guide dog. We're not going to miss something important. That's fine. Oh, well, there's got to be something important. I completely agree, Ken. But we're gonna hear from Anna first, and then we'll get to court. I promise. We'll be fine. We'll zoom through it. We can skip the boring parts, which probably all of it. Oh, we're back at the normal size. Oh, hang on. I still had the feed. We're just waiting on Hannah. This is exciting. So, I'm very excited. Oh, awesome. That's awesome, William. I will finish the shopping later. I know
Did
I
you
might.
mute me?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah,
You
they're
muted
bringing the
yourself.
last witness up. Okay, did you pause it?
No, but the Hannah's here. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, welcome in. Well done for being brave. So, how's it going?
I'm gonna run off now.
Sorry?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you now. Zero dropped off. Hello. It's so awesome to hear you. How is the weather over there?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hannah? I don't think she has a lovely voice, but I don't think she can hear me. Oh, Hannah, no. Maybe your signal or my signal probably. I'm sorry. 1 second. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe we'll try later. Is that okay, Hannah? Sorry. Garden Bot is asking me about dinner, so I'm gonna play court. I'm gonna play it live, and yeah.
In certain cases, in others, I focus on the human factors aspect, specific to policing and critical incidents.
What are human factors?
Human factors, interesting area of looking at performance. So human factors essentially, succinctly, is human, kind of looking at human capabilities and limitations within a system. So we've got the capabilities and limitations of an individual person, human being. When I talk about system, I'm talking about the organizational system that those people perform within in any given situation. So it could be a nurse in a surgery center. It could be a pharmacist. It could be a mining operation. It could be a policing situation, which is where my focus is. But human factors is focused in a wide range of areas. It has all types of different specialty areas, scientists, researchers, people with varying degrees in different areas such as psychology primarily, and also engineering. I'm clearly not on the engineering side. I'm on the psychology side. So I'm focused on that area.
All right, let's start with your background in police practices. Were you ever a law enforcement officer?
I was a law enforcement officer for about 14 years.
Tell us about your law enforcement experience.
So after I got out of the military, I joined the Department of Energy as a security police officer at Lawrence Livermore Labs in California. That job it's a law enforcement job. We were granted limited powers of arrest and we carried firearms. A little bit different job though. Our primary focus was the safety and security of the installation and the people. And as I was there, I joined what's called a special response team. And their responsibility is kind of a quasi counterterrorism because those labs have certain materials that need to be protected. So our primary task in that area was the recapture and recovery of special nuclear material is what it's called. And I stopped there. After that, I did a couple of years there, and then I went on to the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit Police Department, obviously in San Francisco, California, and the surrounding areas. Obviously went to a police academy, a state police academy for that. Worked there for several years on patrol in several different jurisdictions. It was covered a lot of geographical areas. And then from there, I went on to the Livermore Police Department, where I spent the majority of my sworn law enforcement career. Did a lot of tasks and duties there that are typical of law enforcement. I worked patrol, SWAT, did gangs, narcotics, was a field training officer, a lot of the things that you've heard from a lot of witnesses so far. After my time there, I went on to, I actually got injured on the job and ended up not being able to return. Wanted to stay in law enforcement, so I ended up going to what's called the Alameda County Sheriff's Department, which is near where Livermore was. Ended up working there in their regional training center as a civilian trainer. And I focused there on use of force in the force option simulator program that they had there. And I think you've heard some information about that from Mr. Bartel yesterday. But that's that simulator with the video and the ability to use replica weapons that have lasers on them and interact with the screen. Very interesting job for me, because during that time I was moving through the education process. I've always been interested in this area of human factors, but especially applied to policing. But as I was able to do that job, I was able to watch performance in simulated situations. And I would see what happens to people when they operate under stress. I would see when we would debrief them after a scenario, maybe what they didn't remember, what they didn't perceive, or they misperceived. So I was able to kind of apply that scholar practitioner kind of hat in being able to not only have an academic basis, but I was also just observing for that information as I was going through these scenarios. And then after that, that's when I left law enforcement as being employed in any fashion.
Do you hold any law enforcement instructor certifications? You can just list them.
Sure. The law enforcement instructor certifications included, I'm a firearms instructor. These are California Post certified. So it's the equivalent of MCOLS. You've heard that terminology. We have that same thing in California. So they certified people to be firearms instructor, which I was, force option simulator, which I did. I was an instructor in reality-based training. That was through a separate company. I was a field training officer, so that's an instructor certification. There's more, but I keep forgetting them.
It's okay. We can move on.
Yes.
Have you attended any use of force or officer-involved shooting trainings?
Yes, and I'm hoping to get this out. It's the Robert S. Presley Institute of Criminal Investigations Officer-Involved Shooting Investigator course. That's provided through Cal Post. That's the only officer-involved shooting class, but I've had other training in the area.
Do you maintain memberships in criminal justice-related organizations?
I do, several. Academy of Criminal Justice Science, which is more on the academic side. So that's an organization that looks at what's going on in policing. They conduct a lot of research and publish journals associated with that. So I keep current through that. I'm also a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, also the Association of Force Investigators, which is a kind of a national organization focused on looking at use of force. And then lastly, the California Force Instructors Association, which is state specific, but we have some international international folks that are members. And again, we're focused on training trends and training information in police use of force.
Have you ever taught criminal justice at any higher institutions?
I have. I was a criminal justice professor at 2 community colleges, basically taught intro to criminal justice courses. And also in those positions, I actually also functioned, because those community colleges there, like here, oversee police academies. So by being hired as an adjunct criminal justice professor, I had a dual ability to teach in the police academy there, which I did.
Okay, and have you taught police officers about safety and tactics, police procedures, or use of force and officer-involved shootings? Have you done all those and shared your education with members in the field?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and I called you doctor. You're not a medical doctor.
No, don't like
Okay,
that.
but you have a doctorate and you have a master's. Please tell the jury what your master's is in and your doctorate.
So my master's degree is in psychology. I did a thesis focused on police use of force. So the actual research project was looking at decision-making and reaction time in fatigued and non-fatigued states, basically. So that research project had to be completed in order to get the master's degree. And then my doctoral degree is in performance psychology. Again, focused a lot of my research during that time, focused on police critical incidents, police use of force. My doctoral dissertation was an application of what's called the human factors analysis and classification system to law enforcement shootings. And that was, again, a little bit over a year-long research project. Did a lot of interviews and a lot of digging into archival data to complete that project in order to get the doctorate.
Okay. Now, you've heard some of the testimony in this case.
I believe I heard almost all of it.
Okay, and we heard from Dr. Kroll yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He talked about peer-reviewed articles. I'm not going to go through what that means, but do you have any peer-reviewed articles that are related to your field of study?
I do. I have 9, I think the total is right now. I published the one master's degree thesis project in a peer-reviewed journal, done some research on firearms reaction time, some case studies on police shootings, and looked at force option simulators. As a lot of research has been done, so we did basically a systematic review to look at how those things, what research has been conducted and where we need to go in the future and what's been found up to this point.
Okay, and do you maintain any memberships related to human factors?
I do. I'm a member of the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, which is an international organization that's focused on that area of science. They also publish 2 journals that I also receive through them. And then I'm also a member of the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society Forensic Professionals Technical Group. Now that's the portion, the arm or branch of Human Factors and Ergonomics Society that focuses on kind of what we're doing here, looking at and investigating incidents and accidents in different fields, applying human factors, and ultimately maybe ending up in a courtroom like this.
Have you taught human factors to law enforcement officers or executives, attorneys, others in the field?
Yes, I have. After I left, well, actually kind of overlapping with my tenure at the Alameda County Sheriff's Department, I also was a kind of subcontracted to a company called Human Performance Training Institute. And there we did teach a course across the nation that looked at all these human performance factors. We went through some of the science. We talked about and taught the application of the science to these type of incidents, use of force incidents, to include officer-involved shootings.
Okay, and then you said you were a consultant, you have a consulting company. Can you name some of the organizations that you've consulted for in relation to police practices and human factors?
Yes, I've consulted with the California Department of Justice, the United States Department of Justice. I've consulted with the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union. I've consulted with several prosecutors' offices in the state of California, as well as defense attorneys in both. And then there's a difference between civil and criminal litigation. So also plaintiff and defense attorneys in the civil litigation world.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense tenders Dr. Blake as an expert in the field of human factor psychology and police practices.
Thanks, Vladimir, Your Honor.
Was it psychology in police practices or and?
Now it's human factor psychology, and then also a separate police practice. Yeah.
So an expert in those 2 fields is what you're requesting?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Just want to make sure, because kind of now 2 things. The report I got was a human factor psychology draft report. That's a report you prepared.
Yes, sir.
It was a human.
I mean, I need to see what you have there, but it sounds like, sure. That looks like it, yes.
And it's titled human factor psychology. It wasn't
Yes.
anything with use of force at that point in time, but now we're going into that as well.
I don't think that he tried to certify me as an expert in use of force.
Oh, that's what you did. Okay. Police practices, okay. Going into human factor psychology, there are 21 identified and recognized specialties in the American Psychological Association. Human factors is not one of them, is it?
No, it's not. I think there's a section. So you're talking about all the sections, and I was previously a member of the APA. They do have a performance psychology section, which is very closely related.
There's a police and public safety one, right?
Yes.
You're not a member of that.
No.
There's a behavioral and cognitive psychology. That's another one, but you're not a member of that.
No, sir.
There's like 50 divisions in the APA you can join, and human factors psychology is not one of them.
No, it's not. As I stated, human factor psychology is a umbrella area of science that's made up of people from various different backgrounds in psychology and other fields.
So you're not licensed to practice psychology anywhere in any state, are you?
Well, wait a minute. A licensed psychologist is completely different.
That's what I just want to make it clear.
Yeah, okay. So
clear.
a licensed psychologist is somebody who practices clinical psychology and diagnoses people with maybe a mental disorder. I do not. That's a completely separate field.
And that's why I want to make sure, because you sort of psychology. We want to make it clear. You can't counsel anyone. You're not licensed to counsel anyone. That's not
No,
anything
sir.
that you do.
No, sir.
Now, Michigan Tech has an undergrad program in human factor psychology.
Okay.
I looked it up and it said human factor psychology focuses primarily on the interaction between people and machines. They make technology work better with humans. That was their definition. It sounds like you're much broader than that, is what you're saying.
Well, there's several definitions. I think if you look at the Human Factors and Ergonomic Society website, you'll find the definitions closer to what I described.
Well, once again, going to the American Psychiatric Association, they talk about a career in human factor psychology. I talk about jobs where using a hands-free telephone to make a call while driving makes it less dangerous. That's one of the things you can do with human factors.
Yeah, and it's exactly pertinent to what I wrote in my report about attention, divided attention, perception. That's fundamental aspects of that field.
Other top jobs include architecture and design firms, how to build designs that will operate and help people interact with building layouts.
Yeah, again, all of that is safety focused. So warnings, designs, labels. There's been comments on for instance, comments on the taser, that it's designed like a handgun. So therefore, it's prone to error. People or police officers mistaking tasers for handguns or vice versa. So the field is very broad. You are correct.
Now, in terms of that, you are not certified, the Board of Certification of Professional Ergonomics, are you?
No, and I can tell you why if you care to know.
Well, would one of the reasons be why that your undergrad degree isn't sufficient to get certified?
It actually, that's correct. Not my undergrad, but my graduate degrees. And the reason why is the field of human factors, like lots of fields, has changed their focus into contemporary topics. One of the contemporary topics is what's called UX, user experience. It's very involved with computers and that type of thing. Human capabilities and limitations associated with functioning with computer programs and all of those. Some of the required courses to become board certified are associated with those things. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not interested in those courses and I'm not going to go work in that field. So I didn't pursue that any longer.
Well, I mean, it says the mission is to protect the public profession and its professionals by assuming standards of competency and advocating for the value of certification. You don't think you need to be certified because you just don't like it?
Not everybody's a board certified in anything. There's medical doctors that you can get board certification that may not be. There's psychologists that you could get board certification, they may not be.
Going to your undergrad degree, you're undergrad degree out of Union Institute out of Cincinnati, correct?
Correct.
That was closed in 2019, correct?
I didn't even know that.
Didn't even know that.
Actually, no, I didn't know.
Okay. Were you aware that Union Institute was known as Cop U because so many police officers took the classes because they were online?
Actually, I attended in person to a portion of those classes.
A portion, but you still did others that were online.
Sure, that's kind of the norm today.
Were you aware that the Ohio Board of Regents report on Union Institute back in 2002 talked about Union Institute's weakness for lack of academic structures sufficient to produce a minimum level of academic achievement among its graduates?
No, I was not.
And even at Union Institute, you did not get it. It was nothing to do with human factors. You were criminal justice management.
Absolutely.
Which was designed to advance careers of law enforcement personnel into supervisory management and executive positions.
Correct.
You talk about your master's degree. Your master's degree was Kaplan University, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Kaplan University was a for-profit online university.
I believe so, yes. The for-profit part.
So now that's not around. It's been subsumed by Purdue Global, correct?
That's my understanding.
Were you aware that in 2012, the Senate, United States Senate, on Committee on Health, Education, and Labor, produced a report saying students raised concern with academic quality by filing complaints with school, state, and federal agencies regarding the level of education they got at Kaplan?
No, I found it to be vigorous. I did quite a significant and detailed thesis, and I had doctors from other colleges who were on the board who certified my thesis. So I felt it was a rigorous program.
You thought it was a rigorous program, but sure. Part of the thing with Kaplan was, going to their ad, a convenient web-based academic program allow you to tailor your own curriculum and plan class and study time to fit your own unique schedule. You kind of did your own thing at Kaplan.
Well, that's not true. I didn't. I don't know what that refers to, but I had a very structured schedule, just like any other college. I'd sign in watch the instructor. I had to complete the assignments online. I had multiple papers and research projects that had to be completed. And I had to complete the thesis under the observation of a doctor in the field. So again, I thought it was rigorous.
Were you aware that Kaplan was sued by the state of Florida back in 2014 for engaging in unfair and deceptive practices related to student recruitment about job placement and accreditation, and they settled out of court for $1.3 million? Objection to relevance? Yeah. It was the academic credentials of his university. He talks about he's a part of academia. This is the type of university he went to for his degree.
I don't see there, I lost it where they got sued related to, I don't know what.
Okay. Are you aware of the Harvard Law School report on veteran complaints about misconduct at Kaplan?
Nope.
Okay. Complaints by veterans that it was too easy. A student in psychology was taught to use Microsoft Paint. Was that you?
No.
I
I am a military veteran, but I don't recall that at all.
You didn't participate in that study then?
No.
Because you found it hard, but they have a study from Harvard saying it was basically too easy at Kaplan.
Okay. They have a study.
There was a report on veteran complaints about misconduct and illegal practices at Kaplan schools. You're not aware of that?
No.
You also talk about Human Performance Training Institute. You taught there, but that's not a degree.
That's correct.
All right, just want to make sure on that. But that was that was training for law enforcement and aviation personnel? That's
The boss, the owner of the company, was a former West Point professor who taught and did a lot of the human factors applications in the aviation field in the military. So he started that company, and I came in under him.
I got it from the company that was started by 3 former law enforcement personnel.
Well, so it's changed hands since then.
All right, so it was started by that, but when you came in, it wasn't law enforcement.
No, they had an aviation component because human factors came from aviation primarily. So this, I just call him the boss. The boss came from that world and opened up this company, and he kept that portion, and he also taught human factors to law enforcement. I came in under him.
Okay. Now, just your doctorate is from Grand Canyon University?
Correct.
Now, what I had, is it a doctorate? A doctorate in performance psychology. Is it qualitative or quantitative? Because I saw 2 different ones when I looked at Grand Canyon University.
Well, qualitative and quantitative are research methods. I do believe, I think I looked at the website, and is this recent?
Yeah, this is they separated out 2 of them.
Yes.
You don't have separated out 2.
No, because at the time they didn't have that.
Okay. So
you had a choice. You had a choice while you were going. It's really focused on the doctoral dissertation as to whether you want to go down the quantitative route and use those research methods, or you want to use the qualitative route.
Okay, so qualitative route. So that you did more the qualitative route.
Well, I didn't take that. That program didn't exist. My dissertation is in fact using a qualitative methodology.
But okay, looking at their website in terms of qualitative, they talked about practices intended to improve employee performance. Use some of the strategies, look at goal setting, enhancing work output, how to improve work and leadership. That's what they describe qualitative doctorate program.
And I don't remember the description of that's not the program I went to, is all I'm saying.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thanks, sir.
We so move again then?
Leave it to court's discretion, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Blake. In anticipation of preparing a report, you reviewed some materials related to this case.
Yes, sir.
And that includes a lot of the videos the jury has seen.
Yes.
And some GRPD policies and training materials.
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Becker's experts' reports.
Yes.
And you have heard, I think you said a lot of the testimony.
Yes.
All right. And obviously, prior to listening to the testimony, you prepared a report.
I did.
Okay, and you're aware that that report has been submitted to Mr. Becker?
Yes, but according to what he just showed me, yes.
Yes, it's pretty obvious.
Yes.
And based on that, you've been able to form some opinions that are relevant to this case.
I have.
And also have observed and have a response to some of the opinions of Mr. Becker's experts as well.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that the prosecution has experts that provided an opinion, and it's Professor Seth Stoughton and
Correct.
Mr. Bloomfield. And their opinion was that in stressful environments, human decision-making suffers. Officers may experience distorted sensory perceptions, including visual distortions, for example, tunnel vision, auditory distortions, for example, auditory blunting, and temporal distortions, perceiving events as occurring more quickly or more slowly than they actually are. You're familiar with that statement by Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield?
I am.
Do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely. That's what the research shows. I think that statement is actually from Mr. Stoughton's book.
Okay. And so you've listened to some of the testimony. You heard that Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield indicated that they talked about that they had considered, for example, auditory distortions.
Yes.
Okay. When they did the report, you also heard at least Mr. Bloomfield say that he's not an expert in that field.
Correct.
Okay. Did you also hear that they formed an opinion that no reasonable officer could have heard, for example, the second cartridge go off in this case?
Yes.
Or would not have heard the second cartridge go off? Okay. So I'd like to talk about that, in particular, this idea of auditory distortions. And we talked a little bit about auditory blunting and auditory exclusion. Can you tell the jury what auditory distortions are?
Well, so it's auditory exclusions is what was talked about. And basically what we're talking about in general is a failure, a temporary loss of hearing, a failure to hear under acute stress. That's the general consensus from the law enforcement literature. And when I say law enforcement literature, I'm talking about the trade itself. That's how it's talked about. We can move over to the academic world and look at the research. And now we start seeing more information that is consistent with what the law enforcement field believes. And so we have research that is primarily, there's some research in an area called inattention deafness, which is focused on cognitive load, again, failure to hear under cognitive load, usually a visible task, and the failure to hear is an alarm, an audible alarm. But that research is very, very similar. The concept is very, very similar because cognitive load is a stressor. You're under stress. You're having to work hard. So they're the same.
I'm going to stop you a little bit.
I got going now.
There's a lot of terms in there. We need to unpack them.
Sorry.
Okay.
I got going.
So auditory exclusion, you define, but you were started talking about cognitive load. Are there certain conditions that you associate with auditory exclusion?
Sure. Stress, cognitive load, and attention are the big ones.
Okay. So let's go with stress first, since that's the one you said first. Most people seem to know what stress is. Is that what you're talking about in connection with conditions that are associated with auditory exclusion?
Yes. Stress, it's the capability and demand. That's the capability of the human, the demand of whatever the system is, whatever the task is, and your perception of the ability to deal with that demand. So it's those three things that are going to kind of fundamentally be the foundation for stress.
Okay. Cognitive load, you started talking about it, but what do you mean by cognitive load?
Cognitive load's an area of psychology where, to make it simple, we're looking at, once again, how difficult the task is. Again, it's the stressor. How difficult is the task? How complex is it? Is it time compressed? Is there a lot of things to pay attention to? A lot of things to respond to? Your brain is under a lot of load, and it has a limited ability. You think about it like the RAM in a computer. Your computer only has so much storage space, so much ability to function at a certain speed. And once you surpass that, it kind of goes defunct. So think of the brain like that. There's only so much information we can take in and process and respond to in a certain period of time.
Okay, so information is coming in, the brain is like a computer. You can only handle so much.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned focus of attention. What did you mean by that?
So in psychology, we have something called the spotlight of attention. So that's one way of looking at it. If you think about looking around a room, as I scan the room, if I look at one person in the jury box, I can pick up a lot of visual detail about that individual. I can tell you what they're wearing, maybe what the writing is on their shirt or the tag on their shirt. But details over here are absolutely, I know people are here, but I can't tell you anything visually about them. I can't garner any information. As a matter of fact, even slightly to the left of the person I may be looking at and focused on, I know they're there. I might know that what color sweater they have, but the detail is much, much less. So, it's very easy to do that just looking around the courtroom and focusing on one person, but trying to discern a little bit of information just to the right or the left, and then incrementally go out. And you realize very quickly that as you move out to the periphery while you're fixated, you're getting less and less information.
So these are the three sort of conditions that you would associate with auditory exclusion.
Yes, in the sense that what I was describing there was visual attention. So auditory attention, again, if you're listening for something, you're much more likely to pick it up. If it's an unexpected noise, especially in a complex environment or in a noisy environment, even still, or you're focused on another area with all of your attentional resources, be it visual or otherwise, certainly you may not pick up that information.
Okay. And so you saw Mr. Bloomfield's testimony, and he provided an opinion where he said he considered auditory exclusion. And he also provided an opinion that said that the event at issue here was not the type of stressful situation where one could suffer auditory exclusion or blunting. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
If you look at the police trade literature, and then you even go into the research that's been conducted here, there's multiple studies in this area. You find that this is exactly the situation, the type of event being an officer-involved shooting, that officers report habitually, hundreds of them, having either dimmed audible information or not hearing things at all. Not only that, but that's also from that, I mentioned earlier that scholar practitioner concept. This is also what I've seen in all these scenario-based environments that I've trained other officers in. They don't hear the gunshots. They don't hear radio traffic when the sirens are going and they're driving 100 miles an hour to go from point A to point B. And they're involved in all these tasks that are sucking attention and sucking that RAM or that available space that's available to process information. And they're not picking up details that they're not listening for or details that's unexpected because they're so focused on something else.
Okay. And so you did review the video, and obviously no one knows what someone heard, right? And the question for you is this the type of condition where it's possible that auditory exclusion could apply? And in relation to the information you reviewed, do you think that it's possible that Officer Schurr experienced this sort of condition of auditory exclusion?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
basically just, or basically repeating what I just said, if you look at this incident and think about what were the attentional demands of the officer as he went through this process, and what were the attentional demands when that taser went off. He was fighting, he was doing all kinds of different things that he's already discussed. But clearly, I see that as a rapidly evolving, complex situation, significant stress, and that sound, that noise was already. The sound was a little bit dimmer than what it usually is. I'm a taser instructor, so that's something I'm very familiar with, and so it wasn't as loud as what it would normally be. When that taser went off, he was in the middle of, or it occurred at the same time he was speaking. So that's another reason, when you're yelling something, a noise from somewhere else during all this other stuff may not be heard.
Okay, and you've watched the video. There's a suggestion that the officer Schurr stopped in the middle of a word. Is there anything else about that particular point in that video that suggests that maybe it's not that he just happened to have heard something? There are other conditions that could have been at play.
Well, the possibility is always there, but there's also, I hear later on, after the shooting, he gets on the radio and he's unable to complete a sentence. He starts saying 1915, send me, and I think there's a long pause and more units, or I've been involved in an officer-involved shooting, something to that effect. There's a pause there. So is it possible that when that taser went off, that he just couldn't finish that sentence because he was out of oxygen? He couldn't, the breathing.
Even if he heard it, meaning his ears comprehended the sound, would you expect a human being in this situation to engage in like analytical thinking about the significance of that second taser pop?
No.
Why not?
Well, analytical thinking is when you have that time to go from one step to the next step, simulate, talk about, think about what could we do next? What would be the outcome of that? Whereas when you're in a situation like that, you're kind of relying on what's called heuristics. You're kind of matching patterns and cues and information the best that you can under the current conditions. And as you're flowing through this, I just lost my train of thought. That's horrible. Could you repeat the question for me one more time?
Well, I actually had a couple more. Can I break this down a little bit for you?
Sure.
Let's start with, what is heuristics?
Heuristics are basically patterns. We develop patterns from our experiences. So knowledge, training, and experience. As we come up through our lives, we start learning details about people, places, and things. And we store that knowledge. And when we recognize a similar pattern, we make very rapid, sometimes implicit decisions about that information, and make decisions based on that. And it works for us most of the time pretty well.
Okay, and you were talking about what the brain does, the sort of the psychology of doing analytical thinking in a situation like this. And I don't know if you finished your answer or not, but is it your opinion that a human being in this situation wouldn't necessarily be observing all the information and stimulus informed through their ears, that they would understand what's going on, even if they heard it?
Yeah, and that's where I was going with that. That's not an analytical process. You're kind of responding very quickly to the information. And if you hear a noise while your focus of attention is on all these other things that's rapidly evolving, I need to grab this, I need to control that, I'm trying to maintain my balance, that's going to take a lot more of your attentional resources. Then, so you may not have heard it. It is common in these policing incidents similar to this to not hear or see or recognize the situation as what it was in the moment.
All right, so I'd like to move on to I like to call split-second decisions, but I don't think that's a medical term, right?
No, it's not gonna happen.
But perception reaction time, including movement time. Can you tell the jury what perception reaction time is?
Yeah, so when we talk about the time from when a stimulus presents itself, meaning something that I need to respond to, like a red light on the wall. I'm told I need to push a button when the red light lights. So that's the stimulus. So there's a time between the stimulus presentation and my first movement. And this is going to be weird for you, but that's actually reaction time. You haven't moved yet. That's all the mental processing time that's going on. You're recognizing the stimulus, you're deciding what to do, you're selecting an option. In this case, you already have that selected for you. And then beyond that, when you start to move, to push that button, so if your fingers, you have to start like this, light comes on, there's going to be a delay, and then I'm going to start to move. As soon as I start to move, reaction time's over. Now I'm in the movement time mode, however long it takes me to move my hand from here and push the button. So task complexity and there's all kinds of issues that are potentially going to slow down that initial perception reaction time. On the back end, the movement time portion, also the task and the complexity. For instance, if it's not just a button, well, I have to reach down and grab my firearm and disengage the retention mechanisms, draw, aim, fire. That's going to obviously take a lot longer time because there's more involved in that process.
Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit with an example that the jury's seen many times. There's a still shot in this case of the moment the casing of the bullet that was used by Officer Schurr is coming out of the gun. You've seen that?
I have.
So that's a moment in time.
Correct.
Can you tell us what is that moment in relation to perception, reaction, or movement time?
That's well after perception, reaction, movement time that has occurred.
Okay, so that time period, perception, reaction, and movement has completed at the moment that's already out there.
It had to have, yes.
I mean, the function of all this is there's time that it takes to actually make something happen, right? First, you have to perceive it, and then your body has to do certain things in response. And I think you talked about pushing a red button. In a controlled environment, have you actually studied this where you figure out what's the fastest somebody could go from perception to end of movement?
We have looked at that. I did the handgun study I talked about earlier. But I think what you're getting to is just there are studies out there that have done similar experiments, and they've looked specifically at that reaction time component, the time that you can't see, because they're looking at the moment of when the stimulus started and when the person started moving. So it's the time between there. So it's implicit. There's cognitive processes going on. That time period in studies that involve firearms draws is about 250 milliseconds. And that's consistent between two studies that I can think of.
Okay, 250 milliseconds. Break this down for us. That's less than a second.
It's a quarter of a second.
Is this where we get the term split second because we're splitting them up?
That would be the correct way to use that, yes.
All right. And so the fastest in a controlled environment that someone can go from perception to movement is less than a second, but basically a quarter second?
Definitely less, yes.
Okay. And that's in a controlled environment. In a uncontrolled environment, in the real world, we're not in a room with a red light. Would you expect that reaction time to be slower?
Well, again, that's that mental processing time component, and that's in a very, very simple task. You're talking 250 milliseconds. When we have the real world influences, stress, age, complexity of the task, how many things are you attending to, the saliency, how important is that stimulus in the environment? Is it bright or is it dim? Does it capture your attention? All those things now are going to influence whether or not you pick it up and start this process. And then as, again, the task complexity is in the movement time portion. That is also, as I explained, going to lengthen the time. But in this particular case, it could be relatively quick as far as the total process of perception to response time. If we're looking at the changes that occurred that Mr. Schurr testified, or Officer Schurr testified to, that may have caused him to use the force that he did.
Okay. So the ultimate question here is, I talked about this one moment in time where there's a casing coming out that shows the sort of the bullet casing in the air. Is that reflective on when Officer Schurr made the decision to shoot?
No.
Okay. So it was sometime before that.
It has to be.
All right. And obviously it can't be after that.
No.
All right. But you don't know exactly when that occurred.
No, it's implicit. I can only rely on what the officer said.
Now, you also saw the testimony of Professor Stoughton, where he said that Officer Schurr had sufficient time to give a verbal warning.
Yes.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Well, as I understand it, Professor Stoughton assumed that the decision was made to fire the weapon when it was drawn. I don't believe that's the case, based on testimony and based on my observations. Because if you look at the video, you see the weapon drawn, it gets pointed at Patrick, and then there's an additional directive command that's given. And then there's still more time after that and changes that occur before the shot is fired. So I think it's a little, well, totally speculative that the decision to fire, to come out and pull the trigger, was made when the weapon came out of the holster. And what I see is, I do see a change in the environment, in Patrick's positioning, that is consistent with what he has testified to, that elicited that decision. So that's a small period of time after the last directive was given. So if the decision was made after the last directive was given, that's a small period of time. So if you think, if the warning is expected to be drop the taser or I'll shoot, how long did it just take me to say that? Maybe a second and a half. So the immediacy of the threat doesn't allow for that. So for that reason, I don't think that it was feasible.
Okay, and you talked about a change in the environment. Are you talking about when Mr. Lyoya was turning?
I do.
And there wasn't sufficient time to give a full compound sentence warning in that particular moment?
Not my opinion, no.
Okay. Nothing further? Thank you.
I'm going to go into some of your ratings there. A copy of this. I want to know, can you tell me if you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
Factoring. That's a study that I did. It's the peer-reviewed and published article from my thesis, my master's thesis.
Master's thesis.
Yes.
So this is factoring, fatigue, and deadly force encounters, kind of what we're talking about here.
Correct.
Now, but your thesis was based on, this article was based on, you lost an overwhelming amount of data, didn't you?
An overwhelming amount of data. It's been quite some time, sir.
Take a look. This is what you wrote. Sure. Highlight portion top there.
Okay, actually, yeah, sure, I wrote that.
You wrote that. You lost a total of 215 participants logged into the program, but only 53 were actually able to complete the questionnaire that you wanted.
Correct. It wasn't a questionnaire, but there were 53 participants.
53 participants out of the 215 that tried to log in. And then you based your decision on your thesis on 53 participants.
I did.
And they were all supposed to be law enforcement officers.
They were.
Well, they weren't because of a portion of the subjects were unknown to the researcher. Although unlikely, it is possible that not all the subjects were in fact police officers. That's what you wrote.
Wait a minute. That's you have the wrong face page on that. This is not right. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting this confused with something else. I apologize.
That's right. So 50 out of the 53, and you start out with 215. You went down to 53, and out of the 53 of law enforcement officers, you can't even say they're law enforcement officers for sure.
Correct.
And this is your rigorous Kaplan University master's thesis.
Well, sir, I mean, you can criticize it if you like, and we could go through it if you like, but ultimately, we lost a lot of data. That's not unusual in research. You lose data. Some participants are excluded. That happens. We reported on how many participants we had. We reported on the results, and we sent that in for peer review publication. It was accepted for peer review and publication. So it was rigorous enough for that.
For the law enforcement executive forum, is that what it was? Law
Yes.
enforcement executive forum.
Yes.
That's the basis of almost all your publications, isn't that true?
A portion of them, yes.
Well, I'm gonna you list about 50 of them. We're gonna go through Police One, Force Science, Police One again, Force Science. Those are all police-related entities, correct?
Yes.
Vertra News. That's Lon Bartle's
company.
Yes. You're familiar with Lon?
I am familiar with Lon.
You work with him quite a bit?
No.
Not at all, but you did an article with him, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Not with, yes. Yeah.
You did a joint article with him, right?
Yeah.
But it sounds like did he sell the California Post, the simulator you use?
I have no idea. No, we don't even, as a matter of fact, when I was working there, we didn't even use that simulator, so no.
Yeah, I'm looking, there's probably about 25 Police One articles. It's the vast majority of the things you write in, correct?
Correct.
One of the Police One articles I found, Digital Media Evidence and Force Investigations. Back at, looks like October 19th, 2020. You recognize that?
Yeah, I certainly do. Thank you.
That was with Mr. McFarland, who sits in the back, right?
Correct.
This is a whole article about how the two of you worked together on a very similar case, a use of force case, where both of you testified for the defense in that case, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote an article about your experiences in that case.
Yes.
And how the use of force captured on video can be misinterpreted, exposing officers and agencies to significant criminal and civil liability risk. That was the purpose of the article, right?
I don't know. It was certainly something we wrote to lead into the article, yes.
One of the things they brought up quite a bit on was the freeze frame photo that he asked you about a number of times in terms of when the moment the shot was, you see the thing.
Yes.
One of the things you consider, though, is you think that the best way to view a video is by frame. Isn't that correct?
I think that's a good method to see everything that needs to be seen due to failures to see and other issues that can occur to an observer.
I'm going to show you another Police One article. This was September 21st, 2017. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. You wrote this article.
Yes.
Okay. In this article, you wrote, investigations involving any video should be broken down frame by frame to see and understand more of what occurred, as the human eye is not capable of picking up data at full speed.
Yes.
Those were your words.
Yeah, I stand by them.
Yeah. Personal experience includes a video showed hundreds of law enforcement officers and civilians. Once a frame by frame is shown, a new vote is taken and the exact opposite occurs. So you would advocate frame by frame.
I do advocate frame by
Did
frame.
you watch any of our frame by frame?
Absolutely.
Another policeman article that you wrote. It was November 17, 2016 article.
Yes.
This article, and I'm not sure if you're talking about, you wrote, people learn to store information through their lifespan through training and experience. This allows us to make quick, unconscious, and often correct judgment about places, people, places, and things, right? So that's the heuristics you were talking about.
Yes.
Okay. However, there are times when these judgments and decisions can be wrong using that heuristic, correct?
Correct.
Just looking at, I got some not exactly great psychology today. That's kind of a periodical you're familiar with.
I am familiar with it.
It's kind of the for people who are not academics, they could probably it's something they rely on, and you're familiar with it and look at it time to time. I would assume.
I do on occasion. Yes.
They talk about heuristic decisions. They talk about it's a mental shortcut that allows individual to make a quick decision, pass judgment, or solve a problem with minimal mental effort. Correct?
It does say that, but I think that deserves context.
It can reduce the burden of decision making, but they can also be costly when they lead to individuals to miss critical information or act on unjust biases. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, but it deserves context.
Here with the Journal of Criminal Justice.
Did you ask me if I was
Yeah,
familiar with it?
familiar
I'm
with-
sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes.
Yeah, you're familiar with it's a peer-reviewed journal, if you will.
Yes.
It's something I don't think you have any articles published in it, but it's something that's relied upon in the criminal justice industry, if you will.
Sure.
I have this article examining police use of force, examining the relationship between calls for service and the balance of police force and suspect resistance. In the statement, it says research concludes that officers develop hunches about how suspicious an individual is, the likelihood to have a commitment, and their moral character. Would you agree with that?
Could you read that one more time?
Sure.
I'm sorry, it was a little quick.
The research concludes that officers develop hunches about how suspicious an individual is, the likelihood they have commitment, and their moral character.
Sounds like you're reading the results of a research article that I haven't read, so I'm not going to agree with it.
You're not going to agree with that. Okay.
Oh, I have to read the research.
Get the context of it?
I would like to, yes.
If you're familiar with, this is a little bit different, criminal justice and behavior.
Heard of that one, yes.
Something you rely on, is a peer-reviewed.
I may have read an article from there. I don't know.
Okay. In that, they talk about split-second decisions. You talked a little bit about split-second decisions. They say there's no time for considered analytical decisions. They rely on intuition experience. A split-second syndrome exists where rapid decision-making inhibits diagnostic capabilities, resulting in bad decisions, right?
It sounds like you're reading the results of a study again. Is that just the narrative, or
That's what the quote I have from the other article.
can I see it?
I just put it away.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, before I comment on an article that I haven't seen, is that possible? Yes.
That's possible. That's one of the
but-
things that, heuristics can lead to bad decisions, right?
Heuristics can lead to,
You
yes.
jump to conclusions. That's maybe a simplified way to do it.
Again, context. I think, people, like I said, if I had to weigh it out, and I don't have a scientific reference for this, but if I had to say on a daily basis, we make 100 hundreds of heuristic-based decisions, and most of them, if not all of them, are right. And it does happen where that failure to go deeper, that we make an error, certainly.
Thank you. A couple follow-up. Mr. Becker talked about the single frame where the casing is coming out, and he was talking about frame-by-frame analysis. You don't have any problem with frame-by-frame analysis?
No, my articles and everything I would talk about specifically focuses on frame-by-frame analysis. Is absolutely something you want to do in a case like this.
The point of your testimony is that you should look at the right frame.
Look at the right places in the right frame, track movement between frames back and forth. There's a myriad of things, yes.
Okay, and now we talked about Mr. Bloomfield and Professor Stoughton. Are either of them experts in human factors that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Had you heard of Mr. Bloomfield prior to this case?
Bloomfield, no.
Okay, you've heard of Professor Stoughton?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right. While we wait, we can say hi. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Case One. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you for popping in and saying hello, even though it's during break and KR is starting soon. Thank you very much. We miss you all. I hope Karen Reed does finish soon so you can all return home.
We heard that the defendant was focused on getting his taser back from Mr. Lyoya, even when someone is focused visually on something. Is it possible to experience auditory exclusion related to what they are focused on?
That's a great question. Is it possible? I think so. There's not a scientific experiment on a situation that's just like this. But my opinion would be that sound is different than a visual, unless it was a visual indicator that went with the sound. So like if there was some type of small light that came on that was noticed and the sound, then I would be more inclined to say, oh yeah, you should probably hear that sound. But in this case, all this environment's moving very, very quickly. He's maybe focused on the taser, maybe we don't know where he's looking. We get an orientation from looking at the video, maybe where his head's looking, but we don't know where his eyes are looking. So what his focus of attention on in that precise moment, I don't know. I don't know where what he was seeing at that moment. So ultimately, yes, I do believe that you could be visually focused on something and not hear the sound in a situation like this.
And another question, as a police officer on duty dealing with threatening situations daily, is there any actual possibility of analytical thinking in most stressful situations?
Another good question. There's a mixture. I mean, we don't just go through all day long in this heuristic-based decision-making mode. There's a balance between the analytical and the heuristic. We rely more on the heuristic as things start to speed up, become time compressed, we're under stress. When more time exists and no stress, then we're more likely to engage in analytical decision-making. So there's a balance that's going back and forth throughout the day. And in a police officer's life, it depends on what the situation is. If they're at a domestic violence call and the scene's secure, and they're doing interviews and they're asking questions and complying with a list of policy requirements, then it's very likely that they're thinking analytically. What do I need to do here? We'll check the box and accomplishing all their tasks. However, when they first got to the scene and things were rapidly evolving, and maybe someone was holding let's just say it was rapidly evolving, then they're going to go back to their training and experience and recognize that situation and start doing very quickly what they need to do until that situation slows down a bit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, is it possible we could take a restroom break? The next one is going to be a while.
We can take a 15-minute break. Well, I'll say 10 minutes. We'll just take 2 10-minute breaks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Potentially. So we'll come back at 2:20. So meanwhile, please remember to leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and remember to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else, and not access any news reports and media or on social media. And we'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Oh man, God. Hang on, 1 second. Jury's coming up. Consensus is not guilty, actually, Nancy, on this one. But they're dragging it out. The defense is dragging it out. They should have just finished. They should have just let it go and rest. That is the consensus, but the defense is doing too much, in my opinion.
Recess at 2:20.
Right, court is on break for 10 minutes. But I think the defense is doing too much, man. In my opinion, they've already had the defendant testified, and that was it. That was the shotgun. That was it. They should have just finished there, but no, they're dragging it out with experts. So yeah, they're on break again. Because apparently the next witness is gonna be a while. Man, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do the freaking another boring witness out of oh. Oh, that is so good. I'm happy for her. Congratulations to her. I'm really very very happy for her. She got engaged. Yay! That's congratulations. I need to go and tell her. But yeah. Oh, that is so good to hear case one. Oh, that is so good. It's so cool. Awesome. So but guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I can do another technical witness. It's a snooze fest. I don't think I can. I tried to put up with this one, but now he comes and says that it's gonna be a while, and this was witness 11, and I heard that they have about 40 witnesses. I can't listen to another 20 odd experts talking about the same thing. They lost me. If I was a juror, I would be gone. I would be so gone right now. Why did they put the defendant testifying if they're not done with the case? I'm sorry. I'm getting aggravated. But it's getting aggravating. They're losing me. I know I'm repeating myself, but if I sound like the Taylor Swift song say "Stop You Losing Me," that's what they're making me do. It "Stop You Losing Me" because this oh, it was very good. It definitely it's a go back and watch it. It was very concise. He was very calm. He got spiciness. He got drama. He got everything. He has everything. It was very good. But now they're just dragging, and it's my opinion. But I will see who is the next witness, and if the next witness, even though it's gonna be a wild witness, it's gonna be a good one. But I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do another expert on what else of an expert are you bringing now? Are you bringing body camera expert? Because they've got it everything. They got a taser, they got a physical one, they got a police policy one, they got a police taser training one. They got it so many experts because this is gonna be the battle of the experts trial. And honestly, I'm not for it. I this this case has only been 5 days, but it feels like it's been 500 because it's been so, what's the word, boring. That's the word. And I don't know if I can do it. Like, we're gonna follow it, like, and carry on, but I don't think I can do this today. So what my plan is we have a couple of things to do. We can watch the Megan Geyser hearing because that's what I want to know. I want to do. But what do you guys think? Do you want to do the expert or do you want to do the Megan Geyser thing? Because I don't think if I can do Jennifer McCabe either. So we can do the Megan one, the Megan hearing. It's half an hour. It's gonna give us a little bit of I think it's, I don't know her name. The Slenderman hearing. So be careful, William, driving. So my proposal is we do the Slenderman Morgan, not Megan. Her name is not Morgan. Megan. It's Morgan Geyser, and then we can come back to it to see whatever boring fest is going on, and then see what's happening. Is that a deal? Shall we do that? Because I don't know if I can do another expert. I'll still have the feed. Get out me car. I don't know if I can do another expert. It's just too much and it's a snooze fest. So my plan is doing that, and then we'll come back to our trial, see what's going on, and then okay. It means wherever you go, I'm here. Oh, I appreciate that, William. But it's just like, I think it's too much. The defense is doing too much now. They don't need it. They don't need to do this. I absolutely don't agree. It's not like, obviously, you know what I mean. I think they are getting way too many experts, way too many. So yeah. Uh let's watch the hearing. Hopefully the audio is good. Um let's go. So it's gonna give us a bit of a, oh, come on, please. It starts not good. Hang on, let me balance this out a little bit. Okay, I think this should work. Right. Let's go do this. I will put the feed on my phone of whatever the channel we were using, and we'll watch it. There we go.
Court will call a matter of State versus Morgan E. Geyser, case number 14 CF 596, appearances.
The state by Ted Sapakowicz and Abby Nikolai.
Morgan. Thank you and good morning.
Morning. Morgan Geyser is here in person with Donna Kukler from Kukler and Cotton.
All right, thank you and good morning. Court's here today to review the proposed plan of release that was submitted on April 14, 2025. Has the state received it?
Yes.
Has the defense received it?
Yes.
Has the defense had an opportunity to review the report with Ms. Geyser?
Yes, we have.
I note that the court had previously submitted an order that authorized that Ms. Geiser be approved a supervised release for her under the statute, then the state ultimately prepares the plan that's been submitted. The petition for supervised release was under section 971.17 sub 4 of the statutes. And then under sub 4 sub E, it sets forth the basis for the plan that's to be submitted to the court. It's been submitted to the court, and now we're here on a hearing with regard to that. Sub E sets forth various items and criteria that addresses the content of the report. I've read the report as well. Further, I had submitted to Ms. Trickner, the drafter of the report, some questions. She responded to those questions by an email that was submitted on April 23 and placed in the file. Has the state had an opportunity to see that?
I've seen that, yes, Judge.
All right. Defense had an opportunity to see that as well.
Yes, Judge.
All right. And is Ms. Trickner in court today?
She is.
All right. Where is she? There you go. All right. Thank you. So what's the state's view?
Judge, my view is we have a large problem. And I don't mean to speak for Ms. Trinkner, but I believe they would like an opportunity to redo this plan. When I first read the plan, Judge, I was shocked that there was no mention whatsoever of the victim or where the victim might reside or where this proposed residence for Ms. Geiser was in relation to where the victim resided. The authors of the plan never consulted with the victim in this case. And I have learned in the last 5 or 10 minutes that literally these two locations, the victim's residence and this proposed location for Ms. Geiser, are in less than 8 miles from each other. The entire state of Wisconsin, Judge, we have a plan that has her 8 miles away. The department and the authors of the plan didn't know that. They don't believe it's at all appropriate anymore. The victims are here by Zoom, and I know victim's mom wished to address the court. We knew generally that they were very close by. And now, like I said, in the last 10 minutes, I've been provided the exact address of where Ms. Geiser is proposed to be, and literally less than 8 miles apart, Judge. So we object to the plan. We're asking that the court adjourn this hearing and give the authors of the plan more time to see if there isn't somewhere else that may be more appropriate under the circumstances.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thickner, could you come forward and just have a seat at the table in front? She should be able to sit at the front table. Then just identify yourself, please.
Yep. Grace, Grace, Trinkner, Trinkner.
And what role do you have in this matter?
Yep, I am the case manager assigned to Morgan Geiser.
All right, and you prepared the supervised release plan?
Yes, I did.
All right. So what's the status of the plan from your perspective?
At this time, we would ask for more time to look for a new location for Ms. Geiser to reside. Originally, we felt it was appropriate for Ms. Geiser to reside in Milwaukee County, as we believed it was removing her from the location that the offense occurred. At this time, now that we know that the location is close to the victim's residence, we no longer feel it is appropriate for Ms. Geiser to reside there.
All right. Just on the status of 8 miles, what distance do you believe would be appropriate to separate the victim from Ms. Geiser?
I don't know at this time.
Well, are you looking at 8.5 miles? Are you looking at 10 miles, 20 miles, 50?
We're definitely looking at more than 10 miles.
All right. Would that be outside of the, it's one, you've made a determination that placement would be outside of Waukesha County.
Yes.
So you're looking perhaps at a location outside of Milwaukee County as well?
If it is appropriate, yes.
All right. What's the defense position then?
This is first we're hearing about it.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised there wasn't a discussion about that
Same
before
here.
the case is called. It's usually a professional courtesy that's extended just to clear the air and be able to go forward. So what's the...
I didn't have a chance to formulate, my thoughts exactly, but I don't know when we say 8 miles, if they're in the same county. Is that what, I haven't heard that the victim is living in Milwaukee County. Is that what I understand?
Judge, now, nobody asked for you to respond yet. And Attorney Kukler, you can't address questions others than the court.
I'm addressing it to Your Honor.
All right.
My question would be whether or not they're both living in the same county. The 8 miles could be, you could be in Waukesha County, Jefferson County. You could, couldn't be Jefferson for 8, but I don't think 8 miles just per se is a problem. I would also point out that there is a no contact that's part of the plan, of course. So to suggest that there's been no consideration of the victim isn't true, because that is part of the plan, that Morgan have no contact with her. I would also point out that the plan provides for Morgan to be on house arrest. She's not allowed to leave where she's going to be placed. And I think that what we could do is allow her to be placed where the place has been provided for her. She'll be on house arrest. And if the state wants to work on finding yet another place to move her to, then they could move her when they find that other place. But she can't leave where she's going to be residing anyway. So that would be my thought.
All right. Ms. Thickner, apparently up until this morning, you had not, I was going to say proximity, but I don't see that 8 miles is in proximity to the victim. It's less than 10 miles, I understand that. But what was the criteria that the state used in developing the recommendation that it did?
The recommendation of the housing?
Right, well, the plan.
Yeah, well, we consulted with Department of Corrections and Department of Health Services to develop the plan. We met several times to go over different restrictions that we felt might be appropriate for Ms. Geiser, based on the offense itself, based on her current treatment needs. And we determined that a group home would be appropriate for her at this time, as there would be increased supervision as well as GPS monitoring, so that Ms. Geiser's location could be tracked and different areas would be restricted.
So what is the district attorney reported, and you've reported, and what you've said is that based upon the 8 mile distance between the victim and the group home, that is inappropriate. Why? I guess I'm somewhat struggling with why it's inappropriate.
We would like there to be distance between Ms. Geiser and the victim due to the victim's safety, and providing the victim space to continue to reside where they are without worrying about Ms. Geiser's location.
All right, any response from Attorney Kukler?
Well, again, I'm just wondering if they're within the same county or not.
Well, that apparently the view of the conditional release writer is that the there be greater distance between the victim and Ms. Geiser's residence.
Ms. Geiser isn't allowed to leave her county.
Now, I understand that concept. I also understand the argument that's being made as a justification for a renewed report. It may be that Milwaukee County, if Milwaukee County is a location, is a big county. It may be that they look elsewhere. It certainly is a factor that I'm satisfied that that it's appropriate to review. In other respects, I'm satisfied the report is appropriate. What's the state's view with regard to the report, other than the distance?
There are some things, Judge, that were left open-ended, like GPS restrictions. And much of what's indicated in the report is left to the discretion of the treatment team. We think there should be some further judicial oversight on some of these factors, like location, like GPS restrictions, like those things can't get moved without notice to the court, and the court can decide whether it wants to have a hearing or not, but at least that notice be provided. And perhaps the court would decide this is something the court should take a look at, and it should be the judge's decision when some of these changes to the plan get made. Back on the living situation, Judge, I thought there was some effort here to keep both locations confidential. In fact, that's why the location for Ms. Geiser was submitted in camera to the court this morning, I believe. So on the issue,
Well, we have nothing. By the way, I have nothing that was submitted to the court this morning.
It may be that Ms. Trinkner has it with her. I'm not sure if that, I assume that's been submitted to the court, but.
Jessica, have we received anything?
I don't see anything.
Maybe Ms. Trinkner can speak to that, Judge, but it does have the exact address, and we were just provided with that this morning. Also, Judge,
wait now.
Okay.
I don't have, you said I had it. I don't have it. And I'm looking now at Ms. Fichtner to see, do I have it and it's just not been transmitted electronically, or what happened?
It has not been submitted electronically. Our contractors at DHS wanted us to provide a paper copy today at the court hearing, and it was provided this morning to Attorney Nikolai.
Was it provided to the defense?
No.
We brought along a singular copy. We were told it was to be reviewed in the judge's chambers.
Of course, then you give it to the DA, you don't give it to the judge.
I apologize.
It's an odd way to operate.
And I thought it was provided to the court, Judge.
And then not provided to the defense. That's not appropriate at all.
I do apologize.
Now, this is what some people may refer to as a high-profile case, which would generally mean that in particular T's are crossed, I's are dotted, to be sure that all rights are protected and that notice is appropriately given. It's not meant to be a subterfuge or somewhat trickery involved or ambush type of thing with new issues being raised at the last minute and other people involved don't know about it. And that's somewhat what's happened here. I'm really surprised. If I need another comment, I'll ask for it. I'm just reviewing the report.
conditional release of Ms. Geiser.
Mother. All right, the victim's mother wanted to make a statement.
She does, Judge.
All right. And just identify the victim's mother.
Stacy Lautner, and she's appearing by Zoom.
So, Ms. Lautner, are you present by Zoom?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I am.
Say you wish to make a statement, you may.
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Stacy Leitner, and I am the mother of Peyton Leitner. I speak today on behalf of our entire family regarding the proposed conditional release of Ms. Geiser. Last week, we reviewed aspects of Ms. Geiser's release plan with the District Attorney's Office and were immediately and deeply concerned to learn the proposed community for her placement. This community is the same community where Peyton currently resides, pursues her graduate studies, maintains her social connections with friends and family, and works as a mental health provider. As Your Honor could appreciate, this news has caused significant distress for our family. This is not the first experience with the conditional release process. In spring of 2021, Ms. Geiser's co-defendant was released. During that process, the conditional release team engaged with our family to understand Peyton's residence and schooling. The resulting release plan considered these factors, offering us a measure of reassurance that the efforts were made to ensure Peyton's safety. In stark contrast, the Department of Health Services made no attempt to contact our family while drafting Ms. Geiser's release plan. They made no effort to ascertain details of Peyton's daily life that would be pertinent to this planning. While we understand the complexities of this case and the need to consider Ms. Geiser's safety given the public and media attention, we must ask, what consideration has been given to Peyton's rights and her need for safety? It is difficult for us to comprehend why, in this instance, the rights of the offender appear to supersede the rights of the victim. Peyton has worked incredibly hard to heal from the profound trauma she endured and has established a meaningful life within this community. She deserves the fundamental right to continue living her life in peace. She deserves the right to engage in everyday activities, such as grocery shopping or visiting the library, without the agonizing fear of encountering the individual who held her down and stabbed her 19 times when she was just 12 years old. It feels unconscionable that the Department of Health Services seemingly failed to consider the profound re-traumatization these actions could inflict upon Peyton. Therefore, Your Honor, we respectfully request that you order the conditional release planning team to identify alternative placement facilities for Ms. Geiser in a community where Peyton can continue to live her life without this constant and understandable fear. Thank you for your time and careful consideration of our concerns.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you being here and appearing and your statement as well. Any further statements from the district attorney?
Judge, I can't put it any better than that. That is the concern, and that's why we're asking that you reject this plan today and allow more time for a different possible placement. Like I said, we didn't learn until moments before the hearing how exactly close the two placements were. There had been an email from Ms. Erin Groff to the defense and to the state indicating the department's plan was to provide a written notice of Ms. Geiser's proposed address for an in-camera review, as again, these locations, everyone's doing their best to try to keep it confidential.
All right, again, it's always amazing. An in-camera review would have been with the court, and the court's not part of the communication. That's an interesting way to operate. Not the DA's responsibility, but interesting how the state operates, how the planning operates. And I'll look to Attorney Kugler. Anything further from Attorney Kugler?
I understand the concern here. I didn't realize that there was a discussion last week about the victim's family's concern. Wish that had been brought to our attention. We could have potentially talked to Department of Health Services and maybe made some headway on that before coming here today. I again ask that in the interim, that you allow Ms. Geiser to reside at the group home under the restriction of being remaining in the home while the state looks for a different placement for her, if you think that's appropriate.
All right, thank you. Well, I read the report, the conditional release plan, before coming to court, and I took some time now just to review it once again. Ms. Thickner, anything further from you?
No, Your Honor.
If I do order that there be an amended plan submitted with regard to placement locations, what is your time frame?
We would need at least 30 days.
All right. To finish, to do the amendment. All right.
Correct.
All right. I'm satisfied that the issue of location is an important matter. Proximity maybe isn't well, it could be a good description, but location of the defendant's placement, location of the victim are significant factors. There are no contact orders as part of the plan. There's monitoring as part of the plan. All those are significant. What happens, even in the best of circumstances, is that oftentimes there's inadvertent contact that occurs, not meant to happen, but it happens. The closer people are to each other, the more likely inadvertent contact, the more likely that type of inadvertent contact can occur. We don't want that to happen in any type of case, certainly in this case with regard to the particular history of it. So that's a significant factor for the court to consider. The court presided over the earlier conditional release plan of the co-defendant, and I recall the carefulness with regard to contact with the victims and victim's family, and the defense at that point to be sure that all was proper and appropriate. There seemed to be some. Well, there's some. I don't know. I don't quite know how to describe it, but I'm disappointed in the states in the plan, in the conditional release team, and how they've appropriated and how they came up with the plan, not taking into account the location, but then this type of really communication with only one side of the situation, and then that they communicate with regard to things the court should do without letting the court in. It's a secret, and unfortunately, the court can't be secret from the court. And it wasn't until this morning, and when it's brought up in the court on a number of occasions. So that's I'm hoping that'll be rectified. So I'm going to order that the conditional release plan submit an updated report that addresses location. And I think the state's comment with regard to the GPS monitoring, the type of any travel outside of restricted areas should be subject to at least court review, and that should be part of the hearing. With regard to the co-defendant, when there was a petition filed to eliminate the GPS monitoring, and that was then held in court. We conducted a hearing on it, and I think that's appropriate for those type of situations to occur as well. So I'll order that the plan be modified in all material respects to take into account the location of the defendant relative to the victim, that court supervision of any changes to one of the substantial factors such as GPS monitoring be set forth so it can be reviewed by the court, and that any other material aspects of the report which should be modified can be modified at that point. I'm going to order that any additions and modifications be completed within 30 days of today's date. That today is April 28th. So if you file it by May 28th, can you do that?
Yes, I can.
All right. And then we'll set a hearing then in June, probably the mid-June, with regard to that. And I allow 2 hours.
I'll grab my calendar just a second.
As part of looking for the date, want to be sure that any material aspects of the report, communications of the report, have to be communicated to both parties, both the defense and the state. This isn't the conditional release team is not an agent of the district attorney's office. You're actually probably an agent of the court, if nothing, as I appointed you and requested that you do the report. That means you have to communicate with both the defense and the state, and where the court's particularly involved, the court should be told and communicated with as well. The court should not be in a position to learn about things the court should know from one of the attorneys in the case because they had a conversation with the conditional release team.
June 20th at 9:30?
Do you need another date, Attorney Kukler?
Yes.
All right, we'll give you another date. That week or another week?
Are we going to be looking later?
Well, we're looking for a date.
Okay. Would you have anything the week of June, like June 9th or June 10th possibly?
Could do June 9th at 8:30.
Thank you.
Good for you then?
Good, thank you.
Good for the state?
It's good for us, Judge. We would need some confirmation if possible from the victims if that date's available.
Do you have, how do you want to have that confirmed? We'll do it just on the
If Ms.
Zoom
Leitner-
appearance. Ms. Leitner, are you there again?
I am Judge.
Is that a good date for you?
Was the date June 9th?
Yes.
June 9th at 8:30.
Yes, that date works for me.
All right, very good. Anybody else have a significant issue with that date that we ought to know about? No.
I think that's good, Judge.
All right, then in looking at the case, the conditional release port in other respects from the court standpoint is appropriate and fair and reasonable to all parties involved, the state, the public, as well as the defendant. The defense suggested that pending a modification of the report that Ms. Geiser be permitted to be placed at the location that it's been suggested by the state, which is part of this closeness issue. Well, on the one hand, that on first blush could appear, well, it's reasonable, we'll make the transition, and then another transition at some later date. On the other hand, and I'm more satisfied with the court should maintain stability in a case such as this, and that before the court approves any moves, any plans, that all should be in order. That there's nothing hanging out there that has to be adjusted down the line. Sometimes adjustments down the line on one part can have a big impact on other parts of it. So under those circumstances, then it's important that when the court reviews the plan and approves the plan, that it be the plan and that it cover all bases that's appropriate. So on that basis, I'm satisfied that I'm going to order that the plan be modified as I've indicated, be filed by May 28th with the hearing then on June 9th. So ordered. It'll be in front of Judge Wagner at that time. Anything further from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
Anything further from the defense?
Just that Ms. Geiser would like to be returned to Winnebago today if possible.
I order that she be returned forthwith.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to note that I had authorized civilian attire today.
Pardon me?
I had authorized that she could wear civilian attire.
Oh, okay.
You didn't know that?
They didn't say anything. I apologize.
Really? Well, your attorney knew. It was in the court file. Well, good luck. Have a good day then, everybody. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
They never remember that. And then every time I ask, it's like a whole situation.
Bring them along with you.
I did.
I know they didn't. All right. Here, this is for you.
Wow, I like that like last part. Like she was not happy. Morgan was not happy that they did not tell her that about the clothes. Yeah. Well, she should have warned, but either someone at the jail or mental health place or wherever she is did not say anything to her that she could, or there was a miscommunication there that yeah. So it was not good. Um oh, there was a whole trial or hearing. Um oh no, she's not there at all, and I don't think she's ever will. So I don't want to know that I don't want to say that she's not going to be a ninja to society, because I know they will. She probably will, because I don't know, it's complicated. It's very, very complicated. Sorry. Scouring the internet to see what's going on, because the our trial is still as boring as everything. So it's still that long witness that it's there, it's boring, it's never gonna do anything. But I want to. There's a couple things that I do want to watch that there is out there for that. So oh yeah. I think she said at the end, there's like, yes, the clothes were there, but um, I don't think she did. So it's crazy. Ugh, that guy doesn't look good. Sorry, just looking at a guy and it's like it does not um look at. I'm just looking because there is a couple of things that I do want to watch. Oh, Harry's all angry today, so it's not a very good day for Meghan and Harry today. The former royals, because they are not royals anymore. They have been stripped down of their HRH thingy. Right. There's a sentencing that I want to watch. Where did I put that sentencing now? Where is it? Where's my watch later? Oh, playlists. There we go. Because there is my playlists that I've got two sentencings. Well, there is three actually. There's three sentencings to go. Or there is three options. There is the option we go back to our court and finish. Well, try to stay awake through that testimony that it's going to still take probably the next 2 hours, because it's just oh yeah, they do need to get awake. Ugh. We don't want them back. You can have it though. We can go back to our court and finish our trial and try to bear with that. We can watch. There is three sentencings that I want to watch. There is one for a deadly car crash in the wrong way in Cleveland. There's the Michigan deputy that was unalived, that he pled guilty. And then there was another one of some parents. Actually, I don't have it open because I lost it. Let me open. So yeah, we want privacy, but yet still go out there in the media and everywhere else to publicize things and publicize themselves. So, and then still want privacy. Yeah, right. Okay. Tell me lies. Okay, where did I put that video now? Oh, here. I want to open that one, which I don't want you to go on that screen. I want you to go on this screen. Hang on. I'm doing too much. My computer's having a meltdown. Okay. So there's 3 sentencings. Well, one, it's really, wow, no, it's not really this one, right? This one is gonna get us emotional, so I don't think we want to get emotional. Any of the ones are gonna get us emotional. So, it's snippets of it. Or, I seen. I'm gonna have a look in a minute, Paula. Because otherwise I'm gonna want a Jello shot, and it is still not that early for it. Or there is a ultimate crazy opportunity as well. We could always finish Jennifer McCabe's cross examination from the other day that we started and we never finished. So we still need to finish that. If I can ever find out where we left off. Where did we left? Oh my days! I don't think I know where we left off now. Hmm. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no. What? Well, let me have a look if I can find, because I think I want to do that. I think I want to do the rest of the Jennifer McCabe cross examination. Let me see if there was this. Yes, I found it. Shall we do that? Shall we finish Jennifer McCabe? Since just to have a little bit of a cleansiness of boringness, because definitely she keeps us entertained. So let me add. Oh, let me do this first. Okay, that thing's already there. Oh, I did not do. Oh man, come on! What I just. I just did the boo boo. I just did the baby. I had it, but then I lost it because I pressed the wrong. I pressed the wrong button, and undoing doesn't do anything. Pressing the undo button. I think we were like halfway through the day. I think. Let's just say that we were, and that will be it. It's not like no one is keeping count anyway. So let's just add that and put it.
Dog.
There you go.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog. A relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs. The house is completely dark. Walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, "Get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole." And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection. Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Object.
System. Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Answer next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McKay.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagels.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Ms. Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly went, saw Miss Reed's car, and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from the 34th interview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with friends inside the house, the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
Hey guys, so what I'm gonna do, I think we're gonna I'm gonna stop the stream here. I'm gonna do rubber stream later. I need a bit of a rest, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not doing very well today. Yeah, I either that or I can leave the court our trial going in the background until the end. But I'm gonna be in chat, but not much. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave that for you guys.
And so you might hear that we look at it from a reasonably well-trained police officer. It's under the totality of circumstances, was it reasonable for that officer to believe, based on the information they had in the circumstances they were in, based on their knowledge, that there was a reasonable belief of the threat of death or serious bodily injury? What we heard from Professor Stoughton and I think Mr. Bloomfield is that there was sort of this sort of, I call it an avatar. There's this magical, reasonable officer, reasonably well-trained officer, and they even said, what would a reasonably well-trained officer have perceived? Well, if you understand what they just did there, they're saying that it doesn't matter what this officer perceived. What would some magical, imaginary officer have perceived? And that's what we're going to hold them against. That is beyond human performance capabilities. So those are three areas where their methodology was inconsistent with what is generally accepted as a methodology for evaluating these cases. And there's a fourth one where you don't use a video. It's very difficult to use a video and then determine from that what an officer was thinking or what they were paying attention to. That is an objective third party or an objective two-dimensional video. It has nothing to do with the psychological workings of the police officer. And yet we heard some evidence from them that they relied on the video to tell us whether an officer did or did not hear something, for example.
Have you, and you mentioned some of Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield's testimony. Have you also been watching this trial since Monday?
I have.
Why haven't you been here in the courtroom with us?
Objection, what's the relevance? Who cares?
I guess I can move on, but if the jury hasn't seen him, I just wanted to explain why. But we don't have to. Okay. Well, if you need to drink water or anything, you can.
Thank you.
Feel free. All right. So, have you reviewed the incident involving Officer Schurr and the use of deadly force against Mr. Lyoya?
I have, yes.
And what have you reviewed in this case?
I have it was an extensive list. So I looked at the videos, I looked at the officer statements, I looked at the autopsies, I looked at the Michigan laws, I looked at this case has been working its way through courts in various levels. So I've looked at the basically the appellate record, the record of the case to kind of figure out what the law is. I've looked at the local policies. I've listened to the testimony of the experts, including the trainers. I think I've got a much longer, extensive list attached to my report, but those are basically the things I relied on.
Based on your review of those and your expertise, is it your opinion that a reasonable officer in Officer Schurr's situation believed that deadly force was necessary at the time it was used?
Yes, after evaluating this case, I think it was not only reasonable for an officer to believe that he was facing, in his situation, was facing a threat of death or serious bodily injury, but after listening to that testimony, these officers are specifically trained to believe that based on the testimony you heard from your Axon experts, your taser experts, and the taser warning labels. These officers are actually trained to believe that they were facing a threat of death or serious bodily injury when someone has taken their taser from them and is in a condition to use it against them.
And why is the fact that the suspect had taken control of Officer Schurr's taser significant?
Yeah, so you heard this concept of intent, capability, and opportunity. So when we evaluate that imminent threat, we do something very similar to what Professor Stoughton described. We break it down a little bit further. It might be a little bit more useful, but we look at intent, ability, means, and opportunity. And if the officer reasonably believes, like they don't have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, they obviously don't have time for that. But if an officer reasonably believes that the person has the apparent intent, the apparent ability, the apparent means, and the apparent opportunity to inflict death or serious bodily injury, then they are authorized to use what I'll say, a quality of force to immediately and decisively stop the threat. They can use force to stop the threat right now. So in this case, when we look at physical ability, he's moving, he's wrestling, he's gripping. I don't think there's any serious contention that he had the physical ability to use that weapon. The means is where the taser come into place. When we're analyzing the means, that's the weapon itself. And so was it reasonable for an officer to believe that a suspect who has wrestled a taser away from them has the means to inflict death or serious bodily injury? And again, is it reasonable for them to believe that? We heard extensive testimony that not only was it reasonable for them to believe that the Axon expert actually believes that himself and testified to that, as did Professor Kroll. So that's the means itself. So the importance of it is, in an imminent threat analysis, like Professor Stoughton talked about, we're looking at intent, ability, means, and opportunity. The taser itself was the means. So what we're left with is the opportunity and the intent. And we can talk a little bit about why I believe those things were present in this case. And again, why do I believe it would be reasonable for an officer to believe they were present in this case? We can talk about that, but right now I'll just stop with the means itself.
And you mentioned that the framework is similar to Professor Stoughton, but differs in some ways? Or
Yeah, across the country, there's some variations of that. It's actually not a legal requirement. It's kind of a useful after the fact tool to use. So we've seen intent, capability, opportunity. We've seen intent, opportunity, jeopardy. We use intent, ability, means, opportunity, just to flesh it out a little bit more.
And is it your opinion that in this case, Mr. Lyoya had the apparent intent because he fought very hard to disarm the officer? He didn't throw it away. He disobeyed the officer's commands repeatedly. He was capable of using it and began turning towards the officer.
Jack, now we're leading because she's.
Okay, I'll ask you what I'll withdraw that. What is your opinion about the apparent intent of Mr. Lyoya?
Right. So one, you heard that officers are trained to believe if somebody takes their weapon, it's reasonable to believe they intend to use it against you. What is particularly relevant in this case is that Mr. Lyoya did not just take the weapon and throw it away. He took the weapon, transitioned hands, and held it in a position capable of being utilized with just a simple trigger press. Is it reasonable for an officer to believe that someone who has struggled that hard to take your weapon has the intent to use it when they've taken the time to transition it to what is typically a dominant hand, and to hold it in a manner that's consistent with its use and also does not throw it away? So based on that and his earlier failure or his refusal to obey lawful commands, the aggressiveness with which he resisted the arrest, those things to me would fall a similar situated officer in those conditions. Not only would it be reasonable for them to believe that, as a trainer, we would actually train them to believe that. And I think that was consistent with the training we heard Officer Schurr received.
In your opinion, would it be reasonable for an officer to believe that Mr. Lyoya, by displaying the apparent intent, ability, means, and opportunity, posed a threat that could cause a person in Officer Schurr's situation and position to fear death or serious bodily harm?
Yes, again, it's just a reasonable belief. He doesn't have to actually be correct, but in this case, I believe that he was, or an officer in his position would have been. We've talked about intent, ability, and means. The final thing, part of my opinion, was opportunity. And the question is, would it be reasonable for an officer in in Officer Schurr's position to believe that Mr. Lyoya could actually turn fast enough and use that weapon against him. That's the opportunity. Was he in close enough proximity? So reaching under his arm or touching his leg, all those things were available from that distance, appeared to be available. But what I focused on as a grappler and a wrestler and a jiu-jitsu guy was how fast can someone in a tabletop position, as you heard it described, actually spin and become flat on their back such that they're actually facing the officer. And that happens in, I think one officer said a second and a half. It's actually much faster. That can happen in half a second or faster. So in my experience training grappling and training officers in that tabletop position or myself, you can actually turn and spin and face that officer faster than they can do anything to stop it. We heard, I think, quite a bit of testimony on action versus reaction. That's what that's describing. Once that suspect decides to start to turn, it's going to be too late for the officer to then engage an amount of force, a quality of force to actually stop them from doing it. So officers are not trained, and nor did I think they were trained from this testimony specific to this case, to wait until someone points a gun at them, points a taser at them, or begins the assault against them. Is it reasonable for them to believe that if they don't do something right now, that they are an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury? And based on those four components in my analysis of this case, I didn't see this as a close case. As tragic as it is, I think any reasonable officer in Officer Schurr's position could have believed that that was necessary.
How do police officers, or how are they usually trained to perceive a threat posed by someone in possession of a taser during a close quarters struggle?
Yeah, it's what I just mentioned, and we heard that testimony, I think, as well, that officers are trained when someone actively takes your taser, you are trained to believe they intend to use it against you. And these are just reasonable inferences. So I got to make this very clear. A threat assessment and a response are just educated guesses by the officer. They don't know what's about to happen. The meaning they assign to all of this totality of the circumstances is based on their training, education, experience, and reasonable inferences, which is why if they don't have training, education, or experience to talk about any model policy they've never heard of, we don't hold it against them. We evaluate them based on their training, their education, their experience, and the reasonable inferences they drew from it. And so based on that, when he was evaluating the ability to turn and use the weapon, I found it was consistent with his earlier testimony and his personal training.
And is it consistent with standard police training or generally accepted police practices to use deadly force when facing an imminent threat of a taser being used against?
Yes.
Why? Is there anything in addition to what you've already said?
Well, I think so when we're looking at an individual officer's decision, the question is, is it lawful for them to use a quality of force to stop the threat immediately? And if it's a threat of death or serious bodily injury, what is the quality of force that will immediately stop it? Hitting him in the head with a flashlight, I can tell you from experience, does not immediately stop a threat. Pepper spray is not going to stop this threat. He had to choose a quality of force that would immediately and decisively stop the threat. The question is that reasonable? And I think you asked, is that something I consistently see across the country? I don't like generally accepted police practices as a standard or as an evaluated model. But if you're asking me, do I consistently see across the country? I have personally, as a police practice expert and trainer, talked to hundreds of officers and asked them specifically, how are you guys trained if someone takes your taser and it almost to a person with very little exception, it's we escalate to deadly force, escalate to deadly force. If someone disarms you of a taser, you escalate to deadly force. Now you will hear a lot of people say, well, it's under the totality of the circumstances, lots of things to consider. To me, in this setting, that's almost a cop-out. It's like, okay, well, what were the circumstances? Let's evaluate them, and then let's decide with those circumstances, was it reasonable? So to answer the question, was it reasonable for an officer to believe that deadly force would be necessary to immediately and decisively stop the threat? That is something I see consistently across the country.
And once an officer makes the decision to use deadly force, do they need to try lower levels of force?
No, and very clearly the courts have said repeatedly officers are not required to try lower levels of force and hope for the best, particularly in a deadly force encounter. The question is, are they facing a threat of death or serious bodily injury? Is it reasonable for them to believe that? And then what quality of force is necessary to immediately and decisively stop that threat?
And what are, I know you kind of said that you base a lot of this on people you've trained across the country. Is there anything else that you base this opinion on? Have you
Well-
relied on anything or any of the testimony that you've heard in this case that would be consistent with that?
Well, I mean, if the question is, was it reasonable for an officer in Officer Schurr's position with his knowledge and training and understanding of his own policies? I also would rely on the trainers of the agency that trained him and the policies that he was being subjected to determine whether or not his belief was reasonable. And so I also considered that.
Now I want to move on to the reasonableness of the foot pursuit and arrest attempt. You heard Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield criticize Officer Schurr for initiating a foot pursuit. Based on your review of this case and the Grand Rapids policies, procedures, the culture, was the pursuit within the standard of law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yeah, there's again, I will tell you, there's not a concept of generally accepted police practices that you can hold an officer against. If you're asking what we see from my perspective, having looked at jurisdictions across the country, you're going to see policies that are silent on the issue. They tell the officers, they address the officer in training. They address the issue of single officer pursuit or double officer pursuit based on just be aware of the risks that are involved in that and then make a good decision or make a decision. But there are a lot of agencies that have solo officer foot pursuits and encourage them, actually award their officers for engaging in them. Because if you understand what's happening, when you have a policy that says we only want officers to run with 2 officers, or we don't want you to do a solo officer pursuit, all that policy is doing is saying in our jurisdiction, we're trying to balance the risk against the officer with the risk to the community. And an agency that says we don't want solo officers to pursue a suspect are basically saying we're going to prioritize officer safety over community safety in this moment. We're going to let the guy go and let the community deal with the safety concerns because we're prioritizing officer safety. Other agencies are like, no, our officers are supposed to assume risk so that the community doesn't have to. So if someone takes off running, of course it's dangerous. And that's what we pay officers to do, is to confront dangerous criminals and to actually go and arrest people. And so in those jurisdictions, they might prioritize community safety and crime prevention over officer safety. So you're going to see them across the country taking different approaches, and each approach is really based on how that individual agency and jurisdiction wants to prioritize at least those 2 competing interests.
And in your view, was the foot pursuit and physical arrest attempt reasonable and aligned with how a Grand Rapids police officer would approach law enforcement?
Yeah, based on the testimony, there's no prohibition on an officer doing that, and you see that all across the country. There's plenty of agencies that officers still chase bad guys.
And do officers receive training to balance the risks of foot pursuits against their duty to apprehend fleeing suspects?
Yes.
And what are some of the things that you see?
Yeah, so what is understood in law enforcement training and tactics is tactics are discretionary. There's not a single tactical solution. There's just tactical options. And when an officer is facing a tactical scenario, they have to make their decisions based on risk, benefits, and trade-offs. And they're the ones that do it in real time based on some things just like their confidence level. Are they tired that day? Are they injured that day? The officer gets to decide because there are so many variables, and I know this is true in Grand Rapids. They consider there are so many variables, they're not going to write a policy on foot pursuits because they need the individual officers in that moment to make those decisions. And so when you look at the types of things that officers consider in that risk, benefits, and trade-offs, you do look at, well, how tired am I? How far is my nearest backup? Am I going to chase? Am I actually going to catch the guy? Is he bigger, stronger, faster than me? What do I know about the area relative to crime? What time of day is it? There are so many variables that go into that quick decision that a lot of places don't have a specific policy. And here's what's really important. All of these considerations and the totality of circumstances of every decision, right? You keep hearing that. Do I chase or not? Well, it depends on the totality of circumstances. Understand the totality of circumstances are things that we consider in a classroom setting and we talk about them, and then we go into a training room and we operationalize them, we implement them, we do it in training so that they become aware of them. Once you're out on the street, you're not doing a math problem where you're counting the number of people and looking at the time of day. You're looking at it very quickly and saying, I've seen this before, and you make a decision. That's the heuristic decision, a rule of thumb decision, right? So we don't ask, and the courts don't require this, for officers to engage in this sort of library scholar approach to the totality of circumstances in that moment. The totality of circumstances are things we incorporate in training and in lecture, and then we look at after the fact in the evaluation. But in the moment, we expect in a critical incident, this is also in Stoughton's books, I don't think he would disagree with this, that officers are expected to engage, are not expected to engage in slow, deliberate, rational decision-making during a critical incident. They're expected to engage in what we call fast and frugal, system one, fast heuristic decision-making. Why that works for cops is because all those totality of circumstances are things that we put in training. And so you heard their trainer say, we try to develop realistic training so that when they're on the street, I think he said I don't think he said automatic, but it's conditioned, it's automatic, because you do not have time to do that math problem in real time in many cases. And I think you asked that question, we'll come back to it later, but there are times when you can do slow, deliberate, rational decision-making. I think one of the experts talked about that. And there are times where that's just unrealistic to expect of any human.
And is talking about some of these tactics, are officers trained to follow a single tactical response?
No, like I mentioned, it's risk benefits trade-offs. There's tactical options. There's not tactical solutions. Sometimes you're actually encouraged to engage in agile thinking and thinking outside the box, and you're looking at a novel situation and you come up with some weird tactic and you go, hey, that actually worked. Tactics are basically feedback loops. You try them, you get feedback, you might alter and try something different. But this is happening in real time and it's happening very quickly. And it's really important to understand that tactics, almost after any event, we could always go back in hindsight and say, oh, I might have done that different, I might have done that better. Officers are not required to try the optimal solutions. They're required to use a reasonable solution. After the fact, it is widely understood in the tactics world, you can always improve it. And using this court as an example, the attorneys will go back after this and do an after-action review and say, I shouldn't have asked that question, or maybe I was a little bit too aggressive with that witness, and they said, I probably should have handled that one a little different. Every single real-time decision-making event, which is what's happening here in real time, requires you to do risk-benefit and trade-offs very quickly. The difference is an officer involved in a critical incident, the consequences are much greater than maybe in a court.
And do officers sometimes have to assume personal risk to prevent exposing the public to danger?
Yes, that's what we expect of police officers, and that's what they're hired and equipped and trained to do, is to assume the risk on behalf of the community.
And when someone suggests just to let the suspect go, what are the implications of that approach?
That you are prioritizing officer safety over public safety. You are predicting that if you let the guy go, that there will be no harm, but the officer will certainly be safer. The problem with that, what cops know, as we say, what officers know based on their experience, is that suspects who are let go does not mean the next time you come across them, they're not going to be more violent or armed or barricaded. We have case after case across the country where suspects are let go and the next day officers are killed going to serve the warrant. So when you hear this creative approach, is the most generous way I could say it, that you just wave goodbye and let the guy go and you can get him another day. Keep in mind that they are only imagining that getting him another day is going to be safer. There's no guarantee of that. And we have officers recently in Syracuse, they let a guy go to get a warrant served the next day, 3 officers were shot.
Object in terms of what, other instances, we don't know the facts, we don't know the circumstances, so I think that's irrelevant.
Your Honor, this is directly relevant. These are examples of things that police officers are trained to look for. As Mr. Becker pointed out to Officer Schurr, there was an example of a Seattle Police Department shooting within their training.
Within the context of the expert, he can only apply the facts in this particular case in forming an opinion. So I'm going to sustain the objection with respect to this witness. I'm bringing up examples.
Based on your review of Grand Rapids policies and training, I believe did you create a report in this
I did,
case?
yes, ma'am.
And I believe you pointed this out in your report. Does Grand Rapids have a policy that emphasizes confronting an individual or confronting someone who's running away, or rather than avoiding it?
Well, they do. If I have my copy of my report, if I can read what it is in their policy specifically, if I can refer to my report.
Does he have permission to refer to his report? I think it's on. And actually, I think I have it here. It's Defendant's Exhibit E2. Or, sorry, it's the Manual of Conduct. It's E7, I think.
He said he needed to refer to his report, which he has in front of him.
Oh, okay.
To help him answer the question, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
So,
sorry.
So the answer to the question is yes. In Grand Rapids written directives, as I detail here, the manual of conduct, paragraph 12.1 B through F, employees shall professionally and completely perform their assigned duties and the responsibilities of their positions. Employees shall perform their duties in a manner that is compliant with the highest standards of efficiency and the goals of the department. Unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks, failure to conform to work standards established for your rank, grade, or position, failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a criminal act, disorder, or other condition requiring or deserving of a police response, the neglect of your duty, or the display of cowardice.
And what did you interpret that to mean in the context of this analysis? Or how did that apply here?
When Grand Rapids police officers are making decisions on whether they pursue or not pursue a criminal, or whether a criminal has decided they want to be arrested or not to be arrested, that they have this guidance that they are actually being encouraged to take appropriate action on occasion of a criminal act. They're being encouraged to actually enforce the law and to not shirk from their responsibility to act just because it's dangerous to them.
And is this consistent with standard police practices in Grand Rapids or anywhere in the country?
Yeah, so whenever I do a report or review of a case like this, is one of the first things I look for, because it's very consistent now, particularly, it's very consistent now in these types of cases where we're seeing things like, just let the guy go, just let the guy go, from some experts. And so we're constantly having to go to the policy of the agency and say, that is absolutely inconsistent with the expectations of the agency itself who trained this officer.
And I know there's been this generally accepted police practices term that's been thrown around. And I guess we'll talk about that in a little bit, but is it consistent that a police officer's tactics, if a police officer's tactics are imperfect, that they lose the right to self-defense?
No, nowhere in the country are officers been trained that if their tactics are suboptimal or imperfect or don't comply with some concept of generally accepted police practice, that they lose the right to defend themselves or that they lose their law enforcement authority.
And in your opinion, does choosing not to engage in a threat shift the risk from the officer to the public and to other officers who may have to confront the suspect in the future?
Right. So that's what I mentioned earlier, that when you stop, when you pull back for officer safety, for safety yourself, you're basically deferring the danger to the next person who has to confront this person and actually arrest them.
And in this case, was Officer Schurr's decision to pursue the suspect a reflection of that duty to assume the risk as a police officer?
I don't know what he was thinking, but what I saw was consistent with an officer who was assuming personal risk rather than letting the guy go.
And throughout this trial, did you hear Professor Stoughton, and possibly Mr. Bloomfield, say that Officer Schurr's decision to deploy his taser at a close range was inconsistent with law enforcement training?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with that?
No, and I think we heard plenty of testimony at this point that it's a close range cartridge. It's designed to be used in close quarters. There's no prohibition on using it there. If it's used and it doesn't work immediately, there's a third point of contact. I have not ever heard that it's not I think part of the argument was that he stood too close and allowed him to take it. And again, that's shifting consequences of the suspect's behavior to the officer. An officer can stand where he needs to stand. It would be tantamount to saying if an officer gets punched in the face, he shouldn't have been standing so close and therefore he's responsible. That's the logic behind that. Deployment in close quarters was unreasonable because it allowed him to deflect and allowed him to take his gun. It's just a use of force. That's what it looks like. They're imperfect and they're ugly, and after the fact, you might have wished you stepped back or you might have wished you stepped closer, but there was nothing that made that unreasonable, even according to the TASER guidelines.
And the suggestion from some of the opposing experts suggests that the officer should have disengaged at that point. Are officers trained to disengage when a suspect is attempting to disarm them?
No, and what I noticed about that is as long as Officer Schurr was fighting for that taser, then he was not facing a risk of death or serious bodily injury so long as he maintained possession of that taser. He was fighting to avoid, I'll say he was fighting. I don't know why he was doing it. What I saw in the video and what I heard in his testimony was consistent with an officer who is fighting to maintain possession of that taser precisely so he doesn't have to escalate to deadly force. He's fighting to not have to shoot this guy because as we heard, once he gains sole possession of that firearm, we go back to intent, ability, means, and opportunity. Right now, if you can infer intent, ability, and opportunity, the only thing he didn't have was the means. And Officer Schurr fighting to prevent him from accessing that means meant he didn't have to shoot him.
And based on your review, was Officer Schurr's attempt to retain his taser and get it back consistent with a reasonable officer's effort to avoid having to resort to deadly force?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever been tased?
I have.
Can you tell us about that? How did it feel?
The experience of being tased with probes was, for me, I challenged the guys. We all did this. You're going to tase. I've been tased multiple times, and I say, if I get to you, I get to hit you. Right? It gives you that mindset of I'm really going to try hard. And I couldn't move. I got tased. I couldn't move. You're just stuck. You can still see, but I was totally immobilized, and I had people catch me. That was not the worst experience. It hurt. It stopped me. I couldn't defend myself for sure. The worst one was I was grappling, not in a fight, was grappling almost in a training scenario. When another officer drive-stunned me on top of the head to break up the grappling match. And I had that experience, and it was brutal. You heard from Dr. Kroll. It's the first time I heard that explained. Everything stopped. My eyes slammed shut. There was electricity that I saw. They told me it wasn't actual electricity, but everything stopped. I could not think of anything. My hands went straight up. The benefit was he just did it and stopped. He didn't hold it on there. But it felt like a stake was being driven into the top of my head, and there was nothing else important in the world other than to make that pain go away. And it made it worse, as Dr. Kroll pointed out, because I didn't know what it was. I wasn't expecting it, and it was a pain like I'd never experienced before.
And once you felt that pain, what happened? What happened? Were you able to do anything else at that moment?
During that pain, no. Until it was done, there was nothing else I cared to do other than make that thing go away.
Did it feel like someone pushing your head with their thumb?
No.
We talked a little bit about this term, but can you explain the term generally accepted police practice in the profession?
Yeah, I can tell you what it's not. The generally accepted police practice is not a national standard. There were certain, if you're looking at things that we see consistently across the country, yes, there are certain things that are consistent, but that's not a standard by which we hold officers accountable to. They generally accepted police practices are just things you might see consistently. When you heard about, for example, PERF and IACP and DOJ consent decrees and Lexipol, all of these organizations might have sort of model policies, sort of maybe procedural policies, and some of it's going to overlap. And all that stuff that overlaps, you can say, yeah, this is pretty consistent across the country. These are things you see frequently. What is critically important is that those organizations frequently do not agree on what those practices are. Some of those organizations, like the Police Executive Research Forum, their whole purpose is to elevate policing beyond the U.S. legal standard, beyond the constitutional standard. They want it to be harder for police, and that's their stated purpose. And so they're going to make certain recommendations that are consistent with that. IACP is probably the largest body of model policies, and they're trying to be able to write policies and considerations for the broadest range of police. And they're very attuned, because I'm on their legal officers section. IACP is very attuned to the cultural and political pressures that are on police, but they're also very dedicated to focusing on operational and tactical realities. And so if you look at history, you're going to find that what was being told to you are generally accepted practices. Those very organizations have had very strenuous debates about what is and isn't an acceptable or generally accepted police practice, or what the standard should be. DOJ civil rights, you heard this little idea about generally accepted practices will percolate up from the industry and that these organizations merely reflect that. That is not how that works. Those organizations some of them are activist organizations, some of them are political organizations, some of them are educational organizations and associations, professional associations, and they all have different priorities. What they're trying to do is from the top down influence the industry. DOJ consent decrees, for example, they're the opposite of generally accepted police practices. They're actually trying to get organizations to adopt certain standards under threat of litigation. These are standards that aren't generally accepted by police, but that the DOJ civil rights consent decrees can force them on organizations under threat of litigation. So if you're looking at generally accepted police practice, the only thing you really need to take away is they are not national standards, and they are not a standard by which you would judge an individual officer's performance who has never even heard of these standards.
And did you hear Professor Stoughton's definition of what he believes generally accepted police practices are?
I did.
Without going into all the weeds of that debate, do you agree with them?
No.
Why not?
Again, what he was imagining is that all of these various international organizations and associations somehow have some consistency among them that create a national standard. But each of those organizations have documents within the organizations that specifically say these are not intended to create a national standard. Local agencies are only to use these for consideration in developing their own policies.
And I think you heard or you saw the testimony of Captain Siver.
I did.
Earlier in the week. And Mr. Becker had questioned him about the IACP considerations on foot pursuits. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe, is this the document? Okay, so this is the foot pursuits July 2019 IACP considerations packet. And on this, it talks about the considerations, concepts, and issues and need to know. Do you know what these terms mean from the IACP?
Well, they have definition sections, and I am happy to read them. But generally speaking, a model policy is a starting point. It's a framework that people can look at. Essentially, the way I look at a model policy is that you can go home and cook yourself a meal, and you can do it from scratch, or you can go to a buffet who's already cooked the meals, and you get to pick from the buffet which ones you want. So a model policy is sort of that. It's what we did at Electrical. We create a starting point for you. It's supposed to be more efficient. Ideally, it reflects various the federal law, your local laws. But when we do a model policy, by the way, model policies do not ever automatically transition into a local policy. There's a process for that. But it's like just an off-the-shelf convenience. That's a model policy. What that is a considerations paper. It is by definition not a policy. It's just interesting things that smart people have thought about, and they're like, hey, as you guys are developing your policies, here's things we think you should think about as well. Here's things we think you should consider.
And just looking at this document, it says under considerations offered as an alternative to the bright line directives found in model policy, instead of providing exact policy language, the considerations document outlines items that agencies should address and provides options that agencies should examine when developing their own policies on the topic. Is that your understanding of
That's
what
right.
that means?
Yes.
And what do you, or how do you train officers or agencies to like create their policies? How do agencies look at these types of consideration papers when creating their own local policy?
Well, I can tell you what's a consistent across either CALIA, which we heard a little bit about, or IACP, or DMS5, or Lexipol. I'll use Lexipol because it's one I'm most familiar with. When you take a model policy, Lexipol is not going to defend the policy in court. What we do is we call air gapping it, because we understand when we write the model policy, ultimately the local jurisdiction is the one who has to own those decisions. And so they're going to take our model policy, and what we would encourage them to do is work with their senior law enforcement officials, their prosecutor's office, their legal advisors. We're going to ask them to talk to their politicians. We're going to ask them to talk to their officers. All of those stakeholders are going to become part of what in this model policy do we think reflects our culture and our capabilities and our resources, and what do we just absolutely reject? We don't like that at all. And there's plenty of examples within each policy of things that they can choose from. So some people don't like the carotid neck restraint. They just think it looks bad, and so they don't want to have it in their policy. They'll say, we'll keep that at deadly force. Other ones like, nope, it's incredibly safe. We're going to put it down there with pepper spray. Fine, those are their choices to make. So when we look at this idea of the stakeholders meeting to decide what in the model policy do we like, what are we going to incorporate, we expect it to involve their legal advisors, we expect it to involve their police officers. Once they've done that, we also would like it to include their community members. And so you'll have community listening groups, or you're going to present these policies. I recently did this in Bakersfield, California. So you'll have the ACLU there, you'll have community members, you have your local police, and then you'll have someone like me to come in and talk about what are generally understood concepts and concerns about use of force investigations or use of force in practice. And then in those listening groups, the community then gets to say, we like that or we don't like that. That's where you might see a community says, we don't want you chasing bad guys. We don't want you chasing them through our cities. Other ones are like, we absolutely want you chasing them through our cities. And that's where those policies are ultimately shaped. Once the local government, right, whether it's the chief of police or their politicians, however they decide to approve it, they decide how they want to craft it based on their resources, their risk assessments, their insurance requirements is a big part of it. They will then adopt it. And we call it air gapping it, because once they adopt it and they own it and they sign it, Lexipol is no longer on the hook for the decisions they made, because they made those decisions based on their local considerations.
And in evaluating a Grand Rapids police officer's conduct, how would someone compare that to the national ideal? Would it be something that would be compared to these national standards or the department's policy and constitutional law?
Now, ultimately, when they're doing the crafting of it, when they're taking these model policies and they're bringing it down to their local, that's where those discussions are being had and those considerations. But once they've made their decisions, the binding policy, the binding expectations on the officer is what they're trained against. And again, we have a concept called operationalizing policy. We can't hold an officer accountable to their performance on the street simply because a piece of paper has words on it. What has to happen once that piece of paper with words on it is approved by the local jurisdiction, it then has to get incorporated into training. Then they have to train against that policy. Sometimes they have lectures and then they put it in their training. And then when they get out on the street, it's become operationalized, so long it was good training. Then they know how to incorporate that policy. National standards or these national policies that haven't been incorporated, haven't even been approved by the local jurisdiction, certainly have not been operationalized. The officers may not even know about it. And this is something I have to remember, is I deal with this every day across the country, looking at all these. A local police officer has a hard enough time just knowing their own policy and trying to conform with their own policy. I've not seen where local police departments with their own policies have suddenly decided to hold an officer accountable to a policy they've never even heard about, and certainly doesn't apply in their jurisdiction.
So when a department like Grand Rapids adopts a use of force policy reflecting its specific legal, political, and operational realities, I think you said, is that in line with generally accepted police practices or standard across the country?
Yeah, so we like best practices or generally accepted police practices when it comes to processes and procedures. We don't like them with tactics. Like tactics is too much variety. But if you're asking me, is it generally accepted as a policy development practice? It absolutely is, yes.
And just to reiterate, based on your understanding of the Grand Rapids Police Department policy, Michigan law, and the circumstances, is it your professional opinion that a person similarly situated with the knowledge of Officer Schurr could have reasonably believed that he was in fear of serious bodily injury or death after he was disarmed of his taser after fighting for over 2.5 minutes until he could not fight any longer?
Yes.
Thank you.
You want to take another break here? I said we're going to take 2:10 and it's already 10 to 4, so less than an hour, so this.
Yeah, I guess we'll take another 10-minute break like I promised. So we'll come back at 4. So meanwhile, please remember, you know, it's upside down in chairs and not discuss the things with each other or with anyone else. Also, continue avoiding the news reports about this case on the media or on social media, and then we'll be back at 4. Thank you. You may be seated. Recess for 10 minutes.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families walk so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes your gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment past their smoky gaze. In this court no room for haze. In this court who holds the past. In this court who holds the past. On repeat, on repeat. No repeat, no repeat, no.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning glow to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. Java the huts where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the the dream alive. Java steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flir's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe.
Well, I guess I have to talk after all, because this is getting a little bit boring without court. Yeah, just like this guy that is on the stand is actually quite interesting. Not gonna lie. He's okay now. Now that I started talking, court comes back. Seriously, I give up.
Welcome back. You may be seated.
Thank you, Aaron. This is a business. It's not, it's got science in the name, but it's a business.
Yes, sir.
And business is trying to make money as a business, not a nonprofit, right?
It is not a nonprofit.
One of the things, being a business, it caters to law enforcement. I think I've seen you say that one of your largest influences in the law enforcement industry, right?
Absolutely.
Because that's who your constituents are. That's who you market to.
The answer, since I came on, that was actually something that was a problem when I first came on in 2018. The perception was we only really were marketing to police. One of my jobs as the director of consulting communications was to expand that. And as the director of consulting, I've gone to great lengths to expand it beyond law enforcement to civilian, where a lot of our cases now are civilian cases and a lot of our audience are not police. But you're absolutely correct. Historically, before I came into the company, they had a reputation for really focusing on police training. And it's still a large part of what we do. We haven't expanded as much as we'd like yet, but you're absolutely right. It is still a large part of our audience.
Now, part of that being part of your audience, you yourself has described yourself as a cop with a law degree, right?
Yes.
You're very proud of that. You want to be a cop.
I love being a cop. Yes.
Love being a cop. You said cops are one of the good guys, so that's why you want to be a cop.
Say that again.
Cops are the good guys, so you want to be a cop.
Well, I give them the presumption of regularity, and absolutely. Yes.
Sure. Well, that was one of my other questions, because you go on a number of websites. When you start, you give police officers a presumption of regularity, of the benefit of the doubt, if you will.
Yeah, so when we start, we give them, especially in a case like this, we give them the presumption of innocence. That's the first thing. And then we give them also a presumption of irregularity, and then we start to look for deviations from that.
But you start with a presumption of regularity. That's not unbiased, right?
No, I'm not unbiased. And the reason for that is because when we as a community hire our police officers, train our police officers, they get background investigations. They're then trained and put into these conditions. That my starting point, just as a community member, is that I can give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, in my job, I certainly see a lot of bad examples of policing, and so they can lose that benefit of the doubt. It's theirs to lose. But yeah, just as a community member, I do give police the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. And you also have stated that Force Science has a reputation that there's not a cop out there that you would not defend, right?
Well,
those are your words.
Yeah, since I've been on, that's not our reputation anymore. We do a great job of trying to explain, even in court or at our conferences. My job specifically is to change that narrative since at least 2018, 2019. It's absolutely not true. There are plenty of cops. We don't defend cops, by the way. We just educate juries and evaluators. But there are a lot of police officers whose cases we review that we do not have anything to say that's going to be helpful to their case. And we make sure that the communities know that and that the jurors know that.
Now, part of the thing you put out, you have a website, Force Science website, that you have articles you put up.
Yes, sir.
And you went on that website. You got 3 of the top articles for 2024, your own articles. Do you get to vote on that, or your staff to try to kiss up to you a little bit?
No, the article selection on top articles are based on the number of readers and how many people push them out. There's no people involved. It's really a statistical analysis of how broadly the reach was on it. So there's no voting on it. I would vote for my articles, though, in fairness.
Sure. But those articles were, the first one was homicidal empathy, an evolving threat to police officers. That was what you wrote.
Right.
Next one was officer-created jeopardy, a legal theory that threatens effective policing.
Absolutely.
The expert trap, protecting police from unreasonable expectations.
Yes, I think that was the Michigan.
So those were all yours. Those were all your articles. Those were what you wrote about, protecting police, threats to police, threatening police, correct?
Yeah, and those concepts
That's all I
against
needed.
police officers.
I didn't need that. I just, correct. Didn't ask you to explain.
You want to rephrase it? I want to answer them, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, that wasn't my question. My question was, those were the 3 things the 3 articles that were there are all about threatening police, protecting police, how to save police, essentially, correct?
Essentially, no. So if I can elaborate that, yes, it incorporates police.
Elaborate. This is not your chance to just talk. I ask
You
you.
should be able to finish answering his question in the same way that Professor Stone was allowed to answer every single one of Mr. Verbulo's questions as a long narrative. So at least let him finish his answer, please.
He's going beyond my question. I'm asking a simple yes or no question, and he wants to pontificate. So,
essentially, no, is my answer.
Okay, so I didn't rule on the objection. So, I believe the witness should be allowed to complete his answer, but also not going to extend elaboration. So, I guess we'll move on from there. Obviously, you can ask him to finish whatever that thought was.
One of the other articles in 2024, maximizing the officer's recollections before the big interview. That was one of the articles that was on 4 Science in 2024, correct? You need
Yes.
to look at it? I can show it to you if you want to look at it.
I'm assuming you're pulling these from the website?
Correct.
Yeah. This is what year? 2024.
Last year.
Yeah.
2024.
I don't think I wrote that one though, but
I
yes.
did not write this one. But part of this, the big interview is officer involved shootings. That's what the big interview is talking about, correct?
I would consider that a big interview. Yes.
Sure. One of the things they talk about in the article is perhaps the optimal solution is to conduct face-to-face interviews as part of the attorney-client preparation phase, where nothing is generated during the unclean recollection process will be discoverable under the attorney-client privilege. So you're advocating, your article's out there saying police officers should interview their attorneys, go through it once before they do an interview with the fact finder. That's a fair statement?
That's not my article, sir.
Well, but you're the chief communications officer. Buck stops with you, right?
I am the editor, but I do not write every article that goes in there.
But aren't you responsible for what goes out on your website? You're saying you're not responsible for stuff like this?
I will not adopt every sentence that an author writes, particularly if I haven't read it. I may very well agree with the statement, but he's only providing me a small snippet, so I'm not going to tell you that I agree with everything. I don't even wrote that. Was it Geiselman or?
That was Greenman,
yeah. So I can't adopt everything Greenman said. Oftentimes when we publish stuff, it's basically for the industry to consider, and they'll decide whether they agree with it or not. We're not endorsing everything we publish. We find it interesting for the audience, and the audience can read it and adopt it if they choose. Much of what goes out, I do agree with, but without reading specifically every sentence, I don't know that I agree with everything Dr. Greenman said.
Well, this is another one in your website. It's from 2018, but it's still on your website. Veteran attorney cites 10 ways to lose police lawsuits.
Okay, this is before I worked there.
Before you worked there, but it's still on your website. I mean, you can't distance yourself from something you're the boss of, can you? And just say, I mean, you say you're trying to put good information out for police on your website, right?
Yes.
So yeah, if you got bad information out there, you probably want to take it down, don't you?
No.
No.
You want me to explain that?
No, not really. So you talked about Lexipol. Lexipol is Bruce Pratt. Bruce Pratt, was that the CEO?
No.
Okay. He was not the former CEO and co-founder of Lexipol.
He was a co-founder of Lexipol, an attorney out in California.
Okay.
Yes.
But did you know him? Because you said you worked for Lexipol, right?
I know Bruce Pratt, yes.
Okay. So you worked with him?
He did not work for the company, but when I worked there.
All right. And one of the articles in this article, he talks about how to save police from lawsuits and is how to clean up injured suspects before photography.
Yes.
Okay. Bloody pictures of suspects injured by police don't help your case in civil court.
Correct. He said that, yes.
He said that, but this is a publication on your website that you're sending out there.
For Science?
Yes. It's. Do you not see? Is that the FS right there? For Science. Do you?
Oh,
take a
from
look
Chuck
at it?
Remsburg. Okay, that's Chuck who wrote that.
Okay. It's out there on your website. Focus closely on the actual injury. Get him to smile for the camera if you can. And don't include pictures of bloody gauze. That's on your website about how to handle people who are injured by police in incidents?
It apparently is.
Do you have a problem with that?
Thank you. In fact, that was the specific issue that Bruce Pratt and I talked about, and I would agree that that's absolutely inappropriate. It was one of the few conversations I had with Bruce Pratt. The reason these things are on our website is because if you look at Force Science News from the beginning of 2000, whenever it started, there's hundreds of articles there. And one of the things that we do like about it is almost an encyclopedia of looking where police was, what has evolved over time, what has stood the test of time. There are a lot of articles back there that we would look at now and say, yeah, that's not how we do things today. But we maintain that library to show an evolution of policing, and it's very effective for that. So there are a lot of articles that we could sit here all day and I could go, yeah, that's not one I would agree with. I don't think it reflects modern policing. However, we leave those in there because it is an amazing library to look at the history of policing through that time frame.
So you're saying 2018, veteran attorney cites 10 ways to lose police lawsuits. That was 2018. But in 2024, we have evolving threat to police that you wrote, legal theory that threatens effective policing, and protecting police. So where's the evolution there?
The evolution I'm talking about is a much broader from police practices and legal approaches and how the law changes over time, how technology changes over time. That's the evolution I'm talking about. You're looking at a small snippet of articles that I don't think I wrote and were probably before my time.
The three from 2024, that you wrote those, you admitted those. The three the last ones I mentioned were your articles. You wrote those. You admitted that.
My articles are great, yes. I'd adopt those.
Okay. Part of, we've talked about it a little bit before, but Force Science is primarily law enforcement officers who are or former law enforcement officers or actual law enforcement officers that are actually employed as on staff. Correct?
I don't know that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 of 8 people, or actually more than that. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The answer to that's no.
Okay. I went on the website. We can pull it up if we need to.
You
got
did
five staff instructors, correct?
Oh, you want staff instructors?
Staff instructors, 5. Okay, let's go staff instructors. These people are instructing, 5 of you, right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Mr. Lewinsky, he's not law enforcement.
Never police.
Never police. But the other 4 are. You and there's 2 other commanders. The other 4 are former police, correct?
It's likely. We definitely are looking for highly educated former police officers to help educate the population we're interested in, yes.
And then you have 19 partnering instructors. 9 are retired police, and 1 is a lawyer, Laura Scary. Scary. And her work was defending police officers in civil and criminal suits. Is that a fair statement?
You'd have to ask her what the bulk of her work is.
You don't know? You work with her, don't you? I mean, she's listed on the website as a staff instructor.
Yeah, to understand, I don't work with any of these instructors. I mostly teach them. I said work. Nicole Flores and I teach quite a bit. The rest of them are off teaching classes. I'm the director of the consulting division. The classes I teach by myself or maybe with Nicole. Every now and then I might partner with one of them, but I'm not part of our what I call off-the-shelf training programs. So who's currently teaching, I'd have to look, and I might be surprised at who our new staff is as well. But if your point is, do we have a lot of former police officers? The answer is yes.
Now, even though Mr. Lewinsky is not a law enforcement officer, he was inducted to the National Law Enforcement Hall of Fame in 2023, wasn't he?
I think it was a lifetime trainer award, yes.
Okay. You just gave a presentation at the National Law Enforcement Hall of Fame induction ceremony, didn't you?
Yes.
That was just a few weeks ago.
It was.
And that was in partnership with Virtra. I heard from, is that how you say it? I can't say that. I've tried to say it.
Virtra.
Yeah. Okay. That's Lon Bartels. That's his organization.
Lon Bartel. That's who he works for. He was not part of that training.
All right. But you've trained with him in the past, though, haven't you?
Lon?
Yeah.
Yeah, as often as I can, yes.
As often as you can. How many times have you trained with him in the past?
Taught classes together, maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. Done other presentations, though, with him? I heard about the SHOT Show that you did with him?
That's one of them, yeah. What we try to do with Virtua is bring their simulator in. So we like to get the community into the simulator so that they can experience what police officers are. That's what Virtua does. So we bring them in as often as we can because they've got amazing technology.
So I guess if I understand you correctly, one of the things is the consulting group, you're the head of the consulting group for Force Science, right?
Right.
So one of the things you do, I've seen it on just about every podcast, you kind of give your plug for your podcast. Hey, if you've been involved in an incident, fill out a form, send it into here. We'll talk with you, make sure your attorney's present, and we'll go over your case. That's kind of what you do, correct?
Yeah, that's our pre-consult process.
Pre-consult process. You want to make sure their attorney's present so you don't get subpoenaed, right?
It has nothing to do with the subpoena. It has to do with there is no attorney-client privilege between me and the officer or the civilian who's involved in the incident. So their attorney needs to be present so that they can protect that relationship and the disclosure. Otherwise, essentially they're not able to tell us enough information that we can have an intelligent conversation. So as a protection for the people calling us, we want to make sure they know, hey, when you call us, make sure your attorney's with us. So that way it's a privileged conversation.
So you can't get subpoenaed to whatever they tell you.
Well, I could still get subpoenaed, yes.
But you can't tell them anything. You can't tell anything if there's an attorney there, there's attorney-client privilege. If they're not there, you're free to talk to anybody about what happened.
Right. Well, no, that's not true. We still have our own confidentiality. So we will, if there's no attorney-client privilege, we're still going to not disclose the contents. If we are subpoenaed and a judge tells us that
we might have to go to the other one. Yeah, they took it down. Hang on. Hang on. We're gonna have to go to the other one. Hang on. Bear with me. Here we go. Hey, 1 second.
and when they get out on the street, it's McLean where local police departments with their own policies
This is gonna
have
be about
suddenly
half an hour
decided to
behind.
hold an officer accountable to a policy they've never even heard about, and certainly doesn't apply in their jurisdiction.
So when a department like Grand Rapids adopts a use of force policy reflecting its specific legal, political, and operational realities, I think you said, is that in line with generally accepted police practices or standards across the country?
Yeah, so we like best practices or generally accepted police practices when it comes to processes and procedures. We don't like them with tactics. Like tactics is too much variety. But if you're asking me, is it generally accepted as a policy development practice? It absolutely is, yes.
And just to reiterate, based on your understanding of the Grand Rapids Police Department policy, Michigan law, and the circumstances, is it your professional opinion that a person similarly situated with the knowledge of Officer Schurr could have reasonably believed that he was in fear of serious bodily injury or death after he was disarmed of his taser after fighting for over 2.5 minutes until he could not fight any longer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Want to take another break here? I said we're going to take 2:10 and it's already 10 to 4, so less than an hour, so just.
Yeah, I guess we'll take another 10-minute break like I promised. So we'll come back at 4. So meanwhile, please remember, you give those upside down in your chairs and not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Also, continue avoiding any news reports about this case on the media or on social media, and then we'll be back at 4. Thank you. You may be seated. Recess for 10 minutes. 8 minutes. All right, please.
So no, they're not done for the day. Let me mute the court and take this out. So because the other feed that we were watching, was live, was not with a 30-minute delay, and all of a sudden they just came out of the air. They just finished the court. So we had to go back to the feed we have. That is the 30-minute one delay, which now they were just at the point we were the uh the point we were half an hour ago, because they are because this court basically is on a half an hour delay, and the feed that we were we will literally live on a live feed because they were breaking the rules, and we found that one, and I don't mind breaking the rules if our pain is a little bit less. So I'll check it out. Journeys, the Journeys, the Justice, I'll definitely check it out, friend. Thank you very much for the recommendation. So because now we had to go back basically in time. We were back half an hour. We're gonna have to endure the whole thing again of that recross until whenever the point we were, which I don't really remember where we were, because the prosecution is making the very interesting guy that he was being boring as everything. But that's not the case. So you cheated and fast forwarded. Yeah, we all cheated and we fast forwarded, and that was being good. It was actually quite awesome and everything. But yeah, so it was really good. But I like, what we can do is actually Heo just send us some couple bits that we can watch, that we can watch. Yeah, so we can watch two videos. We can watch the arraignment, and then we cannot. Oh, are you? Sorry, I don't have my headphones on. Are you here? Sorry. Not paying attention. I'm sorry. I have the Discord open. There you go. There you are. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry. I was looking at Discord and not looking at chat. I'm sorry.
You're all right, princess. You want me to drive for 15 minutes?
You can drive for 15 minutes if you wanted to.
I know, Hannah. I'm here like peekabooing in the door and she wouldn't let me up and she's just hiss.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, girl.
No, you're fine. There are a couple of suspects in London Thomas's death that are in custody, and one of them was arraigned. She's a 48-year-old woman arraigned on Friday afternoon in connection to the death of a Detroit teen named London Thomas. Her name is Charla Reseda Pendergrass, and she's charged with lying to a peace officer during a violent criminal investigation. So we're going to look at what the case was about, or what the case is about. It's unfolding. It's brand new. And then we're going to go from there and watch her arraignment. And that should be enough time to get us back into maybe close to the beginning of where we left off. Let's make sure that's boosted a little bit just in case. All right, watch your ears. I don't know what this is going to sound like.
The disappearance and death of 17-year-old London Thomas.
Now, two people were taken into custody after the teenager's body was found Saturday in Southfield. But at last check, there still weren't any charges filed.
Well, 7 News Detroit reporter Ryan Marshall joins us live from Detroit's East Side. And Ryan, we've been hearing from London's heartbroken family ever since her disappearance. And now the suspect's attorneys are speaking out.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning. Defense attorney Terry Johnson has been very vocal with 7 News Detroit about his clients. He maintains that both of them are innocent as it pertains to London Thomas's disappearance and her subsequent death. 17-year-old London Thomas disappeared on April 5th. Authorities found her body in a parked SUV on Saturday, just 4 blocks from her Southfield home. Neighbors say the vehicle was parked for several weeks, but weren't sure how it arrived. 2 suspects, not publicly identified, are now in police custody. Defense attorney Terry Johnson represents both suspects. He says neither of them are the right person.
It's always hard when someone's life is cut short. What we really want to look at is making sure that the right person is behind bars.
Johnson says his clients were arrested the night investigators found London's body. And the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says they haven't yet received a warrant package for either suspect.
What that basically tells me is that the original thoughts that Michigan State Police had in this situation is they were wrong. I think they are still looking to find out exactly what happened. Unfortunately, they arrested my 2 clients, and with little to no evidence.
It's believed that London's 23-year-old ex-boyfriend, whose home was searched 2 weeks ago, was the last person to see her alive. Attorney Johnson declined to say whether or not the 23-year-old man is one of his clients. As for London's family, her father, Cedric Salisbury, is hoping for a break in the case.
We haven't heard anything. All we know is people in custody. Nobody's been charged, or they haven't even had a press conference. I wish they would give us details or something. Give her something. We've been through a lot these last 3, almost 4 weeks.
The family now prepares for London's funeral while still searching for answers.
We want to thank everyone who supported us on the searches, everything. The news media, want to thank the law enforcement, but now they just give us answers. We need answers. We need some type of closure.
What a pretty little girl. Sad. All right, now let's go to the arraignment because we did figure out who one of the suspects were. And now we're going to watch that. Looks like they did figure it out. All right, so let's watch the arraignment of the first person that's being charged in the case. And that is the person that I told you, what was her name? Pendergrass, I believe is the way that was. Charla Reseda Pendergrass. And apparently she lied to a police officer during the investigation. So let's just see what she's being charged with.
Please be seated.
I was just going to say this out loud. Yeah, do not touch that grass. London Thomas was 17 years old, and I know that we saw that she had a 23-year-old boyfriend, but I just wanted to say that she is 17 or was 17 at the time of her homicide. So.
Okay, thanks.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Do we need a minute or are we ready to go?
I think we're ready.
All right, let's do it.
Do we have a prosecutor or no?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah, right here. Okay, just want to make sure everybody can hear everybody. We're on the record in case number 25-1068 FY People versus Charla Pendergrass.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm 75788
And good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Kerry Johnson, P70773, on behalf of Ms. Charlotte Pendergrass, who is present and seated in the jury box.
All right. With regard to the charges, counsel, do you wish the court to read on the record what the charges are?
I have not seen them, Your Honor, and if the court would like, I can approach and glance at them or whatever the court's pleasure is. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's alleged between the dates of April 5th, 2025 and April 24th, 2025 in the city of Inkster in count one, that the defendant is being charged with one count of lying to a police officer in a violent crime investigation. It's alleged that after being informed by Agent Christopher Steigel, Federal Bureau of Investigation, that the officer was conducting a criminal investigation, that the defendant did knowingly and willfully make a statement or statements to the office that she knew were false or misleading regarding the following material fact or facts relating to the investigation that London Thomas left 27262 Carlisle, Inkster, Michigan at 7 a.m. on April 5th, 2025 on foot through the front door, alive and well. And the officer was conducting a criminal investigation for kidnapping/homicide. That's a felony punishable by up to 4 years in prison and or a $5,000 fine. That concludes the reading of the charges.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that being said, we will enter a plea of not guilty before this honorable court.
The court will enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of the defendant as to bond.
Your Honor, my client is a lifelong resident, actually, of Wayne County, born and raised here in the city of Inkster. She is not a flight risk. Her family still lives here. Her grandmother and grandfather, who are residents of the city of Inkster, would be asking for some type of personal bond in this matter, Your Honor, with the standard conditions.
All right. On behalf of the people?
On behalf of the people, Your Honor, the people would be seeking a high cash bond with a GPS header. We would be requesting no contact with the London Thomas's family or any other witnesses in the kidnapping and or homicide investigation into the death of London Thomas. We would also be asking if the defendant has a passport, we surrender that passport to the investigating authorities. Your Honor, with regard to the residency as outlined by defense counsel, Ms. Pendergrass has had an address outside of Wayne County in the city of Clawson since 2001. With regard to her being a flight risk, if people are concerned about flight, which is why we're asking for a tether, Ms. Pendergrass was set to turn herself into authorities late last week. Instead of going to the police station, she stopped the car that she was in, got out and attempted to flee the area on foot. She was then later apprehended by police. Earlier today, we were in front of Judge Knapp with regard to a motion that Mr. Johnson had filed. Mr. Johnson indicated to the court that Ms. Pendergrass would not return to the Carlisle address in the city of Inkster, that she would be going to a different address in a different city. Specifically, she would not return to that Carlisle address because of concerns with regard to the health and safety of her father. She was in fact apprehended at that house that she said she would not be at, where she went directly from where she was released earlier today. People have a concern for flight, and with regard to the high cash bond, people are asking for a high cash bond. Ms. Pendergrass has access to multiple properties, multiple vehicles. She also is, to my understanding, has access to a large family trust. People are concerned, again, with flight with regard to her financial situation. And then also with regard to the high cash bond, we're asking for that due to likelihood of conviction being quite high. Ms. Pendergrass was interviewed, Mirandized, said what she said. And the people have very strong evidence from phone records, video, that Ms. Pendergrass did in fact lie with police during this investigation.
All right.
Your Honor, just to clear one thing up, some of this is very insincere in terms of the fact of, yes, I did make a statement to the court earlier today that Judge Knapp, that Ms. Pendergrass would not return to the address on Carlisle. However, I was unaware at the time that Ms. Pendergrass had already been released from custody here in the city of Inkster. I had no communication with her. When I finally had communication with her, I said, you need to go to this address. So to say that she knew not to go there at that point, she was just released, she walked, and that's where she walked to at that point. So that's very insincere.
Is she working? Does she have a job?
Yes, I'm the caretaker for my, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm a caretaker for my grandparents. They need 24-hour care. Jalen and I are helping them along with a few different caregivers.
Okay. So that's your primary employment?
Yes.
And again, Your Honor.
My grandfather can't walk, and my grandmother is very sick. So.
All right.
And Your Honor, this is a 4-year felony, and if they have, other charges or other things that they're worried about, again, as the court is aware, I did file a writ because of the people's actions of detaining my client all this time, and they still haven't come.
Okay, so we'll get a better introduction of her throughout because she hasn't been charged with anything but obstruction at this point. And so they're going to let her out on bond to go home and take care of her grandparents. And that's pretty much where that's at for now. But we will continue to watch this story as it unfolds and hopefully be able to bring that trial to you in the near future. You'll have to unmute, Sweet Pea.
Police officers whose cases we review, that we do not have anything to say that's going to be helpful to their case. And we make sure that the communities know that and that the jurors know that.
Now, part of the thing you put out, you have a website, For Science website, that you have articles you put up.
Yes, sir.
And you went on that website, you got 3 of the top articles for 2024, your own articles. Do you get to vote on that, or your staff just trying to kiss up to you a little bit?
No, the article selection on top articles are based on the number of readers and how many people push them out. There's no people involved. It's really a statistical analysis of how broadly the reach was on it. So there's no voting on it. I would vote for my articles, though, in fairness.
Sure. But those articles were, the first one was homicidal empathy, an evolving threat to police officers. That was what you wrote.
Right.
Next one was officer-created jeopardy, a legal theory that threatens effective policing.
Absolutely.
The expert trap, protecting police from unreasonable expectations.
Yes, I think that was the Michigan.
So those were all yours. Those were all your articles. Those were what you wrote about, protecting police, threats to police, threatening police, correct?
Yeah, and those concepts
That's all I
against
needed.
police officers.
I didn't need that. I just, correct. Didn't ask you to explain.
You want to
You just-
rephrase it? I want to answer them, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, that wasn't my question. My question was, those were the three things the three articles that were there are all about threatening police, protecting police, how to save police, essentially, correct?
Essentially, no. So if I can elaborate that, yes,
I
it
didn't
incorporates
want to
police.
elaborate. This is not your chance to just talk.
Objection, Your Honor.
I ask
You
you,
should be able to finish answering his question in the same way that Professor Stone was allowed to answer every single one of Mr. Verbulo's questions as a long narrative. So at least let him finish his answer, please.
he's going beyond my question. I'm asking a simple yes or no question, and he wants to pontificate, so.
Essentially, no, is my answer.
Okay, so, I didn't rule on the objection, so, I mean, I believe the witness should be allowed to, complete his answer, but also not go into extensive elaboration. So I guess we'll move on from there. Obviously, you can ask him to finish whatever that thought was.
One of the other articles in 2024, maximizing the officer's recollections before the big interview. That was one of the articles that was on 4 Science in 2024, correct?
Yes.
Need to look at it? I can show it to you if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're pulling these from the website?
Correct.
Yeah. This is what year? 2024. Yeah.
2024.
I don't think I wrote that one though, but
You
yes.
did not write this one. But part of this, the big interview is officer-involved shootings. That's what the big interview is talking about, correct?
I would consider that a big interview. Yes.
Sure. One of the things they talk about in the article is perhaps the optimal solution is to conduct face-to-face interviews as part of the attorney-client preparation phase, where nothing is generated during the unclean recollection process will be discoverable under the attorney-client privilege. So you're advocating, your article's out there saying police officers should interview their attorneys, go through it once before they do an interview with the fact finder. That's a fair statement?
That's not my article, sir.
Well, but you're the chief communications officer. Buck stops with you, right?
I am the editor, but I do not write every article that goes in there.
But aren't you responsible for what goes out on your website? You're saying you're not responsible for stuff like this?
I will not adopt every sentence that an author writes, particularly if I haven't read it. I may very well agree with the statement, but he's only providing me a small snippet, so I'm not going to tell you that I agree with everything. I don't even wrote that. Was it Geiselman or?
It was Greenman,
yeah. So I can't adopt everything Greenman said. Oftentimes when we publish stuff, it's basically for the industry to consider, and they'll decide whether they agree with it or not. We're not endorsing everything we publish. We find it interesting for the audience, and the audience can read it and adopt it if they choose. Much of what goes out, I do agree with, but without reading specifically every sentence, I don't know that I agree with everything Dr. Greenman said.
Well, this is another one in your website. It's from 2018, but it's still on your website. Veteran attorney cites 10 ways to lose police lawsuits.
Okay, this is before I worked there.
Before you worked there, but it's still on your website. I mean, you can't distance yourself from something you're the boss of, can you? And just say, I mean, you say you're trying to put good information out for police on your website, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, if you got bad information out there, you probably want to take it down, don't you?
No.
No.
You want me to explain that?
No, not really. So you talked about Lexipol. Lexipol is Bruce Pratt. Bruce Pratt, was that the CEO?
No.
Okay. He was not the former CEO and co-founder of Lexipol.
He was a co-founder of Lexipol. He's an attorney out in California.
Okay.
Yes.
But did you know him? Because you said you worked for Lexipol, right?
I know Bruce Pratt, yes.
Okay. So you worked with him?
He did not work for the company, but when I worked there.
All right. And one of the articles in this article, he talks about how to save police from lawsuits and is how to clean up injured suspects before photography.
Yes.
Okay. Bloody pictures of suspects injured by police don't help your case in civil court.
Correct. He said that, yes.
He said that, but this is a publication on your website that you're sending out there.
For Science?
Yes. It's. Do you not see? Is that the FS right there? For Science.
Oh,
take a
from
look
Chuck
at it.
Remsburg. Okay, that's Chuck who wrote that.
Okay. It's out there on your website. Focus closely on the actual injury. Get him to smile for the camera if you can. And don't include pictures of bloody gauze. That's on your website about how to handle people who are injured by police in incidents?
It apparently is.
Do you have a problem with that?
Thank you. In fact, that was the specific issue that Bruce Prate and I talked about, and I would agree that that's absolutely inappropriate. It was one of the few conversations I had with Bruce Prate. The reason these things are on our website is because if you look at Force Science News from the beginning of 2000, whenever it started, there's hundreds of articles there. And one of the things that we do like about it is almost an encyclopedia of looking where police was, what has evolved over time, what has stood the test of time. There are a lot of articles back there that we would look at now and say, yeah, that's not how we do things today. But we maintain that library to show an evolution of policing, and it's very effective for that. So there are a lot of articles that we could sit here all day and I could go, yeah, that's not one I would agree with. I don't think it reflects modern policing. However, we leave those in there because it is an amazing library to look at the history of policing through that time frame.
So you're saying 2018, veteran attorney cites 10 ways to lose police lawsuits. That was 2018. But in 2024, we have evolving threat to police that you wrote, legal theory that threatens effective policing, and protecting police. So where's the evolution there?
The evolution I'm talking about is a much broader from police practices and legal approaches and how the law changes over time, how technology changes over time. That's the evolution I'm talking about. You're looking at a small snippet of articles that I don't think I wrote and were probably before my time.
The 3 from 2024 that you wrote those, you admitted those. The last ones I mentioned were your articles. You wrote those. You admitted that.
My articles are great. Yes, I'd adopt those.
Okay. Part of, we've talked about it a little bit before, but Force Science is primarily law enforcement officers who are or former law enforcement officers or actual law enforcement officers that are actually employed as on staff. Correct?
I don't know that that's, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 of 8 people, or actually more than that. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The answer to that's no.
Okay. I went on the website. We can pull it up what we need to.
Well, you did
five staff instructors, correct?
Oh, you want staff instructors?
Staff instructors, 5. Okay, let's go staff instructors. The people who are instructing, 5 of you, right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Mr. Lewinsky, he's not law enforcement.
Never police.
Never police. But the other 4 are. You and there's 2 other commanders. The other 4 are former police, correct?
It's likely. We definitely are looking for highly educated former police officers to help educate the population we're interested in, yes.
And then you have 19 partnering instructors. 9 are retired police, and 1 is a lawyer, Laura Scary. Scary. And her work was defending police officers in civil and criminal suits. Is that a fair statement?
You'd have to ask her what her bulk of her work is.
You don't know? I mean, you work with her, don't you? I mean, she's listed on the website as a staff instructor.
Yeah, to understand, I don't work with any of these instructors. I mostly teach them. I say I don't work. Nicole Flores and I teach quite a bit. The rest of them are off teaching classes. I'm the director of the consulting division. The classes I teach by myself or maybe with Nicole. Every now and then I might partner with one of them, but I'm not part of our what I call off-the-shelf training programs. So who's currently teaching, I'd have to look, and I might be surprised at who our new staff is as well. But if your point is, do we have a lot of former police officers? The answer is yes.
Now, even though Mr. Lewinsky is not a law enforcement officer, he was inducted to the National Law Enforcement Hall of Fame in 2023, wasn't he?
I think it was a lifetime trainer award, yes.
Okay. You just gave a presentation at the National Law Enforcement Hall of Fame induction ceremony, didn't you?
Yes.
That was just a few weeks ago.
It was.
And that was in partnership with Virtra. I heard from, is that how you say it? I can't say that. I've tried to say it.
Virtra. Yeah.
Okay. That's Lon Bartels. That's his organization.
Lon Bartel. That's who he works for. He was not part of that training.
All right. But you've trained with him in the past though, haven't you?
Lon?
Yeah.
Yeah, as often as I can, yes.
As often as you can. How many times have you trained with him in the past?
Taught classes together, maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. Done other presentations though with him? Heard about the SHOT Show that you did with him?
That's one of them, yeah. What we try to do with Virtua is bring their simulator in. So we like to get the community into the simulator so that they can experience what police officers are. That's what Virtua does. So we bring them in as often as we can because they've got amazing technology.
So I guess if I understand you correctly, one of the things is the consulting group, you're the head of the consulting group for Force Science, right?
Right.
So one of the things you do, I've seen it on just about every podcast, you kind of give your plug for your podcast. Hey, if you've been involved in an incident, fill out a form, send it into here. We'll talk with you, make sure your attorney's present, and we'll go over your case. That's kind of what you do, correct?
Yeah, that's our pre-consult process.
Pre-consult process. You want to make sure their attorney's present so you don't get subpoenaed, right?
It has nothing to do with the subpoena. It has to do with there is no attorney-client privilege between me and the officer or the civilian who's involved in the incident. So their attorney needs to be present so that they can protect that relationship and the disclosure. Otherwise, essentially, they're not able to tell us enough information that we can have an intelligent conversation. So as a protection for the people calling us, we want to make sure they know, hey, when you call us, make sure your attorney's with us. So that way, it's a privileged conversation.
So you can't get subpoenaed to whatever they tell you.
Well, I can still get subpoenaed, yes.
But you can't tell them anything. You can't tell anything if there's an attorney there, there's attorney-client privilege. If they're not there, you're free to talk to anybody about what happened.
Right. Well, no, that's not true. We still have our own confidentiality. So we will, if there's no attorney-client privilege, we're still going to not disclose the contents. If we are subpoenaed and a judge tells us that we have to disclose it, of course we will. But we still have a professional confidentiality agreement that we're not going to tell people about those cases.
Now, in terms of that consulting, isn't it true that you've said 98% of the cases you see in Force Science are absolutely professionally well done cases, officers not at fault?
Yeah, they fall within a reasonable range of options, yeah.
So 98% of the time, when somebody calls you, we want to consult with you, 98% of the time, the police officer is correct?
Overwhelmingly, police officers across the country are correct in their decision-making. I don't think you'll find statistics that disagree with that.
That's almost 100% success rate for any profession. That doesn't strike you as a little bit odd?
No. I mean, 98%, I don't have an exact percentage, but I'm telling you.
Those are your words.
We see, right?
But that, I'm just quoting your words. It was on one of your podcasts, Law Enforcement Today, choir practice, some guys, a bunch of bourbon in the background, 2 guys. Those were your words. 98% of the cases we see are absolutely professionally well done cases. Those are your words.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What kind of put you on the map was a 2000 article in Police Marksman, why the subject is shot in the back. That was kind of one of your big articles that kind of put you on the map, didn't it?
Not me, no.
Well, okay, you're correct, but Mr. Lewinsky, your founder, that was one of his big
Bill
research.
wrote that.
Okay, but that was one of that kind of got you on the map, didn't it?
I think the concepts behind it certainly did.
You're aware you're heavily criticized in a number of different courts for science, isn't it?
I'm not.
You're not, but for science is. I got a case from Federal District Court in Florida. Force Science is widely regarded as a purveyor of unreliable pseudoscientific analysis engineered to justify officers' use of force. Its studies virtually are all non-peer-reviewed, and none of them have been published in scientific journals.
Yeah, that's absolutely not true. And anybody who tried to present that to a court would be in violation of an ethical duty of candor to the court. I'm sure you've looked and seen that there's over 30 peer-reviewed studies on our website in some of the highest rated journals in the industries. So whoever advanced that position to the court was essentially lying to the court.
It was a court's opinion. You know, take a look at it.
I don't need to. I've seen it.
He already said it wasn't him. So what's the relevance of this?
That's actually, I'm sorry. Go, yes, ma'am.
No, that's fine. We'll move along. You talk about going to universities, Cumberland University, to train kids, train the kids at the universities, correct?
There were kids there. That one was actually open to community and politicians and law enforcement as well as the students.
But you've had, this is always a bad thing, and we're going to bring up Ohio State University in Michigan, but Ohio State canceled trainings because Some of the classes where attendees could learn how threatening suspects can be shot in the back by a well-trained officer who made a valid, lawful shooting decision. So Ohio State canceled the presentation there, didn't they?
They did.
You've been criticizing the New York Times and other mainstream media, but you're okay with that because that means you're over the target, doesn't it?
The New York Times article was before us. It was 2015. It was basically an opinion piece. The author was given an affidavit to demonstrate that what he was putting in the opinion was incorrect. His response to us was, it doesn't have to be correct. It's an opinion piece. There was a lot of fabrications in the opinion piece. We sort of let it go. And if you want, I had to actually research this because it was well before my time. The New York Times opinion piece was ultimately created by people who oppose us in court. So if we're effective in court in educating juries in a way that's inconsistent with their theory of liability, they're going to write opinion pieces that are unfavorable to us, yes.
And one of the things you do is you use this testimony to go out and then talk to other police officers. You testify in court and then you give presentations about what happened in court, don't you?
We do. That's a feedback loop, so we can get lessons learned and kind of understand what was important to the jurors or what sort of arguments the opposing sides were making, so we can sort of educate the industry.
So you did talk in Michigan, the Police Officers Association of Michigan, October 10th of 2024. You talked about officer facing 48 years, six others charged, and you talked about your experience in Colorado when you testified for a police officer, correct?
I don't know was that a presentation?
Well, that's what we got. It's a webinar, highly anticipated webinar.
Oh, this was at Caliber Press. That was not in Michigan.
Well, it's to the Police Officer Association of Michigan.
Caliber Press is one of the largest police training organizations. They wanted to do a webinar to discuss the facts of the case that they were interested in and then found out we were involved with. And so they hosted a webinar. It looks like they were advertising that webinar.
But you talked at it.
I was on that.
You were on it. You were the star person. It's, Vaughn and Jim will dive, Jim Glennon, Vaughn and Jim will dive deep into the tactical and legal implications of the case. So you talked about it. You went to the police webinar and spoke about it, right?
Yeah, this was a high-profile national case where Caliber Press itself didn't understand the facts of the case, so they brought in somebody who was familiar with the facts. I got permission from the defense team to discuss the case as part of educating the community on what actually occurred in that case, because the media and the facts that were being distributed looked nothing like the reality that the officers were experiencing. And so that was one of the mechanisms by which we could educate the community on the reality of that particular incident.
It's also one of the ways you can kind of promote for science, right?
Yeah, everything we do that has Force Science's name behind it is a promotion for sure.
Well, not only that, but when you go, just about every time I've watched your podcast, one of the plugs is after you say we're consulting, you advertise, hey, come get certified as a Force Science analysis, don't you?
I don't know that I do that enough, actually. My marketing guys tell me, hey, don't forget to tell people about our training classes. So oftentimes when I do a lot of public speaking, I try to remember to give those advertisements, those plugs for the training that's going on. We think we have a very good product that's important to the community and to the attorneys, and we want to make sure they're aware that those products exist so that they can take advantage of them.
And $1,600 a person, that's one of the ways you pay your bills as a business, isn't it?
Yes, and that's incredibly low. It's a week-long class. It's a good investment for the individual officers for sure, but it's actually probably worth quite a bit more than that.
And in terms of that, how many of those trainings do you do a year then?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Going into those trainings, I did find an article about somebody was saying how wonderful your training was. It was on Force Science, but you had Laura Scarry, an expert in police litigation and management. Her expertise reflected insights that can only come from representing over 100 police officers in moments immediately following their critical incidents. Why do you need a labor attorney representing something that's Force Science that's supposed to be teaching about psychological behavior, psychological factors, behavior, and memory?
Yeah, so Laura Scarry is an operational attorney as well. So when an officer is involved in a critical incident, she's the attorney who actually shows up to the scene. And so she's very familiar with the human performance issues in the immediate aftermath of shootings, and also the legal issues. So what she's trying to do when we're teaching investigators and those who evaluate cases, what they can expect. A lot of people have never done these before, what they can expect in the immediate aftermath of a shooting, particularly in relation to the officers that were involved. Laura Scary is an incredible resource for that purpose.
You're not a big fan of progressive police reform, are you?
I mean, there's some aspects of progressive police reform that I think are fantastic, and there are some that I think are either beyond human performance capability or they just reflect a very different priority than traditional law and order interests.
Okay. This is one of the articles you wrote on that, isn't it? 2021, progressive police reform.
Yes.
Okay. In this article that you wrote, you really don't like body cameras, do you?
I think body cameras are amazing tools.
You wrote, if you believe that police are racist, abusive, and corrupt, then it makes sense to mandate body cameras and enact policies that prevent pretext car stops, restrict consent searches, and limit investigatory stops. That doesn't sound like it's an amazing tool to me if you think the way you're mandating them is because their police are racist, abusive, and corrupt.
Will you read that again? I don't know
Sure.
what you're talking about, the body cam. You can just read it. That's fine.
I want to make sure. Go ahead. You read it. Top paragraph highlighted.
I think you need to read the entire article. In fact, I would encourage you to.
I've read the entire article, but that's your line you wrote. It makes it, if you believe that police are racist, abusive, and corrupt, then it makes sense to mandate body cameras. That's your sentence you wrote. Correct?
I wrote that.
Okay. You also wrote that if you believe that the police profession is illegitimate and untrustworthy, then it makes sense to construct and empower layers of civilian oversight. So you don't like civilian oversight of police, do you?
No, I do like, well, civilian oversight. I do like civilian oversight and political oversight of the police. Would you like me to read the entire article? It'd be great.
No, not really.
I suspect not.
We just need that one sentence. I mean, I don't know how you can put it in a better context, but no.
Have me read it and it'll be a better context.
Well, you're okay with civilian oversight of police?
Yes, I think civilian oversight. One of the things we learned about civilian oversight, there was a risk, or there was a belief that when you bring civilians in to evaluate police, the first thing you have to do is get them to see the world through the lens of the police officer. And so that required training. It required them to actually go through what police officers go through the simulators and to understand the law. And then we put them in a sim to understand the reality of it so they could feel it. Then they could actually engage in honest accountability. Civilian oversight, people got nervous because they thought civilians were going to be harder on the police. What had ended up happening is civilian oversight actually was a lot more liberal with police performance than their actual police officers were. And so any concerns about civilian oversight really came down to, are the civilians who are conducting oversight doing it through the lens of a reasonable officer, or are they coming in to conduct civilian oversight and actually intentionally not allowing the officer's view? Civilian oversight in the progressive reform area, there were some examples of it where they would say, if you want to belong to the civilian oversight board, you cannot have been a former police officer, you cannot be related to a police officer, and you could not have gone through specialized training for police officers. And so when we started to see that, we would push back on that kind of reform effort because it was actually having people, civilians, evaluate police without actually doing it through the lens of the officer, which is what the law required. So these are debates that are happening across the country. So to ask, do I like them? My answer would have to be, well, which one?
Well, you made sure that when you have a son that's a police officer, correct?
Well, to me,
Relevance?
It goes right to his statement about, I got a quote regarding civilian police.
His son?
Well, it pertains to his son. You select, your comment, you selected a department where politics hadn't infected the agency or civilian leaders for him. Isn't that true?
I think she sustained the objection.
Well, I read the quote. She said.
I appreciate that.
It's a different question. Yes. The quote is, you made sure that politics hadn't infected the agency or civilian leaders where your son became a police officer, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is the same topic, so.
Well, it's the same topic, but.
About his son, how is his son relevant?
So, you asked a question, she objected, I sustained the objection, you asked another question.
Rephrased it.
And then he said, oh, you sustained, but he didn't mention son the second time. then the third question about here's the son again. So
Well, this
if
goes
you can
to-
ask the second question again, and then you can bootstrap that to make it relevant, but
Well,
whether or not the son is a police officer, I think is beyond.
Correct. But
There is an
the thing is where he goes, why he chose where his son went. And that's what his quote was, that civilian review boards where civilians hadn't been infected.
Right, so the second way that you phrased the question was fine.
Okay. So you made sure that politics hadn't infected the agency or civilian leaders, correct?
Yes.
You have a problem with prosecutors who try and hold police officers accountable, don't you?
No.
No. Do you remember talking in Betsy Brainer Smith? I think that's how you say her name, nationalpolice.org, NPA?
Yes.
Do you remember telling her you have a problem with prosecutors who charge police officers where you lost the gatekeepers? Progressive reform activists trying to hold officers accountable are doing it unjustly if they don't know what they're doing or corruptly if they do. That was your quote. Do you remember that?
That's absolutely true, yes.
So I'm a progressive reform activist prosecutor.
You asked me if you are? I don't
Yeah.
know you, sir.
It's your mission right now to be here, right? You're the tip of the spear. You said that before, haven't you?
When I talk about tip of the spear, I'm talking about a consulting division, because what we do is we're going around and we're training a lot of investigators and evaluators on the types of issues to look for, the human performance issues that impact perception and cognition. And then what we do in the consultant division is we actually take all of that to real world cases. So when I talk about the tip of the spear, I'm talking about if our arguments aren't persuasive in court and they're not persuasive in agencies, then we have to do a feedback and go back to the trainers and say, look, these arguments aren't working. These things are not, we're not being persuasive in these areas.
Okay. Do you remember Eric Hine Academy? A guy from, I think he's from Holland. You talked on a podcast with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying, my personal mission right now is to ensure those officers who are having juries, legislatures, their own chiefs, administrators, and prosecutors indict them in a court of public opinion and criminal cases without any knowledge of human performance. I want to be there with them. My job is to be there in that courtroom. That's what you said.
Right. So what we're saying, like we talked about earlier, like honest accountability versus corrupt or unjust accountability. The two standards are, if a prosecutor is trying to hold an officer accountable to a standard that is vague, uncertain, and the officer's never heard about, then that would be a standard by which an officer could not predict the lawfulness of their own performance. That would be unjust or corrupt accountability. If a prosecutor is attempting to hold an officer accountable to a standard that is beyond human performance capability that no human could do, then that is also another example of what I said is, if they do it unknowingly just because they don't have an understanding of human performance, then that's unjust. If they do it intentionally, then that's corrupt. My job and our job is to ensure that the triers of fact understand the reality of human performance in critical incidents so that we have honest accountability, not unjust or corrupt accountability. So we are 100% committed to honest accountability of police officers, and that is part of our mission statement.
Going to your actual report, one of the things you talk about, you kind of very similar to Professor Stoughton. You talk about when you look at a use of force event, there's got to be intent, means, ability, and opportunity. That's how you phrase it.
Correct.
Right. And intent means somebody wants to do it, right?
They're willing to. Yeah.
Willing to. Means they have a weapon system.
Right.
I think you said it. Ability means physically upright and mobile. And opportunity is a position where the weapon system could actually reach you. That's how you phrased it in one of your podcasts. You don't like, in terms of determining that, you don't like the American Law Institute. New standards where they talk about necessary. Officers struggle to understand necessary, proportional, and minimum force standards, right?
Right.
Okay. But one of the things you did in this case is you said Patrick had intent because he had disproportionate resistance, right? That was your statement, right? Disproportionate resistance. Patrick engaged in disproportionate resistance, ergo, the officer could assume he was going to use the taser on.
Yeah. So when an officer's evaluating a suspect's conduct, remember it's based on training, education, experience, and reasonable inferences. I think the statement that he's making is when the officer sees somebody who is resisting at a level that is disproportionate to the suspected offense, that it is reasonable for that officer to believe that there's much more going on, and they have to prepare themselves for the fact that there might be warrants, there might be weapons, there might be undiscovered crimes. And so is it reasonable for an officer to believe when someone is fighting you think you pull them over for a turn signal violation and they're fighting you at this level of aggressiveness, for example, that it's reasonable for an officer to infer there's something more serious going on that this guy's aware of that they've yet to figure out.
But that's what I'm saying. But the officer, you don't like proportional use of force. So you can use it against the victim, Patrick, because he's disproportionately resisting. But an officer, proportional level of force. They don't know how to use that. That's crazy. How do you expect them to do that? That's your position, right?
No.
No. Well, as you said, officers struggle to understand necessary, proportional, and minimum force standards.
Right. So these are not standards that are typically involved in constitutional policing. These are not standards that officers are trained against when we talk about. In fact, Stoughton and his academic colleagues have written articles to try to incorporate these standards because the current standard doesn't. So they're advocating that necessity and proportionality and minimum force necessary. So if you imagine for a second, again, it is beyond human performance capabilities for a human to look at another human and know what is the minimum force necessary to arrest this person and overcome resistance that they've never felt. And yet we'll see that language sort of incorporated because it sounds great, right? But we wouldn't ask a firefighter to put out a fire with minimum water necessary. We don't ask wrestlers to pin somebody with minimum force or football players to tackle with minimum force because a human cannot possibly know what that is in advance. So this was the argument I was making and trying to point out that these vague standards that have not evolved through case law, officers don't know what they mean. And so we have these conversations. These are the academic debates we spend an awful lot of time. So, welcome to the debate. These are things that are not well settled. These are things that academics want to have to wrestle with, and they're wrestling with them in courts as we speak.
And so you don't like them. That was my point. You don't like minimum standards. You don't like proportional use of force, right? You don't like putting that standard on an officer.
I don't like any vague standard that doesn't allow an officer to predict the lawfulness of their own behavior. So if you tell an officer you can only use minimum force, and they would call me when these new standards for, again, a lot of progressive reform efforts were coming after, they were coming fast. And so agencies would call and say, hey, we got this new policy. Officers have to use minimum force or use only force that's proportional. What does that mean? And we would say, that has not been decided yet. We don't know. And so until those things are fleshed out, either defined in terms, this is what we discussed in Bakersfield with the ACLU, they were using terms that police officers had never heard before. And so, and I got them to agree that we cannot have standards that don't allow officers to predict the lawfulness of their own behavior. They're like, of course not. That's a due process violation. It's absence of notice sort of thing. If the officer doesn't know what's illegal, we can't hold them accountable for violating it. And so my objection was when we start adding all these new terms, and I've got a slide with like 15 different terms I've seen, officers don't know what to do with them. So that's what I was pushing back against. But in my academic capacity, those are just discussions we're having until those things get fleshed out more, either in courts or through legislation.
But it's okay for an officer to determine disproportionate resistance from a person.
Absolutely, yes.
One of the other things you said, the basis for why this was justified is that you even talked about it to the jury, MMA, right? You said in real world combat sports and law enforcement experience confirms that suspects can turn explosively from the prone position. In wrestling and mixed martial arts, MMA, fighters routinely explode from a prone position to reverse control over their opponent.
Yes.
So you're comparing Patrick to an MMA fighter. He can react like that.
I've seen that in jiu-jitsu, not just MMA, with brand new kids who've never been trained before or adults who've never been trained. It's a human I'm comparing to another human.
So even though MMA fighters go through 3 hours of training every day, 2 hours a day, or 6 hours a day, that's a very different thing than Patrick, who's an African immigrant with his pants falling down and barefoot out on a grassy front yard, right?
Yeah, completely unrelated, yes.
One of the other things you talked about was his superhuman resistance. That was your words in the report, right?
Yes, I think I used the word superhuman as what it was perceived to feel like, because all of the efforts that the officer was putting into it was unable to overcome the resistance. So what that's often is like, it feels like it's superhuman resistance. Superhuman, it's not a legal term of art. It's a lot of resistance.
So you're taking that inferences from his statement, that suspect's superhuman resistance.
Yeah, it's a characterization of the level of resistance an officer in that position might have been might have characterized it as.
So what Patrick did was beyond human, having a higher nature, greater powers than humans have. That's what you saw in the video?
If you're going to read that word literally, I suppose that's what the dictionary would say. That was not how I intended it.
You're a
Certainly.
lawyer, right?
I am.
Lawyers use words, right?
We do.
And so words have meaning, right?
They do.
So you put in a report that a guy who stood up and walked across a yard was superhuman, right?
Well, the characterization of that force would feel like that.
He didn't have superhuman speed, though, did he? Because clearly he got caught.
He did not have superhuman speed.
But just superhuman strength to be able to stand up, right?
The literal definition of superhuman, I suppose if I go back and rewrite it based on this cross, I would use a different word just to avoid this. But the concept's the same, which is when you're trying everything you can to overcome the resistance, and this guy's standing up, you're an adult male, and another adult is standing up with you repeatedly, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I use the concept of it would feel like almost like superhuman strength in that moment. Like this is not consistent with my understanding of past practices on trying to control a human. But yes, the word superhuman was probably not the best choice of words.
Your Honor, I got maybe a few more. I don't know if you're going to stop now. I think I could wrap up here relatively within the next 5. Well, I can stop there. I don't want to get into a minute, so I can wait till Monday.
Quarter 2, so what we're going to do is stop here, and we're going to resume testimony at 9 a.m. on Monday. So meanwhile, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and also remember to not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. We might make for a long weekend to avoid news reports in the media, but please continue to do so. It's very important that you follow that instruction. And also that goes for social media as well. I hope you all have a safe and enjoyable weekend. Thank you. You may be seated. And you can step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else you want to address before we come to the defense?
Do we want to meet in chambers again like on schedule? Because now you're still getting testimony, and we still got to go over jury instructions too. So I don't know if you have time right now. Where?
Is there anything we can address on the record right now? All right.
All right, so that is a wrap for court. Yes, that's prosecution and defense antics on this case. This this is absolutely a crazy nut job of a prosecution. Not, I'm sorry, but it is. Um, but the case is gonna carry on Monday. So it's always awesome and it's always fantastic when they drag things out that are super awesome. Now, at least we're gonna have a trial to watch on Monday. I'm not gonna lie, but I will be here Monday. Yes, I will be here Monday. We'll be back Monday. Yes. I Vamos, first of all, I am so sorry that happened to your car. I will check the photos in a second. I'm just trying to set up something. But yes, we will be coming back on Monday. Uh, well, 9 a.m. their time, which is about 2 p.m. for UK peeps. So we'll definitely be back. Absolutely. Um, it is going to be a bank holiday for us, for the UK peeps, but I still work on it on a bank holiday, so it's not a problem. It's not like I was going to do anything special because I'm working in the morning anyway. So, put your notifications on. I'll schedule the live in a second. And I am so sorry that that happened to you. I hope it gets better, and I hope you can fix it somehow. I'm really sorry. Like it's yeah, it is awful when your car goes like that. I'm so sorry. But I think I'm gonna miss you all. It's gonna be a short, quick weekend. There might be some videos coming out this weekend with me and Zio, and then members videos on Sunday. I'm gonna try to make one as well. 420. But oh, it's 420. Yes, I know. Thank you. So everyone have a good weekend. That is a good way. That's a good way. But I'll see you all Monday. Have a great weekend. Have a good afternoon. Enjoy your time. Go touch grass. Take it. But I will see you very soon on Robert Stream, because I'm gonna start at for her because she is busy at the moment. But I'm gonna start for her for a friend. Do not do anything. You're going to be redirected there. Please at least go there and give her a like, subscribe, and if you haven't, to her, and give her, our friend Robert, a thumbs up on this stream to help her out. So I'll see you all very soon. Have a great evening, afternoon, wherever you are, and thank you. Bye, guys.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.